let me unmute the microphones. We've been sitting in the VC for a little bit, chat. Hi, welcome to Failed Portrayal.
Because it can be luck-based, and you all know my luck. It sucks.
That's fair. That's
Okay.
fair. We're discussing possibly shifting through time to talk about the Fallout MTG crossover they did, because I've just realized that that's like a series that I actually know things about and would be willing to talk about. Whereas I feel like in the Avatar set, I feel like, at least out of the initial couple of people I showed up, I was like, am I the one who best remembers Avatar?
I mean,
And the answer might be
brain
yes.
Definitely just has latched on to a few a few moments of the show that stuck in my brain, obviously. But
So
not,
Avatar,
there
I
will
want to say
definitely
this at
be-
the top because I feel like there could be some discussion about it with like card design and stuff and general like marketing. Avatar is a pretty good TV show that was originally aimed at kids. It does the things that smart television does, where it realizes that children can actually like learn and internalize. Yes, it was. It was on Nickelodeon.
Really?
It was going for kids. It was Y7. Yes,
I thought it was
dumbass.
teens.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought it was
No,
20,
no.
Maybe less.
It could
I
have been.
think.
It could have been kids, preteens, but also in the same vein of shonen. That's a very wide range.
So
grasp.
their TV rating of Avatar never got above Y7, which is why Aang, spoilers, doesn't kill Fire Lord Sozin by crushing his head or something.
Just grabs
the-
his
the-
face and fills him with light.
Yeah, there's like certain
Yeah,
rules
that's the
and
big whole message
restrictions,
about
or
it.
it's like how well, I mean, they made it work for the themes they did.
Well,
Yeah, not using those. Like I said, they do the correct thing with children's TV, where you realize that your intended audience, can actually consume and digest things that are bigger for them. But you do stuff to follow certain standards and practices, such as I don't think Sokka ever actually hit a living person with his cool meteor sword, because
Or if they
I-
had it, they wouldn't show directly.
I mean, it reminds me.
Yeah.
By the way, Dallas, completely unrelated to this thing we're doing, but thank you for recommending me. I've forgotten his channel name right now, but that guy who's reviewing X-Men Evolution, that's been a great watch to catch up with all that and follow that along.
The Keel was the fun guy. He loves
Yeah,
he loves Gambit so much.
He's such a
He does
he's like a
love David so
nerd for
much.
Marvel, like I am for DC, and I appreciate.
But like,
it.
I greatly appreciate his actual commentary and everything. But his clips of the show have reminded me of just like. Evolution is another show that takes a bite out of issues that are probably a little bigger than you'd think for the age range they're aiming for, but also never lets Wolverine hit a single person with a claw.
It gets more blurry when you get to season 3 and 4, but yeah.
I still don't think Wolvie's drawn blood.
No, he doesn't draw blood, but I think he does technically stab a Well, okay, yeah, no, he would still be considered a person.
I'm in the process of going down this rabbit hole for us. First off, shitty AI overview. Yes, I uses meteorite to hit someone. Proceeds to describe how he never did it.
Thanks,
Yes, he did.
Google AI.
He selects a platform and then saved off with it. That's what the AI overview says. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
but
I don't think he ever actually
Listen to that.
he does get into a couple of sword fights, but I don't think he ever actually strikes somebody
He
with
never
it. So
swings
it's
to harm or kill.
yeah,
I
it's
think
a
that
it's a
works
show
with
that
the
still
line.
is fundamentally acceptable to children, but like I said, because it aims bigger, it gets out there. I do think that is some of the legitimate criticism at Korra, which I do love Korra, but I understand if you don't like it, because they had some rough seasons where I think they aimed a little too hard for the teenage and young adult audience. They never should have tried to manufacture the shipping drama in season 1, among other things. But
God.
the last
still
2
think-
seasons had really good feet.
There's only one acceptable show that ever manufactured shipping drama, and that's because it manufactured a love square between two people, and that's Miraculous Ladybug. It's fucking hilarious.
I don't know, Dallas. I'm pretty
Dallas,
sure.
I get it though.
I'm pretty sure the Voltron episode was pretty good at shipping drama because it worked so well. They got people to threaten the show owners to make
And
their
they wanted
ship-
to do the incest route, too.
I just
We do not need to talk about
Volt-
Voltron, but oh my god, that's
that's a community.
such a black mark against the way fandom exists as a drama machine to this day. Like
Which is worse, that or
that's
Super Hula. I just
Hmm.
activated people's.
Oh my god.
PTSD text saying that.
I don't think
I mean,
Super
I
Hulk
feel
was
pity for
Super
Super
Hulk was-
Hulk though.
Super Hulk was weirder, but it wasn't like more. I feel like it
They're
was
still
less
waiting for the
vitriolic.
secret fourth good Sherlock episode.
Literally, this
Like-
is literally me. This is me just saying shit.
Yeah,
in chat.
no, Super Hulag is one of those things
Be
where
careful,
it's like,
I'm gonna
feel like
banish
they
chat to
ever
that
got-
dimension.
They didn't ever get evil. Like they didn't ever get like so toxic. I was like, oh god, I can't stand
No,
these
the-
people.
the-
They were just weird.
The Voltron fandom was very bad. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about Avatar.
Anyway,
Uh,
yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
As
We
far
were,
as
we
I
were
know,
discussing in
it's
the
not over
preamble
Avatar.
that we were, like I
My
said, that we
special.
might flash back to Fallout and some other stuff. I mean, we could do 40K. I wonder if Aaron will be free. 40K will be funny
ooh.
because it's just like, that's just me being like, I want to say like 33% of those cards I'm gonna like DiCaprio point and be like, oh, I know that guy. And then the other, I'm gonna be like, interesting, yes.
That shit.
I know most of them because I know most of those names.
If we do 40K, I might see if we can get my friend in here. My friend's a gigantic war, like 40K nerd, and she's the only reason. that I know
I'm
anything about this
like I want to say like at least 50% of the way through a war game focused Fail Portrayal 40K like runner. That's one of my, big secret projects I'm hoping will blow up, but I never have enough time to finish. So like we'll do that sometime. Someday I'll finish that one. My problem is that it's been in dev so long that the fuckers added more. Like literally when I started it, Leagues of Votann weren't a thing, so I was like, shit, man, I got to talk about how there were punk skateboard space dwarves and they killed them all and then they brought them back. Like I actually have to acknowledge the progression of time.
Warhammer
Anyway,
40K would be very funny because I only know a lot about one army and they didn't get a deck.
Rip. No orcs.
Orcs have been
Anyway,
funny.
listen-
There's hope for another one.
Orcs have been
listen-
hilarious as fucking red-green.
Listen to our Rogue Trader APs. We've got 3 out. The 4th one's coming. So Dallas, we talked about this at the end of last week's stream, but we should preface this.
Yeah.
I should do a little actual organizing here and not just have the 5
Yeah.
to 6 of
I
us
can talk
yap.
about some of this. Yeah.
So, you basically I pitched this and you were like, I can curate some stuff. So you've curated some stuff.
I've curated 5 for each color and then some multicolored cards.
I should also say, hi guys, I'm alive. For one.
Yes.
For those who don't know, I may live near where a certain gigantic plane disaster crashed, and I worked there, and I almost worked that day. I'm feeling
That was like 2 weeks
crazy.
ago or something. Was that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Or a week ago?
I mean, that's pretty bad. No,
Yeah.
I wasn't going to make the joke, but since you brought it up, I will say yes, you were not exploded in a plane crash.
I almost was. I could have been.
It's just like you exploded a plane crash in a way that
The
people
old
don't-
confrontation
People
of
talk about.
mortality. But
like-
yeah, no, it didn't happen. So you're still here, which is
Also,
great.
Chris is here.
I'm here.
Also, Chris is here.
Yes, we're doing
Hi.
Magic. It is also Avatar, but we're doing Magic, so Chris decided to pop in.
Oh my gosh,
We'll
I think
actually be
I'm-
here
I'm
later.
only gonna be here for like 20 minutes at most, I think. So I think the say you said earlier before it's forgotten.
Objectively, me dying would have been hilarious because the same week we wrapped my streamed Pathfinder.
Hey, I would have been really sad if you
Oh
died,
my
man.
Objectively, it would have been fucking hilarious.
That would have been fucked up though, man.
Doing it for
It would've.
well, I'm glad you didn't do it for the bit, but Dallas has given us some cards to talk about.
Yeah. Well, I just
So-
want to give a quick overview first.
Yeah.
This
Hit us
is
up.
similar. So this is the 4th Universes Beyond set, I want to say. Is it 4? 4.
See, the Doctor
Of
the
the standard sets.
Lord
No,
of
of the
the
so of
Rings.
standard sets, there's Lord of the Rings, there is Final Fantasy, and there is Spider-Man.
Oh,
I believe.
D&D wasn't a full set? I thought it was.
D&D is not considered Universes Beyond because Wizards of the Coast owns D&D.
That's
I do.
actually
I
fair.
don't
That's
care.
legitimate. It is a
Yes.
crossover, but also
Except for
they
Forgotten Realms, where it's
do
plain.
own that
No,
IP.
Wizards has confirmed Magic and D&D, or let me phrase that: the Forgotten Realms is a plane in the Magic world. It just is.
I
That's
mean,
fair.
that is
Yeah.
fair
Yeah.
also because we already had the at least the Strixhaven supplement for 5. Like they already crossed over the other way.
There's the Theros supplement. Like I said, there's also technically been a Universes Beyond set where they crossed over with Earth because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms got a set, but people don't like to acknowledge that.
Also, a very long time ago.
So is the Japanese theme set actual Japan, or is that just a theme?
No, Kamigawa is
is
not
not Japan.
Yeah, it's fantasy.
Also,
Romance
it's
of the Three Kingdoms
Exploded
is
and then got
fiction.
rebuilt.
Don't worry.
Oh.
Yeah, We do not need to talk about actual Magic World.
It's
We're
not
all,
anymore.
we're all weak.
Yeah, especially Kamigawa, because I know that too well. Those books are good. Regardless, okay, so I want to say, this set, I would say, compared to Final Fantasy, this set is a lot more complicated. They tried a lot more new things with this set as opposed to Final Fantasy.
More mechanics.
Yeah. Well, more new mechanics is the more thing. It's like,
the Final Fantasy set basically just had like summon like saga creatures, maybe. Like I'm sure they did that, but even
but
before
those are
that,
already the only new mechanic really was like, oh, what were the new mechanics? Was there even a new mechanic?
That's not
I don't think there was. Like I'm trying to think. Like, I don't think there were really new
regardless,
mechanics.
We talked a lot about Final Fantasy, so I'm sure if there was a new mechanic, we would have caught it in one of our previous streams.
Was the equipment thing new? The one where you create and attach?
That's that's an old mechanic renamed. I don't consider that a new mechanic. Like,
yeah, I would assume that there was the job select was probably
like
based
there
on
are
something
4 new
earlier.
mechanics. I'm gonna say this right now. There are 3 new mechanics. Waterbending is not consistent on what it is.
Yeah,
and is annoying.
There's a new mechanic for each bending type, but
the ones that are straightforward are earthbending, firebending, and airbending.
Yeah, I've seen waterbending. I'm like, I don't.
I mean,
know,
I'm gonna be real with you. That's also is actually how the show works. Like earthbending, they get a little weird with like certain types of rocky minerals, and
We'll get to metal bending
counting
eventually.
out
there is a card.
Refined metal doesn't count. But air and fire are pretty straightforward. Water is always the one that's like, hey, guess what? These are the swamp benders. They're actually water benders because they're just bending the water in plants. And then we invented blood bending. And also, by the way, you can make snow and ice.
Fire to fire bend, right?
Hold on, sorry, I didn't hear you talking.
Fire bend, right?
No, fire comes from the breath. M. Night Shyamalan, suck my dick.
You actually know chemistry, and you can just combust any fucking gas.
Yeah, like Bakugo or Colonel Mustang.
I mean, also actually, well, first of all, Colonel Mustang actually he's cheating.
Oh, I know he's cheating. I know he's cheating, but still.
The fire alchemy is. I know that it took a long time for the mangaka to actually describe it, but the actual fire alchemy Roy does is both really complex and also really stupid simple. I think he just alchemically increases the oxygen density around him.
Yeah,
I mean, that works.
Yeah. Overall, I think this set, from what I've played of it, I've played all 3 days of pre-release. I think this set is. I don't want to say it's as good as Final Fantasy because that set was exceptional.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy set was ridiculous.
I'm surprised. This is definitely popular. I'll say that. It's a better set in a limited sense than Spider-Man.
Okay, I was gonna ask. Dallas, do you?
I defend the Spider-Man set as a set. Unfortunately, I can't defend it as a limited set because it's bad.
I really like the vibe of the Spider-Man set personally. I think it has a lot of fun independent cards, but yeah, like as a whole set, it's very especially coming off the high of Final Fantasy, which like no matter what, you were never gonna live up to that. We hit a down point on that Spider-Man set, even though there are some really cool cards in that. There's really cool independent cards.
There are some very disingenuous arguing of why that set is bad that really annoys me, because then they praise sets like Final Fantasy and Avatar that have the same issues they're complaining about. That's not important. I'm not going to get into that. But like I said, this set is a bit more complicated and has a potential to be a bit more unbalanced than Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy was a surprisingly balanced on the edge of a knife set.
Other than
I don't think this set is as balanced.
VV was a little explosive and did get banned.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
VV
had some stuff. But overall, like mainly what I'm saying is the overall set is like as a limited set, VV wasn't that as potentially broken. But the Avatar set is different in that I don't know how it's gonna work because it seems more powerful than the Final Fantasy set. Like there are some cards in here that I think are stronger than anything in Final Fantasy.
The
I think we did
Earthbend
actually-
mechanic
Go ahead.
alone makes me scared about Mass Land.
Okay,
So,
we'll talk about that
okay.
then. I do want to say,
I think
from a
the
completely
mechanic-
outsider's perspective, the Final Fantasy set was pretty interesting because we looked at it, and as I started to get a grasp for like where the balance point of a lot of things were, even to the point of like Dallas, you know, we'd see something that was like crazy, and you'd go like, oh, that's not that crazy. Here, look at this card, you know, slap it, and it's like, oh, that card you've showed me is literally this card, but better. Final Fantasy was a very cool set, but it did kind of feel like there were a very limited number of cards that were like, oh yeah, this is crazy. This has never been done before. This is gonna break somebody's brain. So if we're getting a little more creative afield, it's
some
very
cards that are. It's very funny. There are some cards in this set that I think are potentially very strong in the stronger formats, but may not actually do much in like normal formats.
Fun fact: half of them are all Toph cards.
No, I don't think those are not the cards I'm talking about. We'll get
I'm
to
joking, but
we'll get to the owl. We'll get to the owl in the room later, but
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah. But we're going to start with a card that I think is going to be good in Standard. And I'm going to start with Air because I know the books technically go Water, Earth, Fire, but I feel like Air is a good place to start. And
it's also the overall magic pentagon. The
well,
Uber.
well, no, because we're doing Black last because that's the color of evil in this set. I'm not kidding.
also yeah, that's
No,
another
it
thing we could talk about, the like running the color theory. I was very curious how they were going to do this. Final Fantasy was pretty good at sticking mostly to established magic tropes for how the you know, color wheel works and where that overcame. Avatar: The Last Airbender is pretty infamously a literal, like, classical Greek 4-element ensemble. They get a little wiggly at times with, like, the act of the spirit, you know, the nebulous magical energy stuff. But that is generally not associated with black. If anything, it sounds like what they're doing is probably another very interesting thing, which is portraying a lot of the Fire Nation's, you know, industrialization themes into the black zone.
Yeah, so the kind of vibe is like
Which is not
red
wrong, but-
is fire bending, red black, and in some weird cases like black blue, like we kind of like we have that whole like side spectrum is like like red just represents fire bending as like a platonic ideal. Black is like the evil side of the fire bending of the fire.
Well, it's also all of the other evil characters.
Yeah,
Like,
and
spoiler,
like that-
we're not going to talk about him because we talked about him last week. Cause the Face Stealer is black.
Yeah.
Deserved.
I mean, yeah, he steals faces. I imagine that's not very nice. People need their faces. But we're going to start with obviously the most powerful character in all of Avatar. Clearly.
No, oh my god, I'm just scrolling down the list of card arts. I'm scrolling on the list of Avatar cards, and I'm seeing the TV show full arts in full effect. They're insane. These are insane.
Yeah.
I feel like that has to be a choice to take the piss. We're not going to be talking about that because it's such an obvious gag, but it feels
have
like...
Scooter at least. It's so funny.
Unglued already did it, so don't bother.
All right, fuck you. We're absolutely... Give me that card right now.
No,
Give me that card right now.
I have a format. Don't let your spite ruin the format.
I mean, come on, listen to me for fucking once. You always
No.
fucking throw me off every time.
Well, yeah, because I don't give a shit because I don't watch Unglued. I don't care. I don't want to watch Unglued. I don't care that they did it already.
We have Cruel Tutor lined up. We'll
You
discuss
did,
when
dude. Like, you talked about it
start talking
before.
about it when
What the fuck?
We're getting on our usual starting tangent. We'll
boy.
cover Momo.
I've only ever
how
talked about
last
it to
Cruel
say I
Tutor
don't
went
watch it.
back to normal.
I
have
don't
a quick
remember
giggle.
of that, so okay, dude.
Anyway, yes. It is actually like a really overplayed joke, and we don't need to. But it is the thing that everybody talks about with this set, I think, so far, because it's really bad, and I think they probably need to stop doing it. But
I think it's funny, personally. I like it. I know some people don't, but because they don't do this for new cards. These are only ever reprints of previously done cards.
Yeah, it's like reprints or slight like renaming reskin.
I guess we should say this. It's not like, I want to say, what's the word? Materially bad. I do think that it does not help combat the growing sector of arguments that is just blah blah blah. Magic the Gathering is now the Fortnite of like. I don't think those people are correct, but you're also not going to get them to shut up if you keep doing dumb memes like this and like the SpongeBob
but I also
set.
don't care
like,
about those people. Those people can go die in a river. But sometimes it comes out well. Like, this is also a screenshot, but I think this works perfectly well.
Scrolling down, I have seen something. I'm like, okay, like.
I mean, honestly, I think the main problem with Cruel Tutor, I kind of want to pull it up just to compare the two, but we'll keep the Dallas's format. The problem with Cruel Tutor is that it's a super punched-in shot of Ozai's face that I feel like they blew
Ozai? I thought
up.
that was someone else.
No, that's Ozai.
I thought
That's
it was
Mark Hamill
Zhao.
himself. Is it?
No.
No, I think the beard. That's Ozai. I think that's Mark Hamill. But it feels like they took an original like 480 screenshot. By the way, the original avatar is in fucking 4x3.
Yeah, speaking of, this one looks rad too.
Like I think that they do have very beautiful like shots because the show did have a very strong art style. But definitely like the demonic tutor one is like, I think you guys double zoomed in this card too much before you printed it. It looks a little pixelated-y.
Like I said,
but somebody in the art team had to look at that and go, "Nah, it's funny. Keep it."
Nothing will be as bad as the ones from Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. Like, what was the fucking Kujin specifically was just, oh my god, PS1 graphic.
I mean, well, it's a PS1 graphic, but for shit, it's HD up res.
Speaking of which, there's all going to be that special cloud that is the PS1 him looking up at the city.
I mean, that at least is most of that's
Anyway,
the thing about 7 is actually like the backgrounds are all like 2D painted.
So we're gonna start with white, which is the color of air, because technically there's no air book and there's no evil book. So I put those as the bookends.
There's no air and there's no air nation left to go to, guys.
I mean, so to actually say it, they completed the circle because Air's the first book in Korra.
Yeah.
Because that's the only one she's bad at. Like I said, I'm not here to dissect Avatar: The Last Airbender, but like I said, I actually like Korra, and I think they were cooking with some stuff. Their problem was that they had like 12 episodes a season. Oh my. Sorry, my
I need
fucking
to watch Korra. I just need to
screen
bite the
jumped
bullet
down.
eventually. I fell off it early and just kind of was like,
like I said, I understand the first season is rough because they were like, they dedicated a whole episode to trying to make a romantic triangle work when it's like, no, you don't understand. The fandom was rabid because of the subtext, not because of the text, guys. You can't just manhandle it.
It's also the issue that each season they were not told they were getting renewed until after the season was over.
Yeah, that's also another, like, the reason, like, to spoil it a little bit, not to talk about specifics, but the first book of Korra wraps up, like, every single plot thread in the final episode because they thought it was just a mini-series when they wrote it. And then, like, halfway through, Nickelodeon was like, oh, this shit's great. We're gonna get 2 more seasons. And they're like...
Oh, she told us that, like,
what?
8 months ago.
Huh? 2 more seasons? Shit, fuck. Uh-oh. What do we do? Anyway, Momo, Playful Pet. A is air.
Momo, Playful Pet.
Actually, how does the opener start? Does it also start water?
Long ago, the 4 nations lived in harmony. No,
Water, earth,
no, it is
fire,
air. It starts with air.
We always end on air.
It's air, water.
It's okay.
Whatever.
Moving on.
Regardless, I started with Momo because Momo kind of exemplifies what air, the two the mechanics brain that are pretty common in white. Even though it doesn't have airbending on the card, this card fits with airbending. So what airbending does is when you airbend, you target something and exile it, and then the controller of that card can cast it again for 2 mana. You can obviously use that to annoy your opponents.
Oh, so it's Foretell?
It's like Foretell, except because you can use it on your own creatures, there's a lot of blinking in white and a lot of ETB abilities.
Oh god.
So Momo Playful Pet is a 1 mana 1/1 flying vigilance, which is already a decent enough card.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And then when Momo enters the battlefield, choose 1, create a food token, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, or scry 2. This card is really good in my opinion because it's a 1 mana 1/1 flyer, pretty low investment. Any like Convoke style deck might see this incorporated. I could see Boros Convoke putting this in it as an option because it's a 1 mana 1/1 flyer that potentially gives you a food or scry 2. I don't know if the counter one is going to be as relevant in like standard meta.
Yeah.
But the scry 2 and creating a food is already like 1/1 and creature enter create a food. Flying vigilance is ridiculous.
I should say leaves. Yeah.
But even though that's still
that's still good. I mean, because that means that if your opponent spends resources to just get rid of it, it becomes a food token.
It still triggers. Yeah, like that in itself is really strong. Like this is an uncommon card, but I think this is one of the stronger cards in the set. Just as a potential like standard card. Obviously, it's good in an airbending deck, but just even in a deck where you want a bunch of little guys, it's just a really quality 1 mana 1/1. And I don't think we have many of those in standard right now. Because the last one got banned.
Standard is not my forte. I'll be honest. Like I'm definitely more like
Commander.
Commander, and like sometimes I'll convince my friends to do like some draft-esque bullshit, but
I'm in the same vein. I mainly play standard through Arena, then that's pretty much it. But even then, I just think it's a very just this card looks like any like I have a Gandalf the White deck, which is basically like a creature storm deck. I want to put this in that deck because it's just about playing a bunch of little 1/1 guys.
So what you're telling me, Dallas, is that Magic the Gathering is not actually Fortnite. It's actually the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
People don't know what that is half the time, unfortunately.
The
flavor because they're too young.
Is actually,
Fort needs to die.
Really, this
design
is really fun because it kind of symbolizes. Oh yeah, like Momo's just not on the episode sometimes. He just leaves. He'll be back. Don't worry about it.
He's just. He's your friend. He's your little buddy because he says creature type ally, but he might steal some food. He might learn something interesting, or he might show up at the last minute to help you out.
So thank you for bringing that up, because that brings up the second mechanic that this exemplifies: ally. Ally is a creature type from a lot of older sets. This is not a new mechanic. I'm pretty sure the only new mechanics are the 4 bendings.
I think it is the bending, yeah.
But ally is a creature type that usually do something when other allies enter. That's the thing. They're allies. They're coming up to fight something big, whether it be in this case it's the Fire Nation. In the original case, it's Cthulhu demons. Spoiler: the original threat to the allies was the Eldrazi. Don't ask how that went.
Poorly.
And eventually, you're like big game players of your allies will be like, oh, do this do this thing for every ally for X's number of allies you control or something like that.
Yeah, this one's much more. The Avatar allies are much more focused on doing something when an ally enters, so they play kind of like a standard creature type, or just having a mass of allies. But that Momo counts for that. Like, if there is an ally deck in standard, Momo would probably be a part of it, just because it's such a good value for a 1/1. Like
so I know Bat was already a creature type, but was Lemur a pre-existing creature type?
No, lemur, I believe, is the new creature type for Avatar because most of the other stuff is already covered. Oh no! Wait, is bison
I'm
new?
looking up right
Bison
now.
might not be new.
No, the only lemurs are Momo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think bison might not be new, but bison might
I
also
doubt
be new.
There's no way that's.
Well, no, because I think ox used to be the. I don't know.
Oh, bison is also new. Only
Yeah,
Appa.
no, I think there's it used to be ox, but uh, but so bison and lemur are the new types, which is fun. Because I mean, the rest of the types are pretty much like. Spoiler: there are a lot of humans in this show.
Yeah.
Humans is a very common creature type.
The other type will probably see a lot
Spirit
of
is
trouble.
also very common, and not new.
Yeah. My game is starting, so goodbye.
Peace.
See you later, man.
But yeah, now let's go to a little more complicated card.
Okay. We'll leave Momo. Great art, by the way. Like
Well,
you said, emboldening the flavor. Like I said, Momo's just here to have fun.
spoiler. We'll get back to Momo.
Okay, we actually resize this a little so it fits. We're doing another saga, so it's another two-sided.
This is a saga, so this is a two-sided card. I'm not going to display all the sagas because I don't think they're all that relevant. So the one I chose is the white one because I think it's the coolest. And I made the lists.
Leave your comments below if you think Dallas is full of shit.
I mean, I don't know if any of these...
Isn't that his
I don't know
natural
if-
state of being?
I don't know if any of these are you quiet. I don't know if any of these are going to be like super relevant in standard, but I think this one is going to be the most relevant in Commander, and we'll get to why.
Well, so to explain something that I think was all in the preamble, they, like we said, they have 4 color themes for each element, and then black is just the evil. So they did 4 sagas, 1 for each avatar, and then we had an extra one that we may or may not discuss later.
This is Yang Chen's. So the thing about sagas and how you can usually evaluate them is I feel like sagas are always better when the first part of the saga is very good, and the first part of this saga is very good. So when the saga enters, starting with you, each player chooses 1 permanent with mana value 3 or greater among permanents your opponents control. Exile those permanents. So in a 1v1, this is just exile target permanent with mana value 3 or greater your opponent controls, which is it's okay. It's decent. I definitely think the backside is better in 1v1. But in Commander, this is a politicking card, and you could remove all 3 things.
And
you could politic with other parts of this card.
Well, 4 things get removed, right?
No, 3. Well, usually 4. I mean, 4 things can be removed, but usually, because if your opponents choose the same thing as you, it doesn't. They can do
Okay.
Yeah. So what can happen?
There's a
is
full stop
you can-
before exile those permanents.
Yeah.
So 1 to 4 things technically get removed.
Yeah, what happens is if the games become arch enemy because one player is a problem, you all can go, hey, let's just all ban 1 card from that guy, or we go, oh well, like, this card's been played and we don't really want to ban this card, so we're always gonna hit the same thing. That's like, I guess the problem on the board, but like we don't want to start the war yet.
Yeah. And this is a really good card because first of all, exile removal is always the best kind of removal.
Mm-hmm.
And it incentivizes like this is politics is an important part of Commander, and
I can
this
see it
card
very well
is
with the
super
second
politics.
step as well. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
We'll get to that as well. But yeah, no, this card is a super politics card, but it's also very good because getting to remove 2 big things on the board for 5 mana is very good on itself. Like anything other than 2 is gravy. So I feel like unless you are the arch enemy, you're always going to get at least 2 things, because someone else is going to want something dead. And like I said, the best way to have these cards be good, these saga cards that need to stick on the board for 3 turns, is to have the first part be good. And I think this is the best first part of these. The second part is you may have target opponent draw 3 cards if you do draw 3 cards. This is a card called Secret Rendezvous. This just exists. It's you and target opponent draw 3 cards. I think it's very good in Commander. It's all right in 1v1.
I do at least like that it's a May, so like.
Yeah,
First of all, that helps with the politicking because you can absolutely be like, oh, none of the 3 of you are gonna help me out. Okay, no cards for anybody. But also, if you're playing it in single and you're like, I really don't want my opponent to draw 3 cards, you can just be like, nah, we'll skip that step. I'm working on the back half.
Yeah. And obviously, you can target the person in last. Like, if someone's really behind on resources, you can just target them. They draw 3 cards, you draw 3 cards. Like, this is a really good card. And then the back side, which is Avatar Yang Chen, it turns into a creature. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this does not say your own turn. Airbend up to 1 target non-land permanent. Exile. When it's exiled, its owner may cast it for 2 rather than its mana cost. This can get really fucky.
Fun part about that, notice that like most airbending cards will say like a card you control, right?
Yeah.
This one just says any card.
No, it's any card other than itself, because if it could target itself, that would be broken.
Well, okay. Like
because spoiler, if you exile if you exile this card with airbending, it flips back over to its front, so you get the exile ability again.
That said, this card, or rather, Avatar Yang Chen herself specifically says that you can airbend up to 1 other target non-land permanent. The airbending part is the exile. While it's exiled, the owner can cast it for 2. The individual cards supply the targeting conditions for what you can airbend.
Yeah.
By the way, philosophically, this is very good because airbending is, the art of, avoidance, sort of a thing. The whole point is that it's, non-confrontational and it's about redirecting energy.
No, I think Yang Chen is sweet. I'm very sad that she is not considered a legendary creature on her front side because I would build her as a commander, but I can't do that.
Oh, is that a requirement?
Can you actually not do that if the back half counts as a legendary?
No, you cannot.
That seems weird considering
they might change
been talking
the rules
about readjusting how some of those things work.
I
guess
they might do that. But I believe this is the first time that a saga will flip into a legendary creature. So, it'd be cool. I'd like it because I really like Yang Chen and I really like Roku as well. Sadly I cannot. But I will put her in so many commander decks.
The funny thing also is, speaking of that, I do believe that Roku and Yang Chen are some of the avatars that also, like I said, have like novels about them. Obviously, Roku's like a very major character in the show as the previous one, but like, hey, guess what? I'm pretty sure Yang Chen has several novels about
I'll be honest, the only one I don't know is the water one.
Which one is that? Is that Kuruk?
Kuruk. He's the one that's wife got attacked by a Ko.
Yeah. So
right, that guy.
Yeah. I don't think we know a lot about him besides that. But yeah, his wife got her face stolen, and he was very mad about that.
Yeah. Hey, you'll never guess who they chose for the Earthbending avatar. She's problematic.
It's Kyoshi. It's Kyoshi.
Yeah, it's Kyoshi.
I'll say Kyoshi's not that problematic, just because she killed one dictator.
No, it's more the trying to the secret to eternal life thing.
It's fine. What can go wrong with
becoming
never
immortal?
Dying,
Never hurts.
Yang Chen, and I guess Korok, because all he did was like get his heart broken, are definitely the less problematic of the 4 avatars.
I mean, yeah, no, that's fair to Roku, because like his problem was that he was a little bit of a fence sitter. He probably should have just blown up his childhood friend, the dictator.
Yeah, he should have probably killed Fire Hitler. So the next one is spoiler. A lot of the airbending cards relate to the Avatar because Aang is the last airbender.
Well, and also if you're doing only the original, like we said, with Yang Chen, they're kind of cheating because she was in some flashbacks and stuff. If you're only doing the first series and not necessarily doing Korra or other expanded material, guess what? You literally have one Airbender to pick from. They're literally all dead.
There's another. Well, he is
Nope.
dead, but there is another one represented.
Oh yeah, because he's in flashbacks, I assume. But
Uh-huh.
in the Showtime, they're all dead, so it's not there's not a lot to pick from. By the way, Loth, I'm sure you are also muted because of other things, but you don't have to stay muted just because Dallas told you to shush.
I muted because I was eating.
Yeah, I figured. But I also wanted
enough.
to bring up the joke because literally you showed up, you cracked a joke at Dallas's expense, he went quiet you, and then you've been muted eating.
Yeah.
I
I
want
want
to
to
let
be
the
clear.
people
I
know.
did not do that.
Oh my god, sorry. I just remembered this guy's name, and I hate.
You hate the brain rot?
quote-unquote- I hate the brain rot.
We'll get
Well,
there.
we'll worry about that later. Anyway, enter the Avatar state.
Yeah. So I believe that is Roku, Kiyoshi, and Kuruk behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not on screen yet. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's on screen. We should actually. Should
Oh.
we?
My stream is weird.
You might have to catch up and buffer. Are we on? Yeah, we're on
So,
ultra latency, so it should scooch up.
Enter the Avatar state is a pretty simple card of an archetype that has existed a lot of times. It's a 1 mana protection spell, but this one is an instant and lesson. Lesson is another set mechanic. It's just a subtype of instant. Until the end of turn, target creature you control becomes an avatar. In addition to its other types, and gains flying, first strike, lifelink, and hexproof. I really like this card because it's an offensive and defensive option. So
Yeah.
all of these are fairly relevant keywords, maybe. I mean, first strike is probably the least relevant, I would say, on here. But flying is evasion, so if you really need to get over like blockers, you can make your guy fly, and they hit them. Lifelink gains you life, and life is good. It's how you don't die. And hexproof is the main card, the main point, which is if your opponent is targeting something, you can cast this in response, and the targeting fizzles because it can no longer target it.
Quick dumb question, because in addition to the avatar, it gains 4 different effects. Is that related to each of the 4 elemental types they've given? Like,
That might be.
I would assume
guess
they
one
picked
lifelink
4.
or
I
some
guess
shit.
we'll see if they do that.
They're
Yeah, I
all
would assume.
I would say this: they all are. I think they picked 4 because of that reason. But they are all primarily white-related keywords, I would say.
oh,
Like,
okay.
I associate lifelink and first strike primarily with white, and flying, while it is I think is primarily blue in my mind.
I will say this
It
is an
does
interesting.
show up on
You
enough
said
white
earlier. You
cards.
said earlier.
Flying makes sense for white because of Angel.
Angels.
Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, like white's main mechanics,
Yeah.
vigilance, lifelink, flying, first strike in the sense too. Like first strike kind of fits a lot of
First strike and lifelink definitely fit white.
Yeah.
And flying does too. It's just, like I said, and hexproof is that's because that is what this card is for. Like, there's always these kinds of cards. They're usually in green or white, where it's 1 mana protection spells. This is just a very good one because it's also an offensive protection. Like, you can use this offensively, and it can do, because it gives evasion and lifelink.
I could see that.
So,
It could do a
so
lot.
what I was going to say that's very interesting, I didn't catch it, but now that we're talking about it, it makes more sense. You said earlier, Dallas, that also a lot of white cards have to do with, like, the avatar state, and spiritual stuff. That also does fit because we talked about this, I think, with the FF stuff a lot. White can be kind of like a wind thing, air magic, wind stuff, and certainly
The wind
FF did use
crystal.
that occasionally that way. Yeah, wind crystal. But it is also usually like, light, life, and probably some of the spiritual philosophy of Avatar would go in it normally. I mean, the air nomads are, like, probably considered to be the most spiritual of the 4 nations.
So this is definitely a set where white quality is being more focused on, like, the good. Like, white is not always good.
No.
The last,
I mean, we
the
saw
last,
that plenty in
big
Final
bad
Fantasy.
of, the last big bad of Magic was a mono white card.
Also, I want to say we saw that plenty in Final Fantasy. There were lots of guys in like Shinra and other of those type organizations that were at least part, if not all, white. Because as we discussed then, white is also the color of faceless mooks.
Yeah, and the color of order, and order is not necessarily good.
But in the context of Avatar, where
Avatar,
order
it is much more-
usually better because order is a spiritual balance, a harmonious thing.
Well, and I'll say this: I like Avatar a lot, and I'm not saying this to be insulting. It is very black and white with its morality in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, no. I mean that is a flaw that came back in Korra. It's in the original though. It's like I said, it's for children. Like I don't think the writers really had the cultural experience and the depth, nor do they require it to really chew on kind of like what the actual meaning of yin and yang is. And to be fair, they don't usually bother with that. Like I said, there's some stuff in Korra with like the light juice and the dark juice, but like I said, that's later shit.
Yeah.
Wow, entering the Avatar state, getting the juice.
Yeah. And then let's go with Avatar's Wrath. I fucking love this card. This is one of my favorite cards in the set. I'll say that.
So I'm pretty sure Enter the Avatar state is probably the first time he does it when he's in the air temple, but it could be many other times.
Well, I think that's when he's like. I think Avatar's Wrath is when he enters the air temple.
Oh no! The Avatar's Wrath's in the desert when he's super pissed off that some guys stole his bison.
Oh,
right.
Sandbenders.
And Katara has to calm him down because he's gonna fucking kill those guys. Not that they don't just
Sorry, I'm just
they
picturing
live in
the
a
other
desert.
avatars putting their hand on Aang's shoulder like, Aang, we're gonna have to kill these guys.
Well, you joke, but that is how that went. Literally, he tried to commune with all his past life, and all of them are like, "You gotta kill this guy, Aang." And Aang's like, "I really don't want to, though." Kyoshi's Kyoshi is just
that.
like, if I had a gun, I would have. Anyway.
But yeah, this card is
Avatar
pretty
Wrath.
decent. Like, I don't know if, or sorry, Enter the Avatar state's decent.
Yeah.
I just think it's the best one of these I've seen in a while, so I wanted to spotlight it.
But so
Avatar's Wrath, however, is this is a card. So
This is a really funny like double
Board-
like
It's almost a board wipe.
yeah, that's like it's a half board wipe like it's
well,
not
we'll talk
stacked.
about it.
I like
No,
it's a
it's not.
floodgate. Yeah.
Also, Magic players are no longer allowed to use that word because they've forgotten what it means. I just refuse to acknowledge that anymore. Stacks doesn't exist because if you can't use the word properly, you can't use it anymore. You've lost your privileges.
I don't actually understand anything about the stacking. All right, so this is a sorcery that
Don't worry,
costs
Magic
4,
players
2 of
don't
which will be
either.
white. You choose up to 1 target creatures, airbend all other creatures, and then also until your next turn, your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hand. Exile this card.
Yeah.
So yeah, it
So this
is
a
in
board
fact
wipe.
kind of a board wipe. Everybody else has to go home.
Yeah, and this card is very unique because it's kind of. This card is better the higher power game you are playing.
Yeah.
This card is like I could see this card seeing play in Legacy and Vintage formats as well as CEDH, but not Casual, Commander, or Standard, because the more a single turn matters, the better this is, because this is a board wipe that does not let your opponent rebuild.
I have one question, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure I know the answer, but I want to ask just as someone who's still getting used to the concept.
Sure.
tokens getting exiled, it doesn't fucking matter. They're just gone, right? It like even if they're
Yeah, no,
open-
tokens poof.
Okay.
Yeah, so
But the
detonates
reason this card
tokens.
is very good is a lot of decks can rebuild after a board wipe, but with this card, there are very, very few cards that bring things back from exile. Very few. Like, I think
And
there's like
obviously, you can recast them because it's airbending, but that means that you have to spend the mana to
but
get
you
them
have
back.
to wait a turn.
Yeah, and you can't do it right away.
That's the thing.
And,
This guarantees you a turn without any of the things you were just dealing with.
yeah, because like the phrasing of it being that like because
Yeah.
there's a big difference of playing and casting. It's
Yeah.
the same. It's
And that's
all the
really
fun
important for,
phrasing.
like I said, this is a card I can see finding a home in higher power formats, but not lower powered ones. Because in lower powered, you might as well use something that blows everything up. Because its tempo is not as important. Like, getting a turn is not going to be the decision between a game win and game loss. Whereas this card, if you lock your opponents out of their resources for a turn, that can win you the game in certain formats.
Because like I'm just trying to think now of like
Like I said,
what
this is a card that's paradoxically better in the higher power you are playing, the better this card is.
No, I understand this. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh would basically have the same thing. This is like if you're playing casual, you don't bother playing cards like Dark Ruler no more because you're like, who cares if I negate the whole board? Like, I'm not gonna, push for game anyway. But there are certain cards you play in competitive matchups that's like, no, I need to be able to have a response to this. And, that's like, is the Max C problem in Master Duel. It's like, well, we have to play 2 Max C because if I play it, my opponent might just not play their entire turn. Or they're gonna give me a shitload of cards, Whereas if, genuinely, if you're playing lower powered, you don't need Max C because, how many times is your opponent going to special summon anyway?
Yeah. Like, I think this card is fine. Like, I don't think it's quite like those cards because it's fine in lower power formats.
Yeah, I don't think this is
But
right
it's
or
comparable to the it's comparable to all other board wipes essentially.
You give them the option to maybe it can do something against psychology. Be like, you give them the option to bring something back, but then they have to spend resources to bring them back.
Yeah. No, it's a very good card, and I like it because I like removal. People need to play removal more.
Story of my fucking life. I mean, that's literally a story of my life. Listen, there's a reason why in Dragon Maid, the deck I have been playing relatively recent Master Duel, I play Chaos Star Source Dragon, which is just, at least one lighter dark dragon and then another dragon. But when you fusion summon it, you get to pop up to two based on how many light and dark monsters you use, and it's just like
I'll say this, Omega, and this is a compliment to Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have this weird thing Magic does where some people just want to sit around and play solitaire with each other and get whiny whenever someone removes something.
Oh my god, no, Yu-Gi-Oh's the opposite. We whine when people play long solitaire turns. We're like, oh my god, this guy, what are you doing, man?
And I
Fuck
wish
it,
I
go
could
next.
inject the Magic community with that attitude. It'd be so nice. But regardless,
generally non-interactive solitaire games in Yu-Gi-Oh are seen as a negative. It's like it's that thing. Loth will get this immediately, I know, and some of you might. When you load up against the branded guy and you don't ash the branded fusion, and you're just like, oh my god, this guy's gonna be playing for 10 minutes. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know what's painful for me in Arena? The people who play the most solitaire are the blue players who play all the counter spells.
But counter spells are removal.
Well,
no.
It's the fact that their loop isn't, their solitaire isn't at the start. It's always at the end of not being allowed to play anyways. So it's like,
I'm fine with that.
Like,
if you're gonna play protection for your stuff, that's fine. Just don't bitch at me when you don't have an answer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think these are different people, but no, I totally understand what Krishan's saying. That's you are playing against the guy who is it's the the Yu-Gi-Oh player dedicated blind second deck where you're just like, okay, I have 20 hand traps and board breakers and negation. I'm going to stop you from doing anything on your turn, and then I've made a large dragon. You're dead. You can't interact with this guy.
The problem with the blue player one is that they are the ones whose endless solitaire is turn skip or take control of player.
Look, guys, can a blue player just cast Grape Shot for 5,000?
Yeah,
Come
I'm
on.
fine with it.
Hold on, I'm preparing the crucifixes now.
I mean, I am primarily a blue-black player, so I see no problems here.
I am fine with blue black
my
as long as
man,
I don't.
Dallas.
I get the chance to try something. I don't mind the counter
Actually,
spell as long as I get to.
I-
I can. It depends on what turn it is.
Honestly, to praise Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, that is a board state that the TCG at least has been deliberately trying to get away from for like a couple of years of just the like, my board has 8 negates and 10 points of interaction. You cannot do anything, and we've started to realize, wait, that's really boring. If every end board is format Apo backed up by Barone, with 2 counter traps, etc. Like, it's not cool when you do your whole setup turn and then your opponent can't do shit and they just have to go, okay, cool, go next. Anyway, Monk, yeah. So,
I'm gonna murder you.
good luck. I'm behind 10,000 skeletons.
Also known as that dead guy in the first season.
No, you hear that cough, Omega? That's me preparing to go into the spirit realm to fly over to you. I'm gonna get you.
But no, Mangyatso is I love this card. It's hilarious. So what this does, this is not standard legal, by the way.
No, I see he's
I'm
got a
not
different
gonna
little icon.
Put a lot of these in because they're not yeah. It's all the spells. Is how many spells are you playing? Yes.
Yeah,
but no,
that's why I love Izzet. It's why I love the Izzet combo because it's just I'm gonna play a turn that sure it might go 10 minutes, but I'm gonna do a bunch of funny shit. I'm just gonna do funny shit here. I'm not trying to win.
But Mangyatso is whenever another creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability, you may airbend that creature.
Just do it.
Whoop.
Just fizzle.
So basically, this is Omni protection. So you have to remove Mangyatso first. I mean, obviously, board wipes get around it, but what's new? They get around all targeting
non-targeting
protection.
is fine, but this
this
is so
targeting
funny.
protection. And I love it because it's just, and also if you're building a Blink or ETB focus decks, it's a double benefit because you get to reuse your ETBs. Because this does not say target of your opponent's abilities; it is targets of a spell or ability. So you can trigger this shit yourself. So it's
Well, and also I want to
piece
say
and
it is
a protection
also
piece.
it's a form of interruption because if your opponent targets their own things, you can be like, no, you don't get to do that. I moved your guy out of the way.
No. It has to be creature you control. It's only creatures.
Oh, it is a you control. Okay, so it's just dodging yourself.
Yeah.
All right. It'd be funny
But
if it was
if
the
you
other
can
way.
give this motherfucker flash somehow, it's also hilarious. Because you could just be like, surprise, my entire board is protected. I love him.
Get shit
He's
on.
hilarious. Obviously this is commander focused, so it's not going to see it. I don't think this will see any play in vintage or any. I don't know. Vintage is weird. There's always one card in one set sometime that's like, oh yeah, this is broken in vintage now somehow. I don't think it's going to be Mangyatso, but it could be. I'm going to try and keep this one card per character, but unfortunately there's a character that is so powerful in Avatar, apparently. I need to talk about 2 cards of his, because they're both possibly standard relevance and have standard decks being theory crafted around them.
Yippee.
So here's Momo again.
Perfect. Discord lagged out a little bit. It lined up very well to when I put up the second Momo. Yes. So we've been provided with two Momos.
2 Momos. So
This one's
this
friendly
is
flyer.
a Momo friendly flyer. He is a 1/1 flyer for one. No vigilance this time, but the first non-lemur creature spell with flying you cast during each of your turns costs 1 mana less.
Which is just
So
any
this is
non-Momo card.
This is it. Yes, any non-Momo flying card. And also, I think every Momo is 1 mana, so it wouldn't do anything anyway.
I think there was a
There might be a 2-mana Momo. There might be a 3-cost Momo. I don't know. And then whenever another creature you control with flying enters, Momo gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is
It's
ridiculous.
that white strategy.
Like, this is absolutely dumb on this is the first ever, I believe, 1 mana cost reducer. I believe ever. Or at least one that's this broad.
It's so broad and he's so cheap.
It's so dumb. Like, this card
Yeah,
might
like,
create
obviously
a
it's-
standard deck.
It's only the first one, you cast, but still, that's
But
very important considering you
The
can
thing
put
is-
this on the board
thing
on
is,
turn 1.
because this is such a cheap card, it gives you the advantage in the part of the game that is the best time to get the advantage.
Yeah.
I genuinely want to build a flying aggro deck in Standard now because I think
is
this makes it
dragon
viable.
support.
Also, hey, you want to know a tribe that is in Standard right now? Because of a set called Bloomburrow? Fucking bats!
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I've in
Yeah.
fact got one gotcha for you and one other funny one.
What's up?
Card from Ixalan apparently, or well, there are 2 pre-Avatar 1-drop cards. One is actually matters and one is funny. A Goblin Maskmaker, which is face-down spell cards, cost 1 less to cast. It's a 1-drop fire.
Okay.
And Kinjali's Caller, which is from Ixalan. It's a 1-drop white. Dinosaur spells cost 1 less to cast.
Okay. Well, the dinosaur one is less impactful because dinosaurs are expensive as shit.
Yeah.
But the face down one is actually kind of relevant because.
Yeah, it's funny.
Uh,
There's also
does
one
stuff
other
with
Avatar
morph.
card.
Oh, right, yeah. But still, like having a cost reducer that is this broad, I want to break out my old bat standard deck I have and see if this will make it better. Like, because spoiler, black-white is the color of bats.
Yeah.
makes sense.
Now this is then we go on to book 1, Water. We got to talk about the obviously the most important, most relevant, and most powerful card in all of Avatar.
Okay.
This guy has to be a most important character, and he's definitely not just in one episode.
Dallas has done this trick exactly once already, and I'm already.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
No,
Okay.
It's called Owlvatar: The Last Airbender, right?
I mean, to be
Oh.
fair, this guy is supposed to be pretty, like, not to get into power scaling arguments in Avatar, but this guy is a spirit who should be pretty strong because he is the spirit of knowledge who collects all knowledge ever in his secret library.
In terms
I
of the setting
remember
of
this
size,
episode.
this guy is a big fucking deal.
Well, he should be because this is the most expensive card in the entire set. And I opened 3 of them on pre-release weekend because I'm a
Nice.
fucking baller.
People are gonna kill you, is what I'm hearing.
It's a $70 card.
Nah, Dallas has already made his money moves, I'm sure.
Chicken Moon. No, I can't sell them yet because it's not out yet.
Right, not street date. You're right.
I will be making my money moves on Saturday.
Hey, Washington Librarian X Water. This is, by the way, it's funny we talked about water and blue. I'm pretty sure this is from the Book of Earth because it was the desert. But this is also a classic
It's from the
example
Book
of what
Water.
blue
It's from the
creatures
Book of
is.
Water. It's from season 1 because I remember it.
Is it from season 1? Shit, I don't know. It was later.
Is it? Isn't it?
No,
No.
it's season 2.
Yeah, because Toph.
This is
Okay.
what they go to the library and then Appa gets
They
kidnapped.
They have Toph with them, so it has to be season 2.
Okay, maybe I did see season 2 then.
Here's the thing, Dallas. The seasons are probably longer than you're thinking about because this is when we were still making TV for syndication and not for binge watching on Netflix.
Right.
But yeah, so this is, however, a creature that, as the bird spirit librarian, fits the mold of blue pretty well.
Yeah.
All right, so he's
Bird
got
is
Flash,
like
he's got Flash, he's got
blue and
Vigilance.
white are birds.
Well, he's also, he's the knowledge bird, librarian.
Oh yeah, knowledge is blue.
Flash, flying, vigilance. That's one pretty good. When Washitong answers, put X11 counters on him, then draw half X cards rounded down.
Okay,
Whenever
that's
your
not the best-
opponent
that's
uses
not
the
best
fucking
ability.
library, put a 1/1 counter on Washitong and draw a card.
Yeah. Okay, so
no,
let's talk
Dal-
about the
Dal-
second.
Dal-
Let's
Dal-
talk about the
Dallas.
second part.
Dallas, I need you, before we go anywhere, I need you to explain. So, is X minimum 1 or can it be 0?
No, X can be 0.
Okay, alright, cool, great. This guy is Flash.
Yeah, no, he has flash. This card
This
is.
guy is Flash and you
also,
can cast
hey,
it for 2.
Do you know there are lands that have to search your library for other lands that are played in like every deck in
Yeah.
high power
Fetch
formats?
lands. Yeah, fetch lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this card is bonker. There's a reason this card is $70. Like, this is another card similar to Avatar's Wrath that, like, in casual formats, it's good. Like, it'll draw you a couple cards.
Who do you
But in
like
high
searching?
power formats, oh my lord, this card is broken. This card can draw you, like, because there's no once per turn on that either.
Nope.
There's no once per turn on anything on this card. This card is
this
not
is-
interested in fairness or balance.
This is one of those cards that it's like certain. I mean, it is very much like the Maxi challenge, right? It's like one of those things in Yu-Gi-Oh where you're like, "Hey, buddy, can you stop yourself from searching your library?" And most of the answer is, "No, of course I can't stop myself from searching my fucking library."
I don't think this card is quite as good as Maxi is to Yu-Gi-Oh.
No. I mean,
Because-
it's a better. Honestly, it's a much better version of Appropriate, but that is the
Yeah.
in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's the Appropriate Exodia
No.
combo. Appropriate's a continuous trap, by the way, if you forgot what it does, which says you can only activate this card when your opponent draws a card, I think, outside of their draw step. Every time your opponent draws a card, draw 2 outside of their draw step.
Yeah, no, people are already theorizing this card will be a staple in Commander and possibly see play in Legacy and Vintage. Once again, this is not really a standard card because, like, there are no fetch lands in Standard right now. If there were fetch lands in Standard, it would see Standard play.
Yeah.
People say this all the time. Sometimes it doesn't work out though. So who the fuck cares?
What?
Oh, yeah. But no, this card
Sorry,
is
that seemed a
insane.
little isolated.
What happened?
Your statement came out, and I'm like, I'm not sure which one that was in response to.
Like, oh, people think this guy is going to be real good. I'm like, no, people have theory crafted that before.
That's true. Cards can flop, but this won't, because there are other cards that are similar to that. This card that already see really a lot of play, and this is better than those cards.
Okay.
Remember how I kept showing examples of like cards from Final Fantasy that were worse than other cards? I can show you cards that are like this card but worse. That like
Yeah,
have a
so
once per
this
turn
is a-
restriction and stuff.
This is an educated guess that this will be good because this does something similar to other
There's a
cards,
card called
but
Archivist
better.
of There's a card called Archivist of Ogma, which is a 2-mana white flash card that has that second effect on it whenever your opponent searches a library, draw a card. But it's a once per turn effect. So, and even if you pay 2 mana to draw 2, that's still insane.
Yeah.
So you literally need this to trigger twice to pay the value for it. And if you're playing Commander, you can always just dump a shit ton of mana in it and draw 5.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't do that in any other formats, though.
You'd have a very big
Generally,
board,
if you have that much mana in Legacy formats, you're just winning the game somehow.
though. You could make a very large board.
Yeah, but like, or you could cast every card in your deck.
True.
Ad nauseum is a stupid card.
Also,
But yeah, no.
I hate to derail it, but
Okay.
I was looking into Wan Tong, finding information he is from the second season. But also I saw something that I don't know how I missed happening. What the fuck do you mean Netflix made an Avatar show? What?
We don't
Action
like
show.
talking about that.
We don't need to talk about
Oh.
that. We don't need to talk about the live
It's
action
alright.
show.
It's very alright.
How have you,
There are
Dallas? How have
contentious
you
parts.
not watched the entire thing and then, but have seen
From
the
what I've heard,
Netflix the live?
from what
Okay.
I've heard, I should say.
I will say this. Yes, they made a live action. I don't actually know if they're getting a second season. It's not super great. It's not like the worst. It's better than the Shyamalan movie.
I mean, yeah,
But
that's-
it's
that's
not
lower
as
to the
much of a
bar.
smash hit as One Piece live action, I think, is the general zone.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Season
sure
3,
that
the
it was
final chapter,
greenlit
final
around the
season,
same
yeah.
time, so I understand what Netflix was thinking, but
This is the way I would put it. It feels like a novelization fanfic of this a series where they got a lot of it right, but they got a lot of it okay, this is there, but that's not what this is supposed to be about.
Funny thing. Apparently, they just finished a production wrap on season 3. And I don't think the season
oh, they
2's not
did
even
get a
out
new
yet.
season. Okay.
Season 2's
Yeah,
not
no,
even out
they-
yet, and I guess they just wrapped filming on season 3.
Interesting.
Well, I mean,
believe
this.
I heard that they
Yeah.
did season 2 and 3 at the same time for One Piece.
I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, I get. Yeah, I get. I actually wait. No, that actually is perfect. I understand. I understand Netflix now. I can see the code. They're trying to stop that thing where they like the show's not giga big and it's bad and people get mad and they cancel it after like one extra season. They're making 2 seasons at once so that you have to keep subscribing to get the 3rd season. You have to stay subbed or else you'll
So-
miss it.
Does Katara eventually become more powerful than Aang?
She outlives him.
But like, can she like just beat the shit out of him? Because that's the only way I can explain this card.
I mean, in the show,
Katara, the fuck are you? What?
in the show,
Dallas cut
Katara
out
is,
there. So
I'm
good.
pretty sure, supposed to be like a once-in-generation talent. Like, she
Okay, good,
masters
'cause
water bending way better than Aang does, because he's a goofus who doesn't like learning.
This card is insanity.
I
Uh,
also will say that I think that
Yes.
it's a final fight spoiler, but I think the way she defeats her final enemy is kind of a better pacifism victory over what Aang does, even though Aang's
Well,
more
yeah,
powerful.
I mean, Aang does do a technique that's more advanced, but yes, you're right. She does some shit with like, so water. Philosophically, right? We talked about this. Air is an element that's associated with like avoidance, evasion, going around your problems, thinking of indirect solutions, kind of a thing, right? Water is the element, I think correctly, of change. The show makes it pretty clear that, like, water is everywhere. Water's in everything. Also, the phase change of water, really fucking weird, man. So, like, waterbenders can shift from vapor to liquid to ice pretty freely. Like, I don't think it's ever been shown as, like, really hard for them to do that. Maybe to go all the way from, like, vapor to ice, etc. But, so water's, like, a really flexible element with a lot of utility, and usually, honestly, no real shame on Aang, but I think the showrunners were still also cutting their teeth. Aang does not actually use the fact that he can bend multiple elements like that much. Like, unless he's going Avatar state and he's just doing, the big 3 wheels of every element. Like, he doesn't
Yeah, he
actually
doesn't
like
really-
do a cool hot cross combo of like earth then air. That's something that like
Yeah,
in the show
even
Korra
his
is
Avatar
actually
state is just sort of like an amalgam of, oh, he's covered himself in air and now water and earth is swirling around him. I'm like, okay, yeah, but like you're not combining anything. You're just, like, it's just
the
this-
best way to say. I
all
think
at
some
once
video
amalgam.
games have actually done this. The best way to describe it, I would say, is that in the original ATLA, Aang is mostly like using the elements almost like a stance system. Like he'll start air and then he'll be like, my airbending's not working. Let me go earth. Hit him with that.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. That's something I do think that they got better about, both as like writing and choreo, is that Korra is much better about openly being like, yeah, no, fuck you. I will, earth in one hand, water in the other kind of shit.
I think it ended up. I think with Atla, it ended up being a design philosophy of not keeping the elements separate, but more so like you said, defining them almost as like they are each sort of a martial art. So it's I can see that like the theory in like producing it of like, oh well,
Yeah.
you can't just like swap forms mid bullshit and suddenly do different things because
Also, yes,
like,
by the way, if you guys don't know, choreographically, each in the Last Airbender, they actually go out of their way to say they actually changed it up in Korra because of culture drift. But in the original Airbender, each bending style is based off a different real-world martial arts. Waterbending is Tai Chi.
Tai Chi is waterbending.
Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure Tai Chi was water.
Airbending is Wing Chun, if I believe.
Yes, I think
so.
that's right. Earthbending
makes
is...
Earthbending is it's Taekwondo.
No, because
Right.
it's no. I do think it might be a T. Is it Hungar?
No,
Firebending's one of the Shaolin styles. Actually, I
I'm
can
gonna
find
look
this
this
out
up
pretty
because
easy.
this is bothering me.
Here we are. Earthbending is Hungar.
Yes, it is Hungar.
Okay.
And firebending is specifically northern Shaolin Kung Fu.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
And they-
Firebending was Kung Fu because
They do switch it up a little because there are like the quote unquote original firebenders like have a slightly different style. I think they go out of their way to choreograph that Toph's style of earthbending is different than the traditional one because she is entirely self-taught.
It looks like airbending. It lists Bagua Chang. I think that's how you say that. I'm not sure.
Bagua
Tiny self.
Bagua Chang.
Yeah.
Huh.
Anyway, Katara's reversal.
Yeah.
So, this card is since a 4 mana instant, counter up to 4 target spells and or abilities, untap up to 4 target artifacts and or creatures.
Yeah, it's a little silly. It's just a little silly.
So like, the counter for target spells is like I'm gonna be honest, it's fucking pointless. You're rarely gonna need to counter more than 2 things at once.
That is
Yeah.
there to be really funny.
Yeah.
That is there for parody.
Yeah.
Untap up to 4 target creatures or artifacts is so stupid.
Yes,
That is a little
quite-
crazy. Yeah.
It's like, so
can go
there's already a card that's fairly similar to this, which is called Rewind, which is counter target spell, untap 4 lands. It also costs 4. This is that, but on crack.
You know, there's a fun little suite of blue cards that cost like they cost 3 mana, do a thing, and then untap that mana you just paid.
Yeah.
It's really funny like that. This one is taking that to like the next
Yeah.
level.
The
of,
fact that it can do artifacts.
Yeah, like
Well, it is because artifacts.
So like untap Gilded Lotus as like a low
Yeah,
ball.
untap all your mana rocks.
Yeah, untap your mana rocks or like
No,
untap your mana
this
rock,
card is.
any random artifact that's accomplishing you game state.
There is no way this card isn't broken with something. I don't know exactly what, but this is one of those cards where I'm like,
Oh, you can untap
Yeah.
one of those artifacts on top of something else.
yeah, this card is insane.
This is a-
Let's talk about Ascension.
This is a Twiddler's best friend. Like this card goes in every single deck ever now.
Did we not grab that correctly?
What's
There
up
we go.
next? Oh right.
Watch Abenda's Ascension.
Hello? Discord, Windows, somebody? Clicked copy image like 4 times? Can we...
Oh, this is our first.
No, I don't think I
Waterbend,
will,
too.
says Discord.
No, we're not doing it. What's the point? There we go. Now it says image copied. I didn't realize
Oh.
Discord could fucking lag on copy image. God.
It does.
They
that.
are heavy
Great.
data.
All right, okay. Let me resize the site so you can see all of it, but it is on screen.
Yeah. So you might notice the issue with like why Waterbend is not a proper mechanic. Technically.
So waterbending is a mechanic, but waterbending is a mechanic in paying for things.
Yeah.
Because the thing with what waterbending is when you do something, you pay for it, the waterbending cost, and you can pay that by tapping artifacts and creatures for 1 each of that cost.
And this is why Katara's reversal untaps artifacts and creatures. In essence,
Yes.
it's like, oh no, this is untapping for more water bending. It's
Yeah.
like, no, I'm untapping 4 mana rocks, dumbass.
So that's really, I will say, thematically, that one's odd. So obviously, tapping creatures is, like, appropriate, but sinisterly so, because, like, that's a thing that Katara learns in later seasons is how to use people's blood, but also how to, like, steal water from plants. You know? Like, literally suck water out of flowers and stuff. So, like, that works, but also that's a little fucked up, Wizards. Artifact is weird, but I guess it's because out of the like 4 types, water is the one where the fact that you need actual bodies of water near you matters the most, down to the fact that, like, Katara carries a water jug on her at all times, so she has a little bit with her, so I guess that's what they're going for. And obviously, I'm pretty sure we talked about this, but earthbending will be related to land, so you're not going to be, like, not going to go that route.
Yeah.
I would also assume it's probably
uh,
artifacts because it is blue.
Well,
Yeah.
it's blue, and also there is an artifact that's just called Bender Skin, which is Katara's water skin, which I think is
Okay.
like probably where the idea originated.
Yeah. I will say I think waterbending is very strong because it's artifacts, but I think it will be the weakest in standard because, well, I don't know. It's hard to get, but this card is insane. The waterbending part is cool, but let's do this. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a quest counter on this enchantment. Then it has 4 more quest counters. Draw a card. So
Indeed.
this is a new version of a very commonly printed card. Enduring Curiosity, Coastal Piracy. There's a couple other ones, but like whenever a creature deals damage, draw a card. First of all, this is the only one that costs 2 mana. All the others are 4 or more mana, but it takes a little bit for it to get on. But in decks where you want to make tiny creatures that hit opponents that can't be blocked, this is such a strong card because playing it down earlier is just very good.
Yeah, seems like a very, very efficient option.
Yeah, I could potentially see a deck come around with like blue aggro somehow, and then you waterbend 4. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. That's a fun ability, but like honestly, it's kind of like just icing on the cake.
Yeah, like the waterbend itself is like a neat mechanic and concept, but because waterbending is more just like a payment cost than a proper hard mechanic with like a keyword to it, it's hard to really judge waterbending as a mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems strong. Anything else about this one?
I love the art.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it's good.
like,
Good art.
Yeah.
Excluding like again like the obvious one that everyone's the obvious shit that everyone's dunking on. The art in this set is
Well,
like very high. I think is high quality across. The
there
board.
are some exceptions. Like I think some of honestly, it's a weird problem with Katara specifically. There are some artists, because Magic is a collaborative art style thing. There are some artists' art styles who make it a little too anime moe for my taste.
I mean, Avatar was definitely anime-esque, but
No, like very moe. Let me see if I can pull up the pic.
I would not think of
very
Katara
good.
as a moe character. Yes.
What, Bending Prodigy or something?
No,
Katara is
Watermaster-
pretty-
water,
also is pretty strong.
waterbending restoration. Like this, a little bit like not my thing.
Oh,
This does literally look like it is a shot from like a whatchamacallit, like a manga adaptation of Avatar.
Yeah,
She does have
but
big
let's talk about
big ugu
the
eyes.
most random card that I think will be good. This is my hot take for the episode.
Okay.
Forecasting fortune teller.
It's the fortune teller lady. She has a name, but Magic didn't use it.
Well, because they don't want this card to be a legendary.
That's fair.
And there's only one named card that isn't legendary that we will definitely talk about later. This is weird.
I Seems kind of basic. You'll need to explain this one to me.
So, she is very basic, but she has 2 mana, 1 and a blue. When this creature enters, create a clue token. It's an artifact with 2, sacrifice, draw a card. This is the first. There's a version of this card that is white and costs less, but having this in blue, which is the artifact color, really to me opens up a lot of options, particularly with blue-red artifacts. I just think this card is going to be a sneaky good card that people like don't immediately consider, but like this is like a vegetables kind of card. Like it's not flashy, it's not really cool, but like I think this card is good.
Also, especially if you're going to be starting to thrust a lot of cards that are just about building like just building out a bunch of artifacts, it is going to be a good general bullshit for like not even just water bending, but like it's just artifacts strategies in
Clue
general.
decks, like this card I think is sneaky good, even if it's like very not flashy. Like I could.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I also really like the Fortune Teller Lady. So.
Well, that was a funny
that
episode.
episode is hilarious.
Yes, it was a good one.
Next one, I kind of just put this as my card to talk about shrines with, because I think it's the best of the shrines in this set.
Shrines.
So shrines is a mechanic from previous sets.
Notice the 2 independent groans of despair.
Yeah,
and by
yeah, I know. I caught that.
Shrines are.
That I mean 2 sets.
Shrines are a
Kamigawa
deck that I
and
need to get
Neon
better at
Menace's
facing.
Kamigawa. Shrines are like a weird enchantment archetype. It's a creature. It's confusing.
Do you remember how we talked about what allies do? Shrines do that, but even better.
Well, I don't know. I think I was going to say shrines do that, but worse. Shrines are very weird. Like
Shrines are very slow, but if they get going, they're very hard to deal with.
If you have no removal for them, they can get out of control very fast, which is why you always run removal.
I think I'm just bad at facing them because I always run out of the removal. Oh, but a little too early. Maybe I just have bad timing.
I just run all the removal.
Yeah.
I do have a deck that is 23 removal spells.
I will say, I understand though that this seems strange, yes, for a magic archetype, because this is an enchantment that has a subtype, which I don't think we saw a lot of previously.
Well, no, we've actually seen it a lot because Sagas is an enchantment subtype.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
This is even more niche than Sagas, I would say.
Sagas at least have a lot of mechanics involved in them, you know, and were pretty easy to follow. So this is just like a normal archetype subtype.
This is refuse from Kamigawa. Kamigawa tried a lot of things, and a lot of them were very bad.
Hey, with Dallas, so if I played an enchantment creature that was a shrine, it would be a shrine creature type, right?
No. Well, there's one card that is a shrine creature type.
For context, chat, before the stream started, Dallas and I had an extended chat about how the summons in Final Fantasy are Saga creatures, but Saga is not a creature type.
Yeah, Saga is not a creature type.
Where the creature types are listed.
But Shrine is even more complicated because there is a single shrine creature.
Which
I
is
think.
Commander,
I can't remember.
Goshintai?
Yeah, I think Goshintai might be a shrine creature.
Well, it's a
He
commander.
might not be, though. I don't remember. Well, no, I just don't know if he is a shrine.
I mean, it's in his name.
Yeah, but that don't mean anything.
I don't know a lot about Japanese, but if he's called the Shintai, he's probably is shrine adjacent. Anyway, Spirit Oasis.
He's the spirit of all shrine. But never mind.
Oh wait,
So-
no. All of the enchantment
blue,
creatures,
two.
their only type is shrine, so I guess shrine has to be a creature type. Because
Okay, shrine
only
is a
get-
creature type. And an enchantment type.
Yeah.
Magic rulings.
I'm in pain. Anyway, legendary enchantment shrine. When the Spirit Oasis enters, draw cards for each shrine you control. Whenever another shrine enters, draw a card.
Yeah.
It's a drawing.
So this is
shrines.
like, if there is a shrine deck in Standard, it will be because of this card. There are 5 shrines, 1 for each color.
What's the black shrine?
This is the best one. I don't think there will be a shrine deck in Standard because there are only 5.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Shrines need a critical mass, and so many shrines are old.
But it'll be very good for shrine decks from time past.
Yep.
Oh, there was one more card I wanted to talk about because I love him. Sorry. I forgot. The last blue card, and then we'll move on to green.
All right.
Blue. The Blue Spirit.
I think actually some Blue Spirit music might be playing right now in my compilation.
I'm building this man as a commander, by the way.
I see the marker.
I'm building totally not Zuko.
This is a little weird that he's pure blue, but I kind of like it.
Well, a lot of the because it's not actually Avatar Commander, it's called like Jumpstart. A lot of them are monocolored.
Yeah, so for reference, I don't know every card in this like quick start set, but there is a suite of 5 cards that are like X Bending Master, which I believe it's Aang's the Airbending Master, Katara Waterbending Master, Toph Earthbending Master, Zuko
And-
Firebending Master,
Yeah.
and Azula is, I think, she's not Firebending Master, she's like Ruthless
He's
Firebending.
Ruthless Firebender.
Yeah, so like Azula is the outlier, but also is in the black color, which is already kind of the like.
But like I said,
Outlier
like, all
among
of these
the
cards are monocolor except for Ozai because he technically has. We'll talk about Ozai later. But regardless, I love this card because you may cast the first creature spell you cast each turn as though it had flash, which means you can cast it as an instant. And then whenever a non-token creature you control enters during combat, draw a card. So this is like a weird combat trick blue deck, which I find fascinating because blue is not necessarily known for that.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Like, I want to put a bunch of first strikers in this so I can just be like, nah, fuck you.
Like you said, if you play blue-white, you can put this in with Monkey Yatso.
Yeah, but I want to build him as his own commander because I think he's cool.
I mean, it's definitely very funny. I said it a little softly, but I did catch that its first creature spell each turn can be cast as though it had flash. So that's
Yup,
each turn,
that's blue, baby.
not
Yup.
just your turn. You can do some very funny things that way.
Yeah. Now we should talk about the other money card, which I also opened one of because I'm fucking gold. You made your mold cub.
I mean, shout out to fucking Wizards and MTG for like the cards that are money are like not what you would expect. I guess we did see some Badger Mole Cubs in the show, but still.
Yeah. So, Badger Mole Cub. Whenever this creature
Badger
enters, Earthbend 1. Both of which are already existing types. Target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that is still a land. Put a 1/1 counter on it. When it dies or is exiled, return it to the battlefield tapped. That is a very important part. Because, spoiler, if you put this on a fetch land and then fetch with the fetch land, you put the fetch land back into play.
Ooh. I mean,
Yeah, no,
so this
so-
Earthbend thing, very cool, very flavorful. You know, literally, you use the land against your enemies. Also, I don't know a lot about Magic. I do know that fucking with lands is usually where you get a lot of problem interactions. So it's just like,
Yeah,
my lands
see,
are creatures.
Those people,
And they come back.
those people, I call those people weak, and I fuck with lands.
You fuck with lands
uh,
heavy.
I don't necessarily do MLD because I think that's boring, but targeted land destruction, oh baby, I play a lot of targeted land destruction.
But do you target even the basic lands?
Generally no. Unless they have like 9 basics and everyone else has 4 lands, then fuck you, I'm blowing up your basics because you have 9 lands.
I mean,
Sorry about
honestly,
that, Stone Cold.
I think the case of negating land is it's much more annoying to basically do. I guess I would say the Magic equivalent of a zombie world and just be like, no, your lands, you thought they were something? Nah, they're swamps now. And you're just like,
We'll get there.
We'll talk about
We'll
that
get
later.
there.
oh
Those-
my
Those
god.
cards exist, but
So
there's
there's one in this set.
I can't believe they've done it.
Bloodmoon is not in this set. You're lying to me.
No, there's one on
No,
this set.
there is a Magus of the Moon in this set.
And it's who you think it is.
It is exactly who you think it would be.
I love that I can hear the pain.
I don't even know that much about Magic, and I know that that's like, oh, why did you do
I
that?
think I think it's a skill issue. I've just been like a couple of games in Arena where I've lost all my land in one turn.
It's a skill issue. Sorry.
Maybe it is just people are overcompensating. Anyway, we were talking about the
We're
Badger
gonna
World
have to
Cup.
kill Dallas.
The second he plays a lot of Magic, okay?
Here's the second part. Whenever you tap a creature for mana, add an additional green.
Grin.
This includes earthbended lands
Yeah.
because they're still lands and creatures.
In fact, it says that they're both.
This card is a very good mana rampy card. That's what it is. It's good mana ramp.
Yeah,
Nothing fancy.
Every land you earthbend is an additional is now an extra green.
Yup. And every mana dork also produces an extra. This is just mana acceleration, which is very good. Like
Sorry, I've just read the
this
first
card
line of
isn't very
text on the next
fancy.
card.
I'm not exactly a huge fan of it, but I can't not bring up the second most sought after card in the set.
No. If you're telling me this card's worth money, I'm like, I understand why. This is like.
Yeah. Like
Chat something if you I don't know why I'm telling
most
chat this
expensive
because
card.
I think everybody who actually watches Fail Portrayal understands Magic the Gathering way better than me. But in case you do not get it, if we somehow have people who are mostly only in it for Yu-Gi-Oh and maybe occasionally like Digimon or Pokemon or something, one thing I have learned is that Magic the Gathering is generally a game of resources and about logistics. So effectively doubling the mana generation of most cards that are, I think actually, some mana dorks might be more than one, but there's at least a decent number of creatures that generate mana that are going to be 1, that's now 2, and also you've got this whole earthbending strategy, which is normally the mana you generate from a land, but now it's also a creature, but now it's +1. So if you're just stepping up the level at which the amount of mana you generate by +1 with this little guy, that's great because everything in your deck is on a curve of mana of like when you can play it, and this changes that math, which is really good. It's really good when you make that math shorter, that you get to your more important cards faster.
Yeah, like this is a card that is very good. It's very boring, but it's very good, so I can't ignore it.
I chuckled earlier
Let's
because
talk about more fun cards.
I read the first line of text on the Earth King, who
Yes.
in the show I don't think they ever actually say his name.
No.
Is the bear a card?
No.
Yes.
Is Bosco
No,
a
there's
card?
also a Bosco card.
There's also a Bosco card. Okay.
Yeah.
That's separate to
Sadly,
the fact that
it's not
when
nearly
the
as interesting or good.
when the Earth King enters, you create a 4/4 green bear token.
So I have no clue if this was within the actual show or not, but he does have a name. I found him on the wiki, and he has a name.
What is his name?
Kue, I believe.
Actually, they might have said
AUEI?
that. They might have said that in an episode. They never, I think, because it makes sense because he's the Earth King. I don't think they ever call him by his name in the show. They may have actually remembered to say his name, or it might have been in follow-up.
Maybe there was a small scene where he said, "Oh, please call me this."
Trivia. First thing on the trivia, because this is Fail Portrayal. We love reading our trivia.
We love trivia.
Kuei's name may be a transliteration variant of the word. It's a Chinese character meaning chief, referencing his position as the Earth King. It may also be a variant of Chinese character meaning puppet, alluding to how, spoilers, Long Feng controlled Kuei's actions from behind the scenes.
This is some I mean, it's appropriate, but this is some Yu-Gi-Oh card name level writing of like, hello, we've hidden a double entendre in a
Yeah.
homophone for a kanji.
You know what? Like, good on them for like finding a name for this guy that like, if it is in the show, incredible. If even if it was added in behind, like back padded in, still crazy to just find out of nowhere. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Earth King is a legendary creature, human noble ally. Which I don't know if that's accurate, but whatever. The ally part.
He is a human noble. He is technically an ally, but we did just discuss that
Ally
he is
usually
also
mean-
a puppet king.
Ally usually means good guy in this set, is what I've
No,
heard.
he is.
He is a good guy.
He's just
He is.
misguided.
You probably did not get to this part of
He's
the
just a bit of
second
a-
season, but he is. Vesper talked about the joke of the puppet. I mean, you should understand this very well, Dallas, with your love of Chinese history.
I think I literally saw the first and second seasons, is what I'm learning.
This guy rules a giant. This guy rules a giant walled city and only learns about the outside world through his minister and right-hand man who runs his secret police.
And that's the secret police are all evil clones, right?
There
For
is
brainwashed
no war
people.
in
They're
Boston.
kind of
say.
clones.
They are
have a
probably
cadre
brainwashed. Yes.
of just people.
We'll
they
get
have
to her
taken
later.
all-
They have
Commitment
sleeper cells and shit like that. No, there's
We'll
stuff
get to
going on.
her later, but
Oh no,
whole
yes,
thing.
they do.
It's the whole
Judy
thing.
that's not their agents. Their actual agents have fucking cool hats and rock hands.
Oh yeah, that's a different card.
Like,
but
I
know, but yes.
we'll get to Judy
No,
later.
no word whether or not his advisor is a scheming eunuch. That was not discussed in a children's TV show.
Is his advisor possibly called Long Feng?
Yes.
Yes.
He's also
Yes,
a card
we
we'll
said that
talk about
earlier.
later.
Okay.
Yippee.
Are we gonna talk
Is he-
about the walls?
wall
No,
of
because
Fame
I
is
think
a
that
really
card is
fucking funny
stupid.
card.
It's
It's a really
very
funny
dumb.
card.
I want to talk.
It's
about
very
it.
dumb.
We'll see.
Fine.
We'll see if we have time at the end for the goofy. Anyway, we talked about the bear token. We didn't
But
get to
the main
next
part of
things.
Earth King is whenever you attack, whenever one or more creatures you control with power 4 or greater, search your library for up to that many basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped and shuffle. This
That
card
seems
is
pretty good.
fucking nuts.
It's pretty good because
He's just a little guy.
he creates a token. I
Yeah,
do
but also green
believe
is
when he
literally
actually
the color of big dudes.
also true. I do believe when he actually gets his shit together in the show and Aang and the gang tell him, "No, dude, your minister's evil and you're being invaded by the Fire Nation. They are literally outside your doorstep." He is like, interesting, yes.
Inside
Let
the
me lead an
walls.
army of woodland creatures. Battle bear.
So he's a
Go.
Disney princess then.
Oh,
Kinda.
absolutely. Yes. No, that fits
yes.
perfectly for the archetype he's
And
got
then
going
The,
on.
the biggest joke about the Earth King is that he has a bear.
It's a normal
And he
bear.
really loves his bear.
Oh yeah, I should probably talk about this card too, because this card
Yeah.
is
Bear's cool.
And then there's
then,
like
uh,
a small sequence of like owl bear, cat bear. No, just bear.
Just bear.
And that's a nice thing. Like he doesn't really show up much in the third book, but it's like, okay, what is he doing? He's decided to run. He and the bear have decided to run around on the world as a peasant just to see what's going on.
hilarious.
It's-
This. He's the Disney princess noble who just goes, fuck it. I guess I just run around now. I got my bear. I'm
Avatar
cool."
is a pretty interesting show because I think it shows the breadth of governance where you've got Fire Lord, very bad. His family and dynasty situation, super evil. Earth King, kind of a putz, but becomes kind of, humble in the end. Water Kingdom, well, the chieftain's daughter becomes the moon. That's pretty self-effacing, I guess. And Boomy is
buddy.
technically an independent monarch of a city-state, but he's just a crazy old guy. Wily one. Crazy.
Yeah,
We'll get to Boomy later too.
it's a kind of like Crusader King styling. If anyone's played that, where like the Earth King is like the emperor, and among the emperor are kings that are under his rule to govern other parts of the nation, because the Earth Nation is so fucking big, guy.
Yeah, they don't do a whole lot of talking about that. I think that becomes a little more relevant in Korra for reasons. But the Earth Nation, the Earth Kingdom, it's called, is like technically a bunch of little provinces that are connected together through one big guy, but are also semi-independent all the time. Like that's why Kyoshi Island stayed independent, was because it was a province on a peninsula, and Kyoshi was like, nah, bye, later.
Yeah, and
Farewell.
like there honestly is interesting, like you don't have time to get into like the geography and geopolitics of Avatar, but it is really fun to dive into of the concept.
The
Where,
Fire
like,
Nation is
basically-
supposed to be, like, I think they were taking, like, vaguely, like, leaning more towards, like, the Japanese side of things, but also the Fire Nation's so fucked that I don't think we actually get a good grasp of what their culture is supposed to be like normally.
I think the closest we get to that is when the flashback of Roku and
Sorry.
his genuine friendship with Sozin.
Yeah.
Because
but,
like
you know, Zuko's underlying thing in the first season, it's all about, you know, his honor, regaining his honor. You know, they have honor duels, the Agni Kai, shit like that. Like, they fulfill their own, but I think they always were supposed to be a fairly centralized
have
government.
This, like pseudo samurai aesthetic to kind of like firebending. I see what you mean. Yeah. You posted this card, and I want to physically attack you, Dallas.
We'll get to that.
look at that.
He's posted
We'll get
so many
there.
reds. He's posted all the reds. We'll talk about that later. We're still in green.
Yeah.
Dallas is
Yeah, we're still in
pre-posting
green.
his stuff, so it's easier to
Jesus
transition.
Christ.
First, the lesson: origin of metal bending. Toph is the strongest earthbender in the world.
Yeah. We'll get to her later. Definite. God, that card.
But
We'll get to
also,
that.
this is
Ah.
when Toph discovers metal bending. That's when she metal bends her way out of a box and declares verbally, "I'm the strongest earthbender in the world."
So, like I said, this is a vegetables card again, but it's very like this is supposed to be a side deck card, but this is kind of main deckable. Like this is almost like this is good enough that I would consider main decking it because it is choose one. It is an instant or lesson. So there are plenty of cards that care about lessons. If you care about lessons, this is a fucking great lesson. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. That's pretty standard for green. And then the other ability is put target 1/1 counter on creature you control against indestructible for end of turn. So like this is like a borderline main deckable card, and I feel like if you have any care about lessons at all, this is automatically going in your deck.
Yeah, if you have lesson synergy, this is great because it is, like you said, it is a meat and potatoes. It is a vegetables card. Like this is a wombo combo of a pretty normal removal trick and a pretty normal protection. It's, you know, you are temporarily indestructible. And also you get a little beefier. But the fact that it's choose one of both, it's an instant, and it is a lesson is like, there's room for incidental synergies here.
Like this is obviously, I love the cards like this in Commander that like give you choices because it lets you prepare for multiple scenarios. So like this, I consider this a Commander staple because it's just very versatile. But I could see this seeing play in Standard in side decks definitely, main decks maybe. It depends how prevalent artifacts or enchantments become. Because spoiler, there was another ban list, so we don't know what anything is anymore.
Yeah, that's one of those things that's out there.
Now let's talk about another just fucking power creep cards. Holy shit. More Ascensions. There's one for every element, but I only wanted to... Like, Airbender Ascension and Firebender Ascension are good, but fucking Earthbender Ascension and Waterbender Ascension are so pushed. So, Earthbender Ascension, which is Toph learning from Badger Moles, because that's how she learned to Earthbend. Because I remember that from the show.
And is, again,
when
why
this is-
her style of Kung Fu she uses is slightly
So-
different.
This is an enchantment, which is when this enchantment enters Earthbend 2, which makes a 2/2 out of a land, and then search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. If that was a card, that would already be a good enough card.
Probably, yeah. It seems pretty good.
Second part, Landfall, which is this triggers whenever a land you control enters. Put a quest counter on this card. When you do, if it has 4 or more quest counters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, and it gains trample. Do you know what word is missing from that sentence? There is no once per turn.
Yeah.
Tell us, Dallas.
Oh God, landfall is so
The funny part of landfall in green.
Is it the strongest mechanic in Magic, arguably?
Yes,
I
because
hate the cards. The
landfall
combo.
Landfall doesn't have to be once per turn by default, and green is designed as the color to play 10 lands a turn. I'm exaggerating.
We talked about the Earth King earlier.
Yeah.
So that would trigger it for every land entering for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this card is
tokens?
just like I said, I think this card is a green staple because ignoring the landfall card, just the Earthbend 2 and search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tap, to me is good enough to play in any green deck.
Yeah, just generally turn one of your lands into well, not a big guy, but into a
Make a
guy.
2/2 plus ramp that's just insane. For 3 mana?
But also, even though it enters tapped, it is a land you control, so you also immediately get to do the landfall and start quest counters like instantly.
Yep.
You immediately get one.
No, this card's nuts.
That seems very good, yes. Which is
so
a little
the next
funny
card is-
because I do want to feel like, while there was some potential there, I do kind of feel like the landfall strat in the Final Fantasy block was, like, not as strong as it could have been.
No.
Like, we talked about that. Some of them seemed kind of good, but they
were
never
very
seemed to quite go
careful with
the
it.
mile.
They decided not to be careful with this set for landfall stuff. I shouldn't say that. The landfall stuff I think is fine. Like, even though this card is very good, I don't think it's overpowered. There's some land stuff in this set that I think is just broken as shit.
Oh, I think we got another one.
And we'll get to that later. So this card is... We can go over this one quickly. Shared Roots. Search your library for a basic land card, put it in the battlefield, tap, shuffle. This is just, hey, they brought Rampant Growth into Standard. This is just Rampant Growth, but a lesson.
It's a lesson card, which
It's going to be good, because Rampant Growth is a good card.
Dallas, what the fuck do lesson cards actually do? I
So,
know it's something
Lesson
about
cards
casting
don't
your
do
sideboard.
inherently, but there are other cards. That's from Strixhaven, and those lessons were bad, so I ignore them. Lesson is just a type, and there are other cards in this set that check lessons and do stuff with lessons. We'll get into some of those later. A lot of them are old people.
Yep.
Hey, well, that was a whole thing in the show.
I'm not
Well,
kidding.
first of all, there's a lot of teachers, but also there's a secret conspiracy of old people.
Is it called the White Lotus?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll
That's
get
what
to
White Lotus
that.
is about.
Uh,
The gang of the cool
what-
old dudes who do stuff.
Here is the sexy prison twink. Haru. I remember this episode.
Haru was great.
Haru was a pretty good episode. Also, I mentioned before that, like, generally we don't complain about how Earthbenders don't have stuff to bend. I think wasn't that the one where they were on the all metal mining rig?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the thing though is that they learned to bend the coal because the coal is still Earth.
Sorry. I need to bring up another card because I need you to understand why this card is so broken. Hold on.
Well, first
Oh,
of all,
God, what
this
is
does
this
something
card
that we did
called?
talk about already, right? Which is that it is an ally himself. He's a human peasant ally who also says whenever another ally you control enters, do a thing, which is Earthbend 1.
Yeah.
So this is one of the cards you've mentioned before, or mentioned a concept that would come up
Yeah.
before.
So this card is an uncommon. But it is. You know what it is? Hey, say it with me. It is not a once per turn.
No, it's just whenever.
Then there's
another
this
ally enters.
card.
Ah, I sense it. I see the problem.
Did you see
chat.
the lines?
I see. Yes.
Uh,
So here's
This
a
is
set
Retreat
made
to
of cloud.
America.
It's a landfall card that says
Yep.
whenever a land enters, create a 1/1 white ally token.
Yeah, and it also is not once per turn. So the idea is there's any fetch land plus this plus Haru is infinite. Infinite ramp plus infinite tokens.
I hate the
Which
one
also,
green
by the
snake.
way, because of the way Earthbend works, you know, like I said, Haru generates. He turns your land into a guy, and also you generated a token. Yeah, no, that's that's something.
Yep. Just wanted to bring him up because it's funny. Now let's talk about fire. I'm the god of health.
Yeah.
Firebending
Dallas.
is whenever a creature attacks, add mana to your mana pool. Fire is all about mana.
Dallas, I don't know what you just said. You became like a computer goblin when
Honestly,
right
Dallas,
as you
about
were
it,
just
about as
rounding
garbled
it
as
up.
the actual line from the song.
Yeah. Hold on. But no.
I'm here to explain to you.
Firebending in this set is all about making mana and casting big things, or pumping dudes with the
Yep.
mana. The first one is a hilarious card. I
another
needed to
lesson.
talk about this because it's one of my favorite cards in the set. This is not a standard card, sadly,
No, it's from the jungle.
but it is Reckless Blaze, which I think is when Aang tried to learn firebending that one time and set Katara on fire.
Yeah, he tries
Yep.
the first time he tries to learn firebending, he burns Katara, and Aang is like, "I'm a monster! Oh my god, how could I do that? How could I hurt somebody?" And
Despite the fact that you literally can murder people with water and never mind, Aang.
Okay,
Sure,
well,
go on.
I do like what they explored with Korra and how terrifying airbending can be.
Yes, no. The air monks lost their fight because they are pacifists. Though I do believe the showrunners did say the reason why there's a shitload of dead Fire Nation soldiers with Monk Gyatso is, oh yeah, no, that was an enclosed space. He just decided to take a bunch of guys out with him and sucked all the air out of the building. That didn't actually
no.
show on screen.
I am on team waterbending is the most terrifying.
I do. Well, I will
Typical
say this:
bending.
airbending, you can suck somebody's air out of their lungs, anytime. Waterbending, you're only supposed to be able to bloodbend, in exceptionally powerful moments, such as, you know,
The full
at
moon?
the height of the full moon. I think there were a
I'm
couple
not
of guys who could do it
I'm just
a
talking
little bit.
about small pressurized water
Well, yeah,
Um,
can
but you
create
got
a fucking laser.
I think it depends. Everything can be terrifying if it can take to the scariest extreme.
I actually
My,
think
my thing
So
about
if we,
like
if we
air is
put
that
it to JoJo standards.
my thing about air is that it's the scary thing of, okay, how much can they affect atmospheric pressure? Because if you go from
Also
high
true.
atmospheric pressure to low atmospheric pressure, you explode.
that's true. But also,
I mean, not literally. I don't think you can get enough air pressure to like crush somebody. If you go for like a vacuum cut, like possibly, but I think actually just like preventing a person from breathing happens sooner than actually causing like explosive
reg-
decompression.
Regardless, for
Yeah.
Reckless Blaze deals 5 damage to each creature, which is cool. It's a mini board wipe, but this isn't actually a board wipe because whenever a creature you control is dealt damage this way dies this turn, add 1 red mana.
Fuck,
So,
token
I
players.
know I mentioned earlier I play blue black a lot. My other favorite color combination is red black, and God does red black love this.
Yeah.
I am going to turn all of my resources into mana and then make a giant fireball and kill you.
Mm.
That is what this card reads to me.
Also, we
love it.
didn't actually show the card, but Dallas did show it earlier. This is the episode where Katara learns how to heal because she dips her own hands in water.
Oh, right,
And,
the shiny card.
So, well, which also, by the way, further does Vesper, you mentioned it earlier, like does add more to like Aang's psychological block about firebending is dumb because Katara literally fixed all damage he did instantly and got better for it because she learned a new power set.
There's also the whole thing about Aang was being warned by the old master about the nature of fire and wasn't listening.
So
Yeah,
so
I mean, good.
I'm honestly fine. I'm fine with it personally because in the grand scheme of Aang's character, he already has his built-in trauma of the Fire Nation of getting to the Air Temple, and I'm like, oh, the Fire Nation killed my entire my entire people.
Yeah.
Oh no, I am
okay.
joking when I say that.
Huh?
Like,
No,
I
it's
get
fine.
why he's traumatized.
Yeah.
Well, and again, when they finally
He's
actually
probably,
do
what,
the
a
fucking
10-year-old boy, like he,
God, fucking
he tries to learn a new thing after being warned, like immediately, and as far as he's concerned in the moment, like terribly scars his best friend. Like, of course he has his full right to have this like full on traumatic.
I mean,
block,
it
but,
even
yeah,
is
no.
that like he in the book about learning firebending, he takes a lot of fucking episodes to start because he's still trying to find a teacher. Spoilers, it's Zuko. Zuko finishes the one of the most telegraphed
really?
heel face turns in TV. It's okay. We took forever to get here,
Dallas, it
including
takes a while.
some fucking
Yeah,
false
but, like,
starts.
I only watched 2 seasons, and even I know it's like, okay, you're a good guy, because like
I think
You
You can
have,
see it
uh,
coming.
well the
He
importance
stumbles
of
along the way, though.
the importance of the stumble is that he succeeds in what his original mission is, and he finds out that's not what he wants in life anymore.
He realizes that actually being
It
the
sucks.
favorite son sucks. His dad sucks, and his sister kind of sucks. And the thing with his sister that sucks is also that his sister doesn't want to be
Damn
a
it.
better person.
I wanted to fucking throw the joke to Axe, but I forgot he's not here.
What were you gonna go for?
No, it is a joke that only Axe would get as part of the aforementioned Pathfinder game I was a part of. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry about it.
All right, we'll keep it in mind. But yeah, no. So like, yes, but Zuko teaches him, but also even Zuko struggles with actually firebending because like he's realized that he's been raised in a system of toxic firebender masculinity, and has to like recenter his whole worldview. So like they do work on that, overcoming that problem. But yeah, also speaking of Zuko and his comeback, hey, it's the last Agni Kai, which did fucking rip.
and I love it.
Let's see, instant.
So this is an
creature.
instant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If the creature the opponent controls is dealt X damage, adds that much red mana.
Also,
Oh,
until
that's
the end of the
right.
turn, you don't lose unspent red mana as you end steps and phases.
Yeet. That part is less important, but this is the ramp spell.
Normally mana leaves the moment you end a main phase. Like you
Yeah.
don't hang on to mana. As you transition from like one phase to the next.
No. The thing about this is it allows it to be both a ramp spell and a combat trick. Normally you couldn't cast a ramp spell as a combat trick because it would empty after the phases. Also, if you trigger any firebending during the combat step that you cast this card, the firebending mana also won't empty. So it's kind of useful for a firebending deck. This card is good in a lot of decks.
Yeah, for tuna mana for an instant where you set up a fight phase and then you can get to keep some extra mana around for shit later. That's pretty good. Not super expensive.
Baseline, it is a removal spell. It's just, there's so many other good things to that. I would say it's the best red instant in the set, but then we have the next one.
Yep.
Which is fucking lightning.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Well,
the-
that's a
the,
redirect lightning.
Lightning. Don't you love lightning bending, Dallas?
Well, yeah. It makes sense, but it technically means it shouldn't be called firebending. It should be called heat bending.
Also not true,
But
not how
whatever.
electricity works, but it's also
Technically,
it's
it should be
fucking
called-
spiritual.
It should be called energy bending, but whatever. We're fine.
That's a different concept. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Uncle Iroh, the wisest person I know,
Learned
said
it from
that
dragons.
No.
lightning is cold-blooded fire. Therefore, also we can talk about it a lot, but that is another thing that is brought up is that firebending is fire because it's magic and it doesn't have to make sense with physics. Dallas is one of the few people I know who's very bad at that. Listen to 60 episodes of Rain. But science and magic don't
Yeah.
have to overlap. But firebending is also sourced from the sun, which is why the solar eclipse is very important, but also means that generally firebenders are shittier at night, and waterbending is tied to the moon. Air and earth bending don't have this problem.
Let's put some artifacts and stuff in here because
Yeah, but so redirect lightning is it's a very famous trick that that's how we show in the second season that Azula is way more dangerous than Zhao, etc. Is she can shoot fucking lightning bolts because she is a sociopath.
Yeah.
Now I
And
have a
Zuko
question.
is very bad at it.
I have a question on our firebending adjacent bullshit. The Triclops guy, is that fire? That's firebending, right?
Yes,
Technically?
they call it combustion bending. I don't think it's actually like it's never really a firm discipline.
Man.
They do
Sparky
bring back
Man.
another character. She has the same tattoo and does the same style in Korra, but she can also normal firebend. I believe the idea is just that guy is like technically like bad at firebending. He just does all of his firebending centered right on the chakra in the center of his forehead, so he like
it is a form of telekinetic firebending.
yeah, he does not gesture, he just focuses his chi out of that chakra point, and it means he can make things explode for some reason. Why? I don't know, it's cool.
He's Sparky Boom Boom Man.
Yeah, this is a fun little trick because also like
Yeah.
that first line of
Instant
text,
lesson.
you're never paying the tube. You're just never paying the tube.
No, you can occasionally, but the point is you don't have to.
Yeah, like you don't have to, so you're probably gonna pay the 5.
Yep.
Like this is just good. It's changing the target of spell or ability with a single target. Like,
Whoop.
this is already one of the more expensive cards in the set. Like, obviously, it's nowhere near the level of Wan Chi Tong and Badgermole Cup, but it is still like a $10 rare, which is like good.
It being just like a in theory a 1 red mana like not
Yeah.
like just an interrupt trick. It's not a counter. It's a funny like interrupt play that can
It's
hit
You
protection.
thought you were blasting me? No.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
blasting
protection
you.
spell.
yeah protection.
like-
yeah.
Red is low key. Like, a lot of people associate protection with white, which is fair because it is. But I would say this color that low key has the second most amount of protection spells is red because it has all of these like change target spells.
Isn't red's like a specialized commander spell deflecting SWAT, which is just like
Yup.
change target of a card to a
Which is
different
the
card?
only deflecting SWAT is the only change target card I would say is better than this. I would firmly say this is the second best change target spell.
Yeah.
Because deflecting SWAT is the same text, except it is 2 mana and is free if you have your commander out.
Yeah, like there's Magic loves doing a 5-color suite of
I
like
hate those cards, by the way. I think they should all be banned. Because I hate cards that just...
What? You don't what Dallas? Are you gonna say we have to ban greens, which is just a fucking fog? Are you being serious?
I mean, realistically, just to be fair, we probably should, but there are only 3 we need to... The only 3 you need to ban are the blue, black, and red ones.
It's the one that's not a game changer. Anyways, Redirect Lightning's a fun card.
Fun concept, yeah.
A Firebending Student's a really... do we have the other arts of Firebending Student?
Is there other arts?
There's 3 different arts of Firebending Student.
I did not know that.
Let me pull. 'em up.
Firebending student, by the way, human monk. We've got a quote from Iroh that firebending is the element of power.
I just have the Azula one because I assume that's Azula.
I think that's just generic.
It seems
Are we
generic.
sure?
This could have been a flashback,
It's-
but also
Isn't
Look,
Zuko in the background?
It is.
No.
It is very much.
That's another
not,
girl.
As I will pull up the art.
Oh, I'm very bad at this.
It is just a different.
yeah,
character.
Dallas
It is
needs
a
to
unique
get his
character.
glasses. This is probably from the phase when
don't
Aang
have
tried to attend a firebending school, where we get the legend of
I didn't
Wang
see that
Fire. Yeah, that was the next
Here
season.
are all the arts of firebending. Student.
And I think that when Zuko and Azula were learning, they would have had private tutors and just still had a more regal uniform.
I will say
I
the
would've assumed that-
backdrop to
I
this
assumed because-
definitely.
Maybe I just assumed because the flavor text was Iroh. So I was just
Yeah,
like,
no,
oh.
that's just Iroh talking about firebending. That doesn't have anything to do with firebending student.
Yeah. So these are all the same card being pulled up, but this card has a suite of 3 different arts that essentially just like it's it's like it shows the literal like the 3 different stages of this generic firebending student.
Yeah, and also slightly the 3 different stages of her fucking costume design.
Yeah.
I will say it is funny though to talk about like you've got the different costuming, but which should technically be the middle slot, and it is going to bother me if I don't move them around. But the stage of the kicks, I'm gonna have transparent white on. But sorry, don't know how Paint decided to do that. Put a big white square in there. But the backdrop of that again is going back to the I always thought that the Fire Nation was supposed to be vaguely Japanese. That is a very Japanese-inspired style architecture with that style of squared, smooth, walls into the roof with the framing. It also exists in other Asian cultures, but it's very, very classically Japanese style. But then also she's her costuming, I think in the third one is almost Indian.
I mean,
Interesting.
Maybe Southeast Asian.
It could be a few others. Yeah.
I think Southeast Asian was a kind of general vibe, and honestly, okay, we don't have to talk about. We don't have to actually we're not gonna fully get into the live action movie, but I do actually genuinely think the concept of making the Firebending Nation Indian is pretty cool. Personal, I it's independent of this movie just doing its own fucking thing. It's not trying to be. It didn't want to be the actual show. Making a decision to reflavor the Firebending Nation as Indian, I think is a neat concept. That's all I have to say about it. We don't have to.
Sorry, I'm just now thinking of fucking
So-
Bollywood style Zuko adventures.
Firebending
Be
student is
If
two
that was
mana.
a live action Bollywood
1,
movie,
2.
I would fucking watch that.
Chia is do human monk prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature, get 1/1. It's a thing that we've seen on some fire stuff.
Is it especially? You're
Well,
just gonna cast a billion.
So,
And then,
so
funnily
this
enough,
is the
Firebending X, where X is this creature's power.
yeah. So this is the card people have been considering standard, because mono red is a deck, and it does this essentially, where it takes tiny creatures and uses spells in combat to pump them up and hit you for lots. So a lot of people have been theory crafting with this card. I don't know. It might be good. It might not be. It's kind of a coin flip.
I find it's an interesting subset of because the creature has prowess because it's a monk. Monks in Magic tend to have prowess. It's just kind of a it's a weird ability tied to the creature type kind of thing. And firebending, I think, is a really interesting mechanic in general.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm a big fan of it.
Firebending is definitely the one that I am the most intrigued by. I don't know if it's good. I still haven't come to that conclusion yet of if it's good or bad, but
The main way that
it's definitely interesting.
the main way that I've been trying to mess around and build it out is with a specific commander. Like I forget if I mentioned this on stream or off stream. There's a tricolor Azula that has an ability of casting a spell in combat, doubles it basically. Which is kind of what firebending lends to. So I think it's the idea of giving red a lot of combat play, but because it doesn't.
You were
because it
rewarded
loses
for
as it plays
combat.
in, you'll have it in post combat too for playing off of your combat step.
I do like the theme of rewarding for combat, so it's like
Yeah.
it's thematic.
It incentivizes an offensive style, which fits with Firebend.
I prefer this to a Vivi.
All right,
mean-
Sozin's Comet.
Yeah.
Sozin's comment is really
Sozin's Comet is stupid and hilarious, and I love it. This
So,
is epitome of big dumb spells that may not be good, but I love it.
It is a big dumb spell, so this costs 5 total mana, 2 of which has to be red. It's a sorcery that says each creature you
Well-
control gets Firebending 5 until the end of turn. But then also,
And
it
has
is Foretell.
You may pay during your turn. You may pay 2 generic mana and exile this card, and then cast it on a later turn for its Foretell cost.
Which is
So
only
you can pay in
3
installments
mana total.
essentially.
Yeah.
which I think is really rad. It's like, oh no, like we know the comet's coming, guys. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
they set up that
No,
Sozin's
you
Comet is
don't.
coming
You
in
do-
what?
you
In
do
fucking
not know
season 1?
what's coming. You do not know what's coming because you exile it face down.
Well, yeah,
So
but
it
like,
could be
like,
any Foretell card.
Well, yeah, but if you're playing an Avatar set and they foretell, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that is true. If you are playing at the pre-release, this is the only card with Foretell, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that card gets foretell, you stare at it.
And then, and I do want to once again bringing up, by the way, that reminding
What do
you
I do
that,
here?
that magic is not science. Also, firebenders get stronger with a comet. Why? Don't ask questions.
Don't worry about it.
It's because it's all in their head. It's purely psychosomatic. It's not real. They think it's a fireball, even though we all know that in real life, comets are made of ice.
So,
Actually,
something-
waterbenders
you've
should
been
get stronger with
watching,
comets.
You've been watching the Nikolai stuff, right?
Yeah, the
So
X-Men
do you
evolution
know
stuff.
the whole Cyclops has ruby glass to block his concussive laser blast?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Do you know that actually
But the
doesn't do
punch
anything?
dimension?
I'd be
Ruby glass
surprised.
Oh,
doesn't
so
block
is it-
concussive blast. It's completely psychosomatic because he has brain trauma. Because he
That's
fell
fair,
out of a
that's fair.
plane as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, he bumped his head. Yeah, yeah.
But
I mean, yes.
he thinks that ruby glass works, therefore it does.
I mean, are we sure that Charles didn't just go in his brain and tell him that?
No, we're also not sure about that. That is definitely something Xavier
I mean,
would
I'll
do.
say I was
That's not
spoiled by
something
getting
comics Xavier would do.
I was spoiled by getting into X-Men through stuff like Evolution and the movies where Charles is a much
Xavier was a good
nicer
person.
guy. In the
Yeah.
comics, that guy is really not helping his case about our mutants a hazard when he's just casually like, "Oh yeah, I'm invading your brain." No, I've actually invaded all your brains. Actually, right now, I see what you're thinking. It's very bad.
I have to brain my wipe myself because I'm attracted to this 13-year-old girl.
Charles.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sozin's comment.
Yep. I don't know if this is good. It's just very funny and very big and very dumb.
I mean, it
I don't
seems
like it.
a little bit like a win more card, but because it's got
This is
foretell, you
definitely
can
a
set it
commander
up.
card. This is definitely a commander card.
Yeah.
100%.
You can set it up
it's
and
good in
definitely,
commander, it's
like-
good in commander.
I mean, I guess I would question, so how does Gain's Firebending 5 work in a greater context of if you already have Firebending, is it additive or does it replace it?
I think it's replaced.
It's
Okay.
replaced.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So,
But-
like,
but even
there may
then,
be a case of diminishing returns, but if you're just playing a generic red
But
creature
I feel
deck...
like this is better in like any deck that has red and lots of creature tokens.
Yeah, like, 'cause it just-
Ideally, this would be amazing in like either Gruul or
Boros or Mardu.
Boros. Yeah.
I'm
being
thinking Boros or
green-white.
Mardu, which
Yeah.
Boros is red white and Mardu is red white black. Both of them have lots of decks that involve creatures and attacking.
And I do like the concept of this card as, like, understanding that, okay, well, so normally in Magic, right, we add new keywords, blah, 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 so you're not going to get a lot of backporting. Well, hey, guess what? We've backported the keyword. Fuck it. Everybody's firebending, Like, they figured out a way to make it apply to previous sets. Anyway, let's talk about the Moonslayer.
King.
Fucking dumb.
You're dying.
I mean, he
Dallas.
actually also in the show says, Zhao Moonslayer. I like, by the way, it's canon. This guy's ghost shows up in Korra, lost in the fog of the spirit world where people get lost forever. He's stuck in hell.
Yeah.
The Avatar doesn't actually have hell. They found room to put him in hell.
To be fair, honestly, other than like Azula and Ozai, he probably is the most evil. Oh, and that one crazy lady. He probably is the most evil character in the show.
Hey, wait, Dallas, I'm sorry, I have a question. Why are you posting a mono black card in the multicolored section?
We're not. No, I will hit you. That really is not a
I
thing.
am not getting involved in this argument.
We'll get to it when we get to it.
Exactly what they're doing.
We'll get to it when we get to it.
Wizard is reconfiguring some stuff with the way multicolored mana works.
Hybrid mana, specifically. So,
Yeah, hybrid mana
Hybrid.
specific, I should say.
So
Yes,
let's
the-
have
the-
Zhao though, because I actually do think
Yeah.
Zhao is a very good card.
I mean, the real question to ask Vesper would be: did Dallas mean to put a colorless sword in the middle of what was otherwise black?
Yes, I did actually do, because
Okay, that's
I
fair.
do want to talk about two colorless cards. I can't find the other one, so I'm going to look for it.
It's just one of those
but-
funny things of like it's like black, black, black sword. Okay, and we're back. But yeah, Zhao.
What's happened in the Fire Nation book?
Zhao the Moonslayer, human soldier, menace, which if I remember correctly is you have to block him if able.
Wait,
Oh,
no,
two
you have to block
creatures.
him. You can only block him with 2 or more creatures.
Block with 2 more creatures. Okay. Non-basic lands enter tapped.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
the
so-
normal floodgate effect right there.
That's the normal floodgate. Second
seven.
part is pay 7. He becomes Blood Moon, or
a
technically Magus of the Moon because he's a creature.
Put a Conqueror token on, or Conqueror counter on Zhao. So long as Zhao has his Conqueror counter, all or non-basic lands are mountains.
Okay. So we can talk about this card in 2 parts. First of all, the fact that they printed another card with this ability is objectively funny. This is an ability of a card called Blood Moon, which is non-basic lands or mountains. It's a 2-mana enchantment. It's very good. But
Also, however,
The
very unpopular
better-
because it's good. Because it's annoying.
well, it's only unpopular in Commander because Commander players are kind of more. I don't want to be insulting. They're more casual than other Magic players. Like in 60
It's
cards,
a more
formats,
casual
you
format.
deal with it. You deal with the Blood Moon and you like it. But I actually think this card is good without the Blood Moon ability. Like just the non-basic lands enter tapped in Standard is very good because most multicolored decks will play lots of non-basic lands because there's not a lot of non-basic land punishment in Standard. So, like, genuinely, this card could warp the format around it to where people play more basic lands to avoid this card. I don't know. It's a very interesting card to see how it progresses.
I think
yeah.
I just find it frustrating like as a commander player because many commander decks end up in tricolor, end up in like a dual color or tricolor, and you're playing a lot of
Yeah.
non-basic lands to help, like not necessarily filter, but like you're playing a lot of like non-basic lands to help at least facilitate some extra ramp or what is it, utility out of lands to help this 100 card singleton deck you've tried to.
I understand that, but it also, first of all, I'm all for slowing commander games down. I'm all slow your roll. But also, I think it's important it hurts players who play more powerful mana bases more. So it is kind of a balancer in that way. Like if you've pimped out your mana base to have like all fetches, all shock lands, all pain lands, it hurts you more than Jimmy with his dual lands that enter play tapped anyway. Like if you play that, it doesn't do anything because it entered tapped anyway. So fuck you, Zhao. I did it anyway.
I mean, this is literally the philosophical discussion about floodgates. This motherfucker is anti-spell fragrance.
Well, it's not though, because it's not nearly that punishing. Because it only makes you play off curve. It doesn't actually like shut you out of the game.
Well, yeah, Dallas. Guess what? That is the thing. Anti-spell fragrance only shuts you out of the game if you're playing pendulums. Otherwise, it just slows you down.
That's true, but like Yu-Gi-Oh, you can't compare slowing down in Magic to slowing down in Yu-Gi-Oh, because slowing down in Yu-Gi-Oh might as well be winning the game.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Because like slowing down in Yu-Gi-Oh is we're going 80 miles an hour down the turnpike and you pull the e-brake.
Yeah.
Whereas in Magic, slowing down is just
slow
like,
in.
you know, I force you to downshift a gear, grinding your transmission. You're not having a good time.
But you're still playing the game. Like
I can see how it can still. I can see both sides. It can be annoying.
It is also a double-sided. Like you do not get to benefit from this unless you're playing mono red.
It's taking a baseball bat to some guy's ankle going, you can still walk though. I mean, like, it's fine. You can still walk. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's
Maybe I'm
Dallas.
not-
that's the
maybe
thing,
I'm
though.
not
Also,
seeing-
that's
I
about
don't
the
see
fucking
how
Yu-Gi-Oh
this
flood.
isn't I'm not seeing how this doesn't shut this. I see this shutting down a lot of decks just in the sense of I can't play any other cards if I don't have any red
Well, it's
cards.
making them go one turn slower.
But yeah, so
That's what it is.
they only get to do the Blood Moon thing if you have 7 mana to spend on him, which
Like I'm
is
saying,
like not
I
going to
think
happen
the
outside of
Blood Moon-
Commander.
The
No,
Blood
no,
Moon mode is
I got
actively
confused.
bad. Like I don't think the Blood Moon mode is good. 'Cause
It's
you're playing 7 mana.
Okay,
really
no,
annoying.
okay, no, I got
But
confused with
the-
that. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
no,
the other way.
yeah,
The
it's
non-basic
annoying,
that's always
but-
there means that basically you're
No,
playing a turn
no.
slower.
Like in my view, because of how I view cards, like I don't even pay attention to the Blood Moon mode existing because it's like, yeah, it's funny, but like just play Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon for cheaper.
Okay, yeah. Quick question: with this effect, it's the ruling if this is on the same field as the Wandering Minstrel?
What does that do?
All lands come in untapped. Yeah, all lands you play come in untapped.
Whichever one last came in determines. The
Yeah.
game state.
Okay.
Yeah, whichever one entered first doesn't work.
Gotcha.
Well, good to
But,
know.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Magic has solved that quandary of like, what happens if two
Yeah.
cards say different thing? It's like the newest card that enters determines the game state. Usually.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, I
could
understand
use a
Pokemon
little-
weather
a little-
conditions. Good. Cool.
Yeah, no.
Yu-Gi-Oh! could stand to use a
Like
little
I
bit
said,
of that.
I know
ruling
people
adjustment.
see this as annoying, but I really would only consider playing this at high level tables. And if you're at a high level table, deal with it.
I mean that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
The
I agree with that
problem
philosophy.
is, Dallas, it's like I said, it is truly the philosophical question of floodgates. Like, in some sense, yes, if you're playing high-level competitive, yes, floodgates can be a way to dampen down the other players and kind of, like, squish the skill difference a little. The problem is that, even still in Magic, there's not actually a rule that says, hey, we're playing a low-powered format, you can't play Zhao. I've said Commander is usually a lot more like friend accessible,
this is
so you tell
automatically-
your
this-
friend, "Hey,
So, fun
fuck
fact,
off, dude."
There is actually a bracket system for Commander, and this would
Don't do
if you
that.
put this in your deck, it automatically makes it bracket 4
Okay, that is interesting. That's
because
good.
it is
then.
considered mass. It is considered mass land denial.
Okay, so the fact
Gotcha.
that he has the ability to do mass land
Mhm.
denial puts him in a higher power level. That is very good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good for competitive factors.
Like you can obviously these aren't official rules, so you can argue like things like you could just be like, "Hey, I'm not gonna do that," or like I don't think it really applies with Zhao because all he is doing is hate. Like there's other cards that like randomly have a 10 mana mass land destruction mode that you could just be like, "Hey, I just won't use this." Like just ignore that.
Yeah.
But like with Zhao, I don't really think it applies because like all he does is hate, which I mean I approve because dude's a dick. Oh yay, we get to talk about my favorite card in the set.
Yeah, so Judy, one of many. I get what you said earlier about there being a character card that has like a name who's not legendary because she is
Yep.
like actually they do like fucking hypnosis, fucking deep state shit.
By the way, Elena Richards, shout out to you. This art is fucking haunting, and I love it.
This is creepy
This
as
art
fuck.
is so good.
Oh, it's pretty bad. As in, like,
Like-
haunting
Like,
bad.
spooky as hell.
It's like, oh no, I've seen this movie before. Oh no.
This also, I do want to appreciate that they did not go this route. I do like that you can tell because this is black and she doesn't have ally. Clearly, this card is an antagonist, but we didn't have to make an enemy, like, creature type keyword thing to make that come across. We just did not make her an ally because she is not helpful, and it's not great. But she's got Surveil 1.
Surveil 1's a funny. Surveil's a funny mechanic.
Rail 1. Create a token that is a copy of this creature. Then sacrifice an artifact or creature. Activate all. There is more Judy. There is only Judy. So this is a very fun card. I'm considering building a hidden commander deck with this as the commander in the deck.
Wait, how?
What?
Oh, you mean like it's lieutenant? Okay.
Yeah, well, no, like the deck is built around finding her.
Well, yeah. Like,
making her the deck.
She's like, yeah, okay.
She's the hidden commander. She's not the official commander because you can't, but she is the commander because you can like tutor her up. Like I'd have some way to tutor her in the command zone. Like probably play the other creatures in this set. The two old ladies that I think literally search an advisor when they come into play or something.
Oh.
The Fire Nation.
Oh no, it's Lesson or Noble. Never mind.
Yeah, those two chicks
well,
that,
yeah,
are
there'd
supposed to be Azula's teachers, but don't teach her shit.
There'll be some way to there'll be some card that'll find her. Like
Those old
Yeah,
crones.
I've built decks like that before, where there's a hidden commander. Usually, in the past, it's like an artifact or enchantment, but it's called a hidden commander because it's the deck. While the deck has a different commander, it's actually built around playing with this card. And so in this case, I built a deck around making infinite Judys. I'll figure it out. But no, I love this card because it's just so flavorful. It's literally a cult in action.
Yeah, basically.
Like, this is a cult. This is how you cult. Except you could turn food into Judy.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not actually
Don't
sure
think
how
about
that
it.
would work at the show, but it's fine.
Or clues into Judy.
Well, I mean, yeah, like that.
That one I think
that
I
would
can
turn,
follow.
like-
Or treasure into Judy. Everything is Judy.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's
Anyway,
let's talk about Mark Hamill,
Let's talk about the first commander I'm building in this set.
which, by the way, in case you don't, you might not because this Ozai does not actually have that many voice lines. That's Mark Hamill.
I never
Yep.
knew this, actually.
Yes, no, they got Mark Hamill to be Fire Lord Ozai. It's great.
That's
Man is
better
so
than I
good at
thought,
voice
yeah.
acting.
Yes, he actually has a shocking
Oh.
amount of range, but it's also so
No, he
funny
does.
because like he's playing the fucking evil dad, and
Like,
it's
he's
Mark
one
Hamill.
of those voice actors who, in some cases, I could definitely recognize him, but in other cases, I'm like, that's Mark Hamill.
If
I mean,
you
the-
did not
my
tell
favorite-
me that he was the Joker, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, the classic
One of my what
DCAU
was it?
Joker is like
One of the
it's such a joy to see him
Batman
do that
shows
voice.
just had Mark Hamill being abducted by him as Joker and him playing another character.
Yeah, that's right. They had some fun with that. Anyway, Fire Lord Ozai, human noble, legendary
It's on
creature.
me.
He's got 1 black. He's got 3.
Yep.
He's a 4/4 for 4.
So I cheated, because as a commander, this card is not a black card.
Yeah.
This is a red-black card.
Yeah, because we
As a
talked about that
commander, he's
before.
Rakdos, but like
But
in
as
terms
a
of
card,
standard-
he is black.
Yeah. In
Well-
terms of standard, just like design of a card.
Not in standard, but yeah.
That's what
I believe we talked about this. If you don't recall, chat, the way Commander works is you can use mana of the colors so long as they are displayed with the symbol somewhere on the card.
So
unless
whenever Firelord Ozai attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. I'm going to sacrifice so many Zukos. If you do, add an amount of red mana equal to the sacrifice
Real
creature's
true.
power. Until end of combat, you do not lose mana as steps end.
This technically comes up with the card we're going to look at, Omega. Technically speaking, something like reminder text of a game mechanic does not count as mana showing onto a card.
Okay.
So, for example, if we have let's say a Demir, black and blue card we'll be looking at later that says Firebending and shows red on the card, it's still only a blue-red card.
So if it's in parentheses, it does not technically exist in the card.
Yeah.
Just
Is the rule.
I think I remember running a red-white commander, but it also had like black as a mana cost for an ability. And I'm like, okay, it's red, white, black. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yes, that works. And then you can pay
But,
6, exile
and
the top card of each opponent's library until the end of turn. You may play one of those cards without paying its mana cost.
This is
No, by the way,
basically, this is colonize with a card.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So yeah, the flavor of this card is incredible. Firelord Ozai, who is a powerful firebender in his own right, also gets ahead in life by sacrificing people. He exiled his own son rather than be considered wrong. Absolutely fucked up his brother.
Basically, mind broke his daughter.
Yeah, he turned his daughter into the perfect little sociopath just like him. But also doesn't care about her, like absolutely ruins her her entire day.
He's like one
Blackmailed
of
his
the
wife to kill
only
his
true
father.
evil people in this show.
Yeah.
It's like him and Ko.
And
Who's like
here's
literally
the
an
thing.
evil demon.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ko's just like an evil spirit. He's just in it for the love of the game. He's just a hater to hate. Ozai is just like, he's just this fucked up. I think they even say that while his dad was not great, his dad was still not as bad as this guy. I don't even know if his
Zhao
grandpa
was also
Sozin was
pretty
as bad
bad.
as this guy. Like,
I don't know,
vicious.
No, Sozin's still pretty evil. He still committed
sure,
lots of war crimes.
yeah, that's right. He orchestrated the genocide of the air nomads. That's fair. But like Ozai is very bad. And then also, like you said, his pay 6 is, oh, what's that? Your thing?
Your stuff is my
My thing.
Yeah, no. This is like perfect for me because I love sacrifice decks. I built too many of them. Still gonna build this one. Just built one for Spider-Man. Still building this one. Don't care. But yeah, no, I am putting at least 1 or 2 Zuko's in there just because I have to sacrifice Zuko itself. I just have to do it.
I mean, it's
just designed. It's just part of the card. You have to. It's
Yeah,
law.
it's like I have to at one point be like, Zuko, your time is done. Sacrifice.
Your soul is mine.
There's also a card we won't talk about that is literally called, Ozai's Cruelty, which is a picture of him standing over Zuko.
Yeah,
Oh,
scarring him.
God.
That's okay. Zuko gets his back. That's probably one of the best scenes in the show is the season 3 episode where during the solar eclipse, they were talking with Aang about actually assassinating the Fire Lord, but he relocated himself anyway, so it doesn't matter. But Zuko shows up and like has a 1-to-1, which is basically like, hey, Dad, you fucking suck. I'm bailing. Bye. And it ends with the firebending coming back at the last second, and with no fanfare, for the first time, Zuko correctly redirects lightning by, like, Ozai just tries to fucking blast him in the throne room, and Zuko's just like, lol, no, bye. Bye, Dad! Gonna go train the Avatar, bye!
I'm gonna train the man who's gonna take you down.
I've realized that I don't get to kill you, but I'm gonna teach the guy who's gonna kick your ass. Bye, sucker. Zuko is a great character. I love him. Still funny when he comes back in Korra.
Yeah?
Because, yes, he's still alive, and they actually get him some cameos.
But no,
I once tried... I once myself tried to hunt down the Avatar. Everybody looks at him.
This is definitely
It's okay, I got over it.
This is definitely a personal card for me, because I just love this card. Because it's what I love out of Universes Beyond. It is extremely flavorful, and that flavor has made it interesting.
It's a flavor that's really interesting, but also you immediately see this card and go, oh shit, I could make a deck around this.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is the most fun I've gotten out of playing Magic. It's, again, I don't play Magic to win a game of Magic. I play a game of Magic to have fun with my friends and find a card that does the dumbest thing. And
It's one. My new goal is we'll get to another card, but I need to make an army of Death Zeppelins piloted by Judy. That is my.
I will say this, like
Are you
Dallas
gonna say that
earlier
this,
said.
Zeppelin is
Yeah,
also
good.
Judy.
Yes.
Dallas
Zuki will make
earlier,
roar.
you said you had, if there was one thing you could take from Yu-Gi-Oh! And like inject in Magic, you'd love to do that. That I think is the concept that like Yu-Gi-Oh! Players need to get better at as a group is like too many people play Yu-Gi-Oh! Even casually to be like, well, the only outcome of this is either I win or I lose, and it's like, no, you can have fun while like experimenting with deck types. Like not everything has to be hyper competitive. Either we win or we lose, and that's why I have to, play edge case cards.
And this is
Like,
why
it's-
dual
it's
tanning
a-
exists.
It's a mentality thing to like get through there, yeah. And I will say, I think that is one of the things that's interesting. I don't always agree with him on it, but it's one of the things that's interesting with MBT having started more in the Magic creator space and then moved back to Yu-Gi-Oh! After being a playground guy. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! is a game that basically has no alternate formats, or at least did for a long time.
We're
Genesis.
getting better about it.
Genesis really interesting. Some of the concepts of when they did those first ones, like officially sanctioned Time Wizard was one thing, but then the community ruined it. That's right, I said it. The community ruined it. You ruined it by making it all about Edison. That's not an alternate format if you're just playing one specific snapshot in time. But Common Charity and like Deckmaster is like so bad, and they've left it alone. They've stopped
Deckmaster
trying.
was broken because they didn't make a curated ban list, and they don't want to.
No, yeah.
Deckmaster,
Genesis having a
the
curated
problem
like
making
point
all-
list works.
The problem making all formats in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you still need some kind of regulation of what fucking cards to play.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Genesis is.
I mean,
is
even in
the-
Magic, you need that. You could not have a no ban. Like, trust me, I've played no ban list commander. It's really bad.
Like, I think the
yeah,
reason why
no?
Genesis is taken off, to the point with, by the way, I should say to people, if you don't know, the OCG has found out about Genesis and begun experimenting, even though it's not an official format over there. Like OCG players have discovered the Genesis point list and are like labbing it out. So I would not be surprised if it also possibly doesn't like eventually cycle back around to an OCG list as well.
I find it an incredibly interesting concept of format, and like honestly, I think we should do it like just Genesis night or something. I don't fucking know. I don't know how
We should. If we can schedule some people, I would love to do that. There's several really funny decks you can play. I did finally learn what everybody like. They phrase it as like Radiant Typhoon doesn't have any hits. Spoilers. It's Runic's fault. It's Runic's fault. It's always Runic's fault. Don't blame Radiant Typhoon because they like quick play spells. It's the fault of Runic. The deck is bad. By which I mean it's good. But it's I fired this as a tweet after I got fucking a guy playing Empty Jar Runic blasted my ass in Master Duel. I was just like, I don't actually think anybody's ever made a fun, cool deck with Runic. It's just been used to make like Runic Stun, Runic Mill, Empty Jar, or like
Runic Furhire
use Fountain to like get looped advantage. Runic Furhire maybe.
What deck do you think I play? What Runic deck do you think I play? Because I play a weird one.
Oh man, I don't know,
Runic
Dallas.
Magical
That's
Hat?
your Dallas.
It's a control deck. I'll say this. It's a control deck.
What would it be? I don't even know. Because like I'm trying to think of like quick play synergy.
It's the next Zodiac.
Oh,
Magical Musketeer.
Yup.
I
I
mean,
play
you
Runic
might,
Musketeer.
if you're
Funny.
playing Runic Musketeer, you might be handicapping yourself enough that it's actually fun and interesting.
It's a very funny deck.
That's fair, but like generally, like when people actually play Runic
here's what I
lists
go back at.
competitively,
I think Runic Musket is an actually very good deck. But if you make one wrong play, the entire deck self-destructs and you lose.
Like, just quickly, if you want a dumb idea for a fun, dumb deck, just think back to, I'm not sure if it was on camera, Omega, the game you and I played during Prague, where you fiber job me like 3
no,
times.
that was on camera. Yeah, that was one of our early episodes that was long.
That
We
happened
just
in an
started
episode
fiber
because I
jarring.
think that was the episode where we talked about the GameStop stocks. Because like we just had an episode. We just had that duels of
Yeah, that was the episode that was during the GameStop thing, and it was just me and Loth were in a match where I flipped Fiber Jar a couple of times. Like, I was able to uncontestedly flip summon Fiber Jar at least once, and also got a battle phase activation. So like the game just fucking reset, and we were like,
laughing my
shit.
ass off.
we can start vamping and talking about random shit, and at some point we just got started talking about the GameStop stocks. Like, I don't know why.
We just needed something to talk about. We vamp a lot.
By you too.
That was the second worst game, I think, in all of Prague. The only worst one was the Chain Energy Week.
It was really funny for the first.
Honestly, I don't know. I think the Chain Energy Week just kind of ended really fast. I'm thinking of the one with you and Loth, the like stumbling ice spawn era, which is just like where you just like refused to do any kind of interaction with stumbling. You were just like, I'll get to attack position eventually, Loth.
I feel like whenever me and Loth played a game in Prague together, it was the dumbest game ever.
Well, so I will say this. This is the thing about our Prague set was talking about how trying to be more casual. There were sweaty weeks, and I know for a fact that like Robin did talk about this, is that he himself tended to play sweatier because he was only playing...
The 4 weeks that I played Monarch, you mean?
Yeah, and like Robin said that he played sweaty like basically every week because he was only there every other week, shit like that. We all had our sweaty phases, but generally I think you and Loth were usually the guys who were like, okay, I could make a deck that's like the meta that's good, but I could do something funny. And we all had our silly little decks. God knows. And I admit, I tried to make some decks work that were sweaty that did not work. That was the Chain Energy Toll week where I was just like, hey, I opened a shitload of these bird cards. Can I actually make this do something? And no, I think I got bounced out in the finals.
To toot my own horn, I feel I had some of the best. I feel I had some of the best early level, just like dumb bullshit decks because I ended up with a person just not getting.
I am still traumatized by Mystic Shine Bolt.
I knew he was gonna say it. You fucking got him, yeah. All right. Let's talk about the Boiling Rock.
I wanted to talk about Boiling Rock Rioters. So this card is a card I did not have on my radar at all, and then I played pre-release, and this card was really fucking good for me.
So first of all, really, really funny case where we did talk about this, right, with the reminder text. So this guy is mono black, but does have firebending in it, and he is a human rogue ally.
Because I think the Boiling Rock Riders were good, I assume, or they were
evil. It's not they were evil; they were just in the same position.
The Boiling Rock is the Fire Nation's strongest prison to hold all their strongest firebenders.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they end up rioting to like
and helping. I assume
escape,
helping Aang and them.
Wasn't he the guy who just goes, "You want to start a riot?" And he just goes and picks up a fucking guy? Isn't that this guy?
I think that is this guy. Yes.
This is when Sokka and Zuko invade the prison.
Yeah, this is because Tsuki and the Kyoshi warriors also got locked up there. I think.
And Sokka's dad. Like this is where they put all the prisoners of war.
Yeah. They put all the prisoners of war and also all their own firebenders who they have to arrest in there. So this is the episode where where Sokka and Zuko are in an airship alone, and Sokka talks about my girlfriend turned to the moon, and Zuko says the eternal line.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
I've never seen that episode, but I know that quote because
the meme is it's a very good meme.
It's ubiquitous.
And then honestly, that whole arc of Zuko's character is very great once he comes back to join the team, where, I don't know who does it first, whether it's Katara or Sokka, but everybody... Actually, no, it's probably Aang who does it first, but everybody ends up on, a life-changing character, road trip with Zuko, except for Toph, and she's fucking waiting for her turn, and it never comes, because Toph does not require character development.
It's above character development.
There's nothing that Toph needs to learn about herself that Toph does not already know.
My favorite part about Toph, like you said, she doesn't she's kind of a fully formed character for the most part.
I would say she has character development in her initial episodes, and then that's kind of all she needed was the stuff with her parents.
She had her big.
And she realized, this is never gonna work. All right, I'm gone. Bye.
It's that one, and then basically when they're all recovering from the incidents with the library.
Yeah,
but they're kind of like a group healing thing.
Yes.
So this card is Firebending 1.
Yep.
Because it's a Firebender. Tap an untapped ally you control. Exile a target card from a graveyard. Whenever this creature
to prison.
attacks, you may cast an ally spell from among cards you own to exile with this creature. So this can do some really weird stuff that's really decent.
Okay,
like
yeah,
there's an
so
ally that is there's a 1-mana ally that sacrifices itself to make something indestructible, to make another ally indestructible. Like
Also, by the way,
Like,
I don't
if this
know if
card
there's
is
a good
good.
like
I
white
just
deck
think this card is
to do it, but
interesting.
like we already talked about this with the first Momo. That's when he does a thing when he leaves the battlefield. So
Yeah.
you can exile him with
Oh,
Reiner
white
and
black
then get him
can definitely
back.
do it. White black is the color of sacrificing your own creatures to do shit.
That's
Yep.
Very fun, yeah.
Orzhov loves
Yeah,
that
no,
shit.
genuinely, I think this card, like, there is an Orzhov ally deck somewhere.
Because my first
a
thought on
pile
reading
of
like
deck is-
tap an ally to exile creature is like, oh, it is like the riot, right? Like you're taking care of the guards or sending somebody to prison. Then it's
Yeah.
like, no, actually, also you're busting out your friends from prison
Yeah.
because you
No,
can
this
cast an
card
ally.
is one of those cards that I didn't have on my radar, and then I kept getting it in pre-release, and I'm like, this is actually kind of fun.
This card is made like it's made for a pile of cards that's somewhere. Like this.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't
it's
know
so
if it'll
specialized
show
for
up
what
in
it does.
standard or commander or where, but there is a deck here somewhere.
Dallas, do you want me to talk about to bring up the black card you just posted? Now?
Let's do that one
Or can
after
we do that for later?
after Meteor Sword. Let's do that after Meteor Sword.
Okay. So first we'll do Meteor Sword. Zuko's sword.
Meteor
Not Zuko's
Sword,
Sokka's sword. It's very cool.
made from a meteor, apparently.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. Fine.
So this is a play on a card called Meteor Golem,
Okay.
which is a card in Magic that is 7 mana and is a 3/3 creature, and when it enters, destroy target permanent. Does this
So
make
we
sense
gave-
to you now?
Mana sword,
fine.
meteor
So-
sword.
I mean,
When
also,
the creature
it's-
enters,
it's
destroy
just the
part
meteor-
permanent.
It's the meteor
It's supposed
dropping
to.
down somebody, and they become the sword. Like
And
like
the
how
meteor
you
drop.
do everything.
Well, no, that's the thing. In the art in the Magic card is a meteor hits someone, and then the meteor sticks
Also,
up.
though, I do want to say part of the like Zuko, not Zuko, Sokka. I keep doing that. I don't even think Zuko's with him at that time, but Sokka's like trying to find himself, you know, because he only has his boomerang. And he's like, man, how do I fight guys? So he learns from a sword master. And he decides to make his own sword from the meteor that fell because it's super cool. But the thing that's shown with the meteoric iron of the sword is that it is super sharp. And he, like I said, they don't ever let him cut anybody with it, I think, in the show. But he is shown to be able to cut apart, like, other metal weapons, metal armor, like even damage Fire Nation vehicles with it. So, like, it kind of works because, yeah, the meteor falls, but also Sokka does use the sword to just cut stuff up. Way more than he
The
does
closest
cut up
thing
people.
that I could see going further in is that at one point he sliced the like he did inadvertently kill someone by in turn of saving, like I think Toph had said, he slices a part of the airship off, and the guy on the fin he slices off just falls to his fucking death because they're on an airship.
Yeah, he's
But-
like standing
Yeah.
on like a
Yeah.
plank on the airship, and Sokka just cuts
No,
it
no,
off.
this
And
one
that
is-
guy
What I've
probably
learned
died.
about cartoons is as long as the death is just falling into something, it's totally fine to show. Like fall
Also,
into the water,
hypothetically,
fall
that
off a
guy
cliff,
might
all
not
those
have
things.
died. If he was a firebender, this was during the comet, so he probably could have just shot fire at the ground and like not
Yeah.
hit terminal
What about
velocity.
the fire-
Maybe.
what about the
All the firebenders
firebenders
fly.
that get knocked into the ocean and just left there? They are all dead.
If anyone remembers this series, he put a Katekyo Hitman with ball and he just started shooting flames out of his hands to fly.
Yeah, basically.
Mm.
I mean, funnily enough, we talked about boiling rock. Azula shows that she can do that for the first time in that episode, where like they're escaping on the fucking cable car, and Azula just goes, "Interesting argument." However, jet boosts herself. Anyway, Meteor Sword's pretty cool. Very funny. All right, so let's do. Speaking of the various astrological
Wait, I
elements
just
of
want to
this.
say one thing about
Yeah,
Meteor
go for it.
Sword, because it's actually a very interesting card, because like Meteor Golem is a very good card despite being 7 mana, because a lot of decks can do shit with creatures and like blink them, recur them, Similarly, Meteor Sword is basically that, but it's an equipment. So anything that can recur equipment or cheat equipment in or do something really likes this card because it's essentially a removal spell.
Yep.
Like I have a deck from Final Fantasy, Furion. Whenever this enters, it becomes 2 Meteor Swords, so you get 2 triggers to destroy 2 things.
Right? Yep.
It's good. Like it's just a different version of Meteor Golem, which is already kind of a like meat and potatoes card in a lot of decks. So I like it.
Oh, yeah, seems fun. We talked a lot
Now
about
let's
that with
talk
Final
about
Fantasy.
a very funny card. Day of the Black Sun.
Yes.
Yippee!
Love the art on this, by the way.
Yes. That time when they tried to kill the Fire Nation and Fire Lord and didn't understand how invading a country worked.
I mean, that is actually that is part of the basically the moral of the episode is that like our group of heroes don't possess the like military and strategic knowledge and the manpower, yes, to coordinate a singular assault on all Fire Nation facilities during their one day of weakness. Also, I think because they run into Azula in the actual throne room, she actually says, "Oh, did you think that we didn't know we'd be fucking powerless, dumbass? Did you think we'd all just be we'd be going about our day like normal? No. The Fire Lord's somewhere else, bub." That's also the time I do like that episode because that's Toph has the ability to tell when people are lying because her earthbending based senses are like so sharp that she can tell when your heartbeat starts fucking up and shit like that. But also Toph reminds us why lie detectors are bullshit because Azula, once again, is so much of a sociopath that she can tell a bold-faced lie without her heart rate changing at all.
Yeah, the
Yes.
concept of the lie detector is just that, like, any
Lie
person who goes up to is going to get stressed if they have to lie.
So lie detectors do work really well, but they also give a lot of false positives. Sociopaths can't actually do that. I just want to say that like I know people are like, oh, but they don't feel guilty, they don't care. Yeah, but they feel nervous for themselves. Sociopaths do care about themselves.
It's
so
true.
They do get nervous.
Yeah, but what I mean is that like that she doesn't feel, you know, they do talk about this. It's she doesn't have the inherent tell because she does not feel bad about lying.
No, I understand, but that is a thing that doesn't really exist in reality.
She's also not actually like I mean, it's a little different than a lie detector test because I actually don't remember. Toph might have captured her in a rock, but normally like they don't do that. It's just, you know, they're showing how unflappable and cool she is so that later when she freaks out, it is all the more satisfying because she's absolutely losing her shit.
I feel the need to defend the lie detector because the dude who invented it was a badass and also invented Wonder Woman, which is hilarious.
Yeah, but I will say this because I am a criminal justice major. We're still taught this. The lie detector tests, I can't remember what fucking type of graph it is.
Polygraph.
Polygraph, thank you. Wow, actually, now that I think about that, it's no wonder it's so broad. And he just said graph many graph. But polygraph tests are used a lot in policing historically as a sign of guilt, and they are not actually a reliable source of telling like what people are stressed about. They're a very good stress detector. They are, however, gameable. Again, you know, doing the baseline readings, the thumbtack in your foot kind of shit, like that does actually work because the baseline gets fucked up. And there's no actual way to tell that you're telling like a lie. So they're not actually a good test of your guilt in a criminal proceeding. They are a good way of testing that somebody is stressed, but that could technically be from anything.
True, but there are also more advanced methods now. Never mind. Regardless, polygraphs aside, this card is hilarious.
Yeah, so it's another X card. It's got X mana cost. So each creature with mana value of X or less loses all abilities until the end of turn, and then also destroy them.
Yeah. So this card,
Are tokens considered 0 mana cost?
yes, they are, as are land creatures.
Ooh,
Yeah.
spicy. Okay. Very
So
funny.
I think this card is best used as a 0 mana board wipe, which is very funny. That occasionally can be pumped, obviously, to offset the board. I just think this card is neat. Like, I don't think it's particularly great. It might be a great sideboard card for Standard. It's not really a main deck card, because, like, this is one of those cards that's really good in some matchups and really bad in...
Yeah.
If this was every mana value less than X, would that be too overpowered?
Well, no, it is every mana value
X
less
or
than
less. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't read that. My bad.
Yeah. X or less.
Yeah, no, it is. And no, that still wouldn't be overpowered, because it eventually, like, once you get over 3, it just becomes too expensive.
True. Because you still, no matter what, you still got to pay 2
Yeah.
black on top of it.
But like I said, I like these kinds of cards because they're very variable, and occasionally they're just fucking bombs. So I don't know. I like them.
It's very funny.
this would
I
be
do
the last
also
one.
like that. The way this works is it
Yeah,
is
I'm
a
Go
what
for
should you
it.
say? It is an AOE negation, basically. Lose all your abilities and then
Yeah.
destroy.
And I believe it's the only one, because there is a card that is make all creatures lose all abilities, but it doesn't kill them. It just makes them all 0/1s. It's called like sudden spoiling or something.
I know what it's called. It's
But-
called Dark Ruler No More.
I mean, basically.
Or a very spicy forbidden droplet.
But
Honestly,
this
Droplet's
is,
probably a better comparison to Day of Black Sun, because it's like you pick how many cards you send off Droplet to target. But yeah, no, pretty good one. Oh, and also, hey.
Alright, so
Speaking.
next would be Phoenix
Yep.
Airship.
Phoenix
Also known as the vehicle of Judy's domination.
Yeah.
Mono black.
No, I'm also putting this in the Ozai deck. Appropriately.
I mean, yeah.
But no, this card is a vehicle. Yay. Have we talked about vehicles? I think we did.
Vehicles.
There's some
come up-
vehicles.
They come up in the Final Fantasy set before.
Vehicles are not
They're fun.
creatures. Vehicles are not creatures until they are. You have to crew them to become creatures.
The fun fact that I didn't learn until after pre-release, where I definitely was cheating with it. Even in artifacts you play, if it becomes a creature on the same turn it's played, it does have something sickness.
Yes.
It definitely cheated people with that, but I didn't know, and no one knew at the time.
Yeah,
So I
vehicles
just-
have a lot of rulings things.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, you can never search them as a creature because they are never a creature not on the field.
Very funny.
But also, this card is a 4/4 flying vehicle. At the beginning of your end step, if you sacrificed a permanent this turn, create a token that's a copy of this vehicle. That will then also have that text. For
Yeah, it's an exact
exponential
copy.
zeppelins! And then as
And
long as
then-
you control 8 or more
Yeah.
permanents named this, they're all always creatures. No crewing required.
That's great. That's
I believe
Great on
that's
so
the
many
number
levels.
Ozai had in his assault.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
this card is hilarious. Like the eight thing is cool, but really the main meat and potatoes is like, if you have a way to trigger that every turn, it can get out of hand pretty quickly. Because crew 1 is nothing. Momo can crew one of these.
Yeah.
Just snowball.
actually, I mean, I think I don't remember the episode very well, but I don't know. Momo could have been there because Aang had to go fight Ozai solo. So, like, I don't know. Momo could have thrown some levers on these things. They definitely have a lot of airships in Avatar in the Fire Nation. They start with like simple war balloons and then scale up to fucking rigid airships. So, like, he probably threw some levers at some point.
They
Yeah.
industrialize fairly rapidly in this series, yeah.
Can we talk about another flying card?
Yeah, I will say I do think the text of this is super funny. Raven, Eagle, Bird Assassin.
Bird Assassin.
I'm going to step away, by the way, while Dallas talks about this. I will still hear him, so I will be part of the conversation, but I will be away for a second.
So this is a pretty simple card. It's a flying. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, create a clue token, which is an artifact that pay 2, draw a card. Whenever you draw a second card in a turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So obviously this is meant to go into the kind of clue archetype they have going on in this set, which is like mostly blue-black, I believe.
Yeah,
but also
with the clue.
Also, this is kind of just good in blink decks or recursion decks, where you just keep triggering its enter ability, because you make a clue and provide some graveyard hate. So, like, I just think this card is good. Like, it's not a fancy card; it's just really good value. Like, ETB potentially exile a creature from a graveyard and then create a clue, so potentially 3 mana ETB, create a clue on a flyer, and then the second part is just kind of a bonus. Like, some decks will be able to trigger that every turn, and other decks will only be able to trigger it on their turn. It's very hard in Commander to not draw 2 cards on your own turn, I feel like. But some decks won't be able to, but most decks will.
There's a lot of fun ways, especially in like black for drawing cards I can think of.
Black, blue, you got Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Like, this card is good without the life leech, but like I just really enjoy it because it's just a solid graveyard hate, and graveyard hate is always necessary because graveyard decks are dumb. They banned Entomb and Legacy because graveyard decks are dumb.
I think graveyard decks are fine. Come on, let people have their fun.
No. No summoning Valgavoth on turn 3. No.
Just let me play Muldrotha in peace. I'm not causing any problems.
Yeah, nah. Very funny. Alright, speaking of causing problems, this fucking card. We're gonna get to the main cast now.
Let's talk about the multicolors.
Oh god, Toph. God, this card.
Toph, first Metal Bender. Again, we're into, not necessarily a commander card because it is standard viable.
Oh no, this is a commander card.
I mean, what I'm saying is it's not necessarily restricted to commander, but she is a multicolor.
Yeah.
So you mostly going to be commandering.
Yeah. So let's talk about the simple part first. It's at the beginning of your end step, Earthbend 2. Okay, that's the simple part. Now, her stated text, non-token artifacts you control are lands in addition to their other types.
They do not gain the ability to tap for mana.
Does so much weird shit.
But they are lands now.
This means whenever an artifact enters, it triggers landfall.
Anything that can generate treasures or clues.
No, non-token, so not treasures.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
But still, I mean, artifacts are.
There are plenty of cards: Ichor Wellspring, Solemn Simulacrum that you want to do shit with. Like this, Mana Vault now becomes a land that you can untap with cards that untap lands.
All right.
I mean, fucking, it's in every deck. Isn't Sol Ring an artifact?
Yeah, but I don't know if there's anything broken you can do with Sol Ring in this.
No, but it is still a thing that you can like.
This is one of those cards that this has broken a lot of things. I don't necessarily know what things this has broken, but this has broken a lot of things somewhere.
Also, by the way, do you know what it means that the fact that your cards are lands now? You can earthbend them.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what else it means? All those fucking cards Wizards keeps printing that say destroy target non-land creature or non-land permanent don't fucking work anymore.
Your artifacts are now land permanents, yeah.
God, this card. This is to me a kill on sight commander. Like if you have this as your commander, I will attack you.
Yeah, no. The main problem with the earthbending your cards is it now means that they just come back. You can't.
Yeah.
No. This card that I don't want anyone to kill, even if they find a way to remove it. It comes back.
Yep. Your artifact
hey,
just bounces back.
What about Wormcoil Engine? Just keep spawning the Wormcoil tokens.
This is that thing that like you said, Dallas, if you see somebody roll up with this in the commander pod, you're gonna be like, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it.
Dumb.
I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it.
Yeah, this is already the most popular commander in this set, by the way.
I assume so. Yeah, I mean
it already has 6,000 decks.
So that is something I think I picked up with card design, right? With the FF set. This is a card that was made to be a commander because she does one weird trick that's just like, again, like you said, I don't know what this does, but this is doing something. And just like, there's so many weird things you can do with, oh yeah, no, your non-token artifacts are lands now. What? Huh? What? And then that's going to be so many weird interactions.
And then plus all the earthbending stuff, you can now, it's just...
Yeah. Now you creaturify them.
No, this is a nightmare commander.
The other thing is, the fact that earthbending is just putting counters onto a card also just makes her a counter deck, so, and she's in green, so God forbid you're playing shit like cards like Hardened Scales, Unstable Evolution, which are cards that say, oh, you're putting counters on it, double it. Put one more on. Put more.
How about Zurin Orb?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it's like, sure, you can't do it multiple times on the same card, obviously, I don't think.
But no, you can.
Oh, okay, so you can just, you're just stacking counters on
you can just stack a counter on a big thing.
Yeah. Awesome. And it just can't die, even if I get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, no, they die once, and then she can make it that, like I said, this card...
You have to kill it twice before it gets back to the player's turn.
Yeah. And good luck if you're not in, good luck if you're in fucking black. You can't kill artifacts.
I mean, it's still if it's a creature. Or no, fuck, I'm...
Oh, right, it would be considered a creature.
No, because the way the Earthbend part anyway works, the way that works is target a land becomes a creature.
Some black removal spells say non-land creature.
Yeah, that you're fucked permanent. You're fucked on because specifically the way of Earthbending text says it becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that is still a land.
Yeah.
So it becomes a creature that is also still a land.
Wizards needs to just stop printing destroy target non-land permanent. Let people destroy singular lands. It's not a big deal.
I mean, if the cost is fair and balanced, that's going to be one of those things that's like, I mean, you could blow up a land, but also why?
Let's talk about happier things, like Uncle Iroh.
Everybody's favorite uncle.
Master
another fun core effect.
Happiest war criminal.
Another fun core. That's okay. He gets better. I was gonna say fun core effect. I think this guy's basically the Avatar equivalent of like the Buddha now. Because he's just chilling in the spirit world, dishing out spiritual advice, not moving on to his next reincarnation.
Him being red-white is honestly perfect, I feel.
He is, fun fact, he is another card that through all of his iterations, he is every color except for black.
I fuck with that.
It's a pretty good one,
his other version, technically his more powerful version is red, blue, green, but I like this version better, so I wanted to talk about this one.
It's the T one. I love the distinction here. Iroh T Master, he is the human citizen ally. Yeah, that's him when he's in his fucking T arc.
Yeah.
He's just chilling.
Because the other ones are nobles.
Zuko is out here trying to be like, Uncle, the Earth Kingdom, it's bad. Azula's here. I gotta do something, and he's just like, shut up, drink tea.
Since
don't worry about that shit.
Out and have some tea, man. Come on.
Since you haven't seen season 3, Dallas, his statement of taking back Bostic saying, I'm going to reconquer Bossing Say, and then I'm going to retake my tea shop.
Also, by the way, it is canon. Iroh does get captured at the end of season 2 and goes to prison. Not the Boiling Rock. He goes to a less important prison, which was Ozai's fuck up because he gets fucking ripped in prison.
He goes to the Imperial prison so he can stay close to I think just so Ozai can gloat over him.
Yeah, but he gets fucking ripped in jail and breaks himself out.
I've seen that clip where he like acts like he's a like starving, raving madman, and is secretly becoming the most ripped man.
He's hitting the gym, and then he escapes during the Day of Black Sun when the guards don't have firebending because, as I said, he's getting fucking jacked.
And then you just see a giant hole.
Yes,
He was preparing.
And also for season 3, they did have him not speak at all because, in respect for the BA, I believe.
They had his first appearance. They had his reduced, because Mako, his original voice actor, had unfortunately passed away. They got a guy who does a pretty good Mako impression to do Iroh ongoing, but he is, you can tell it's not the original. But still, yes. So Iroh Tea Master, a 2/2, human citizen ally. When I create a food token.
One of the arts for food tokens in Avatar is a tea.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have target opponent gain control of target permanent you control. When you do, create a 1/1 white ally token and put 1+1/+1 counter on that token for each permanent you own that your opponents control.
Give your opponent tea.
Or give your opponent bad things.
Also true. And if I remember correctly from our discussion from FF, red white is the make a bunch of little tokens and put some counters on them, right?
Yup.
Yeah. Red white is the swarm color.
That's pretty good.
You can also give your opponent shit like this. Grid monitor. You can't play creature spells.
Oh my god, no. It's the fucking it's Albion Sanctifier. It's the fucking give your opponent the gimmick puppet or artifact Mjolnir.
Yes. And Magic has so many more of these cards, Omega. Because
I know.
These are from early sets that are hot garbage ass.
God. Ugh.
You have this.
Rust Elemental. Oh god, he's so gross.
If you can't give her upkeep, sacrifice an artifact other than Rust Elemental. If you can't, tap it. Lose 4 life.
God damn.
Yeah. No. This is hilarious. But you can build it as like give your opponents food tokens. You can do a bunch of stuff with it. I find it very funny. He synergizes extremely well with Zidane from Final Fantasy, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Because Zidane is whenever your opponent gains control of a permanent from you, create a treasure token. But no, he's a give them your stuff deck.
I gotta go. See you guys later.
Okay.
It's not quite group hug, but it's in that scheme of like no,
I mean,
like you want this. You
can build him more group huggy, or you can build him more group sluggy.
Yeah.
Both are very, very good. Very, very, very fun for Iroh. Let's talk about.
You can also
cool
talk about more cool old people. Is that
Boomy Unleashed?
Boomy Unleashed.
Again, I like that they do show the eclipse to let you know this is also Day of Black Sun. So you know, Boomy gets captured by the Fire Nation. They take over his town, and then he's just like, "Fuck you."
Gruul is also, I feel, perfect for it for Boomy.
I think Boomy only ever gets red or green.
Yeah.
There's some mono green Boomies, and there's Gruul Boomy, which Gruul is very appropriate for this Boomy.
Like in theory, the he's so kooky and crazy could be Rakdos, but also he's not black. Like he's
way too nice.
Yeah.
I mean, he acts like a funny little, like, evil king when he first meets up with Aang, but nah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, but that's just to troll Aang. That is literally just to troll Aang.
Yeah, it's just to fuck with him.
He's just having fun.
This is also a very good card. So Boomy is 5 mana, 5/4 trample. When Boomy enters, Earthbend 4. Whenever Boomy deals combat damage to a player, untap all lands you control. After this phase, there is an additional combat phase where only land creatures can attack. So this is a land creature deck.
Christ.
There are
That's-
other ways of making land creatures than earthbending, so you can do a lot of fun stuff with that. There are
That's
lands
so-
that can inherently become creatures. It's just a really cool deck.
Nah, this is
This is
so
another one I'm
rad. Because,
considering
like, I mean,
building.
you can see it right in the background where there's just one of those fucking houses flying in the air. But no, this is Boomy decides to you know, reveal he's no longer wearing the weights, man, and just take out everybody. And he's just fucking hurling mountains at you.
Yeah, like, this is a
What are you
really
gonna
cool
fucking
deck.
do about it?
Like, you could
Can't
do some
fire
pretty
it.
cool shit with this deck. No, I love this. I wanna build some weird shit with this.
And it is also appropriate because, you know, like, he's taking his moment. The Boomy was the guy who taught Aang about
And how to earthbend.
well,
no,
Toph
that
taught
was
him about it,
Toph.
but he taught him about the concepts that were good for earthbending. He's like, Aang, I'm not gonna be a good earthbending teacher for you. You need to find someone who embodies neutral Jing. And Aang's like, I thought you could only have positive or negative Jing. And he's like, no, you can have neutral. You can wait for your right moment and listen. You gotta find somebody who waits and listens, Aang. Do you get it? Waits and listens.
And then you go with your friends who are all old people that drink tea and play mahjong together, and you fuck up the Fire Nation.
I mean, the whole White
Fucking,
Lotus
like,
Secret
people-
Society thing does work because they're basically like, we don't fucking know if the Avatar's coming back. We're just gonna find all the cool old guys we can and build a conspiracy so that, like, we're ready. But yeah, no, Boomy's a great character.
I mean, in the same vein of like I do like that it kind of it shows a sense of agency for like for all the side characters, which is something that a lot of shows can struggle with because it's like, no, like, yeah, sure, we fucking want the like the Avatar to do something, but we can't just wait and hope. In the same way that the villains, well, yeah, obviously we fucking know that like this specific data is going to happen. We can't do shit, so we're gonna like plan and make sure that we're not gonna get caught off guard.
Yeah,
A lot
and I
of
want to
shows
say,
do
I
have
think that's,
problems with that.
I think that is one of the strengths of the original Last Airbender. Like I said earlier, I like Korra. Korra's seasons are much more thematically disconnected because, Axe mentioned this way earlier, Nickelodeon kept, like, being like, yeah, you're a miniseries, and then you're like, oh shit, this is popular, you're getting 2 more seasons, and they're just like, what? And then they're like, well, maybe you won't get 2 more seasons, maybe we'll just release the last season, like, on the web, and it's like, okay, guys, make up your fucking mind. So they end up with a problem that, like, the first season is all self-contained, the second season sets up a lot of lore stuff, but then is also kind of self-contained. 3 and 4, though, really flow together really well. Because they were that was the time they were like, okay, all right, we've got 2 more seasons. We're not fucking asking for any more. We're gonna just do the arc we want to do. Also, I really like Korra because it's set in the equivalent of like the turn of the 19th century, like, you know, World War I time. And
Yeah,
guess what?
Industrial Revolution punk.
Very Industrial Revolution, yeah.
Yeah, but directly it deals with, each season basically deals with a different, you know, strain of political thought that rose to prominence. The Equalists are very much like a commentary on communism. The second season is about occultism and mysticism. The next season is about anarchy, and the last season is about fascism.
Well,
Maybe.
To be fair, I do have some problems with how they critique anarchist thought because I feel like no one understands anarchist philosophical beliefs.
Oh, I mean, it's
Well-
rough. I also think that, like, the Red Lotus is like, they're a commentary on the power structures of the Avatar world, which is, it's one of those things that fiction often fucks up, which is like, hey, if you actually did have a power structure that was good, there wouldn't be a problem. The problem is that in real life, power is inherently, like, corruptive to people and you know, becomes self-sustaining about our systems of control. So, like, you know, deliberately wanting to fuck up and break up the cycle and, you know, other shit is like, that's fine, but also, like, you're probably gonna cause some harm.
You know.
I don't want to say that the Earth
way too much with Bukachin nonsense stuff.
the I'm not going to say the Earth Queen was a cool lady, but also like you didn't have to suck all of her air out of her lungs live on the radio, which is a thing that happens.
That was just excessive, but I do really think she did need to kind of die.
What?
No. In the third season of Korra, the bad guys. Yeah, Vesper hasn't watched Korra yet. One of the bad guys is an airbender. They do a cosmic realignment, so airbenders like show up again, and like he's a student of airbender thought who, after cosmic shenanigans, is like, oh yeah, I can airbend now. So he gets to show us what it's like if there was an evil airbender, and it's pretty cool.
Korra does have one of the most brutal deaths I've ever seen in a cartoon, by far.
Is it the one we're talking about, or is it a different one?
No, it's not that one. It's the one with the metal face mask thing.
Yeah, that one also very bad. I think halfway through this season. Hey, Vesper, remember I said they brought back a combustion bender?
Yeah.
They defeat her by throwing a metal sheet at her face.
So she gets killed. She just explodes her face.
Yes, she blows her own face up. It's brutal as hell. There was a reason why I mentioned before.
It's shown off screen, but it's like
what's happening. Remember how I said before that like partway through Korra they moved it to web? I know that some people are like, oh, it's because Korra's actually gay. Well, bisexual, but you know what I mean. No, it's also because they kept ramping up how fucking brutal. Korra goes through Korra goes through a realistic physical therapy arc in the fourth season because she's real fucked up from heavy metal poisoning. Like the show is very hardcore, and like I appreciate it for that. I also get why some people are like, man, maybe we're a little too hardcore. I'm like,
it has a little bit of tonal whiplash sometimes, but I do want to say, Boomy is fucking legit. Like,
yeah. He's a cool guy. Let's talk about a person who's not cool. That's right, Azula. I said it. You're not cool.
With his favorite pet.
I mean, okay, objectively, she is kind of cool.
She's a little cool.
She does have aura.
Cool. I mean, I forget what her current acting name is, but Grey Delisle, as she was known then, she's like changed what her stage name is. Does great villainesses. Shout out to the crit roll. Shout out to the crit roll team getting her for Delilah. For the Legend of Vox Machina.
This is one of four Azula.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh.
Azula is Delilah.
No, she is another wide range actress. I believe she's in the Old Republic as like a villain.
Yes. Who shoots
lightning. Really good at villainess roles.
Yes. Like I said, she's got range, but it's usually her evil women you remember.
So this is what I like to call funny Azula. Like, I think this is objectively the worst of the two multicolored Azulas, but it's a very funny one.
I mean, I do want to say, I do think this is probably the funniest to get from. This is when she, usurps.
Takes over the Earth Kingdom.
The Earth Kingdom, because she schemes with his scheming advisor.
Now, Mega, this is the tricolor card, right?
Actually, yes. So you already diffused this one earlier with reminding them about how parenthetical work. But no, actually, it's not a multicolor card because it's not a tricolor card, I should say, because the fire symbol is in the reminder text. So she's not actually three colors. But she does give you access to red mana, which is funny.
She gives you access to red mana, which usually just means like generic mana for
in Commander, it automatically turns into colorless mana.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yes, I believe.
When is it?
Actually, I don't know how that would work, because I know if you tap a red land source, it automatically becomes colorless, but I assume this is the same? I don't know.
It's a ruling thing, and it probably doesn't matter too much. Let's see. When Azula enters, target opponent exiles a non-token creature they control. Then they can exile a non-land card from their graveyard. And you may cast cards exiled with Azula, and you may cast them as though they had flash, and you can spend any type of mana. That is very funny.
This is a blink commander. Like this, I know she's not white, but this would benefit a lot from airbending.
Yeah, you bounce her out and then have her re-enter.
Yeah.
Because she just says you may cast cards exiled with Azula. Period.
Yeah, that is a state-based effect. Therefore, it counts every time she's entered as an overall pool. So they go to their own exile zone. So cards exiled with her go to their own exile zone, which you can cast anything from anytime she's on the field.
Yippee.
Very funny, yes.
Yeah, no, she's a fun card. The other Azula is also very strong, but I think Vesper already mentioned she can cast anything with Flash and it doubles it.
Yeah, the tricolor Azula, it is blue, black, red, 1 colorless, firebending 2. Whenever you cast a spell while Firelord Azula is attacking, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy, which doesn't even necessarily mean instant and sorcery.
Flash, right?
Spells are any card that you would be that could be played.
Yeah, any non-land card.
Yeah, any non-land card. So like, I'm gonna like throw that Mysterious Stranger. So like,
also I do
a Flash because he's cast while Azula is attacking. There's 2 now.
I do want to say that is very funny that is the Fire Lord Azula as well.
Yeah. Because there's a Phoenix King Oza.
So this is Aang Swift Saver, and this is a guy who has a flip card. What's he flipped to? That one time he got really mad.
Yeah. So there are like 5 Aangs. I chose this one because I think it's the best one.
It is
in terms of like other formats than Commander, I think this is the strongest one.
Yeah, in Commander, there's a wide variety. I do know there is a 5-color Aang.
Yeah, but I like outside of being a commander, I don't think the 5-color Aang is very strong. Whereas I think this card could see play in Standard.
Yeah, he's there to have a Wooburg facilitator.
So he flashes. He's a flash. He's a flyer. When Aang enters, airbend up to 1 other target creature or spell. So what this means is if someone casts a spell, you can airbend it, which essentially counters the spell.
Yeah, because
it's not there anymore.
If a spell doesn't exist in the stack, it's not quite.
It doesn't do anything.
So
it's not quite like Yu-Gi-Oh!
In the context of Yu-Gi-Oh, MST negates.
Yes. Well, kind of.
Kind of. If MST actually destroyed the spell before it resolved and put it somewhere else.
If MST was a higher spell speed than instant, then yes. Like, it's hard to explain.
It's the kind of thing where like in Yu-Gi-Oh this doesn't work because just
the hardest. Yes. The stack is literally the hardest thing to explain in Magic.
The cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! The way Yu-Gi-Oh! Works is while cards are in the chain, they are still resolving unless they are negated. So even if you remove the spell, so long as it's not a kind of effect that needs it, like a continuous or field has to actually be face up on the field to resolve. But yeah, so that's pretty cool. Also, you can waterbend 8, which means you can alternatively pay the cost by tapping creatures or artifacts.
Yeah.
To have him transform.
So yeah, this is technically end of book 1.
Yeah.
Book 1 Aang.
This is when he wombo combos with the Ocean Spirit because the Ocean Spirit is very
upset.
upset.
I just think this card is a very good, potentially can see Standard play.
I mean, for a 3-mana flash creature to just airbend another target creature or spell as just a very funny form of instant removal.
This is going right in a control deck in Standard. Like, you can believe it. Will that control deck be good?
Some room.
Will the control deck be good? That's the question. But it will exist.
And then also a very interesting case where he becomes a big guy, Avatar Spirit ally, who has reach and trample and is a 5/5, and whenever Aang and La attacks, put a 1/1 counter on each tapped creature you control. It's probably something. but mostly
It's
Flash
kind
Boy.
of just gravy. It's kind of just gravy.
I mean,
in this
I
color
feel like the
combo,
way it works
counters
is
are
that
not
like
really... counters not
Like-
really,
I do
would say-
remember. Like,
Good.
you can... Like, to me, what this reads as is you playing this in a hard control deck. So the reason why the backside is kind of relevant is because eventually you do have to win the game.
Yeah.
You can't just counter your opponent's spells for the entire game.
Yeah.
What?
So
No.
having him become a big smacker does actually do something because it just puts them on more of a clock.
Well, and what I wanted to say was that I feel like it's one of those things where like it is gravy, but it is a good payoff because obviously you're probably going to be casting Aang when it will be most efficacious to use his airbending ability. He's Flash, so you can cast him as as an instant and just get him out there. And then it's like, well, okay, so I've put Aang on the board. What the fuck do I do now? Kind of a thing. Like, unless you can exile him again to, like airbend him out, bounce him out. You've got a guy, and so might as well, like you said, Dallas, turn him into a big guy to push.
Yeah.
Like, I see the idea, but also I think we did talk about this with several transforming cards in Final Fantasy. The flip side stuff is not always good. You're not always realistically going to see that. I will say at least that like the way this is written is like the way waterbending works to transfigure the cost means that it can be a little more efficient. If it was actually K8 mana, that would
I could
suck.
see a commander deck where the backside is relevant with him as your commander, but I don't think that side will be that relevant in standard for the creature
Yeah.
ability.
All right, Sokka.
Time to go to Sokka.
He's blue-red. He's a human warrior ally. 1/1.
Mhm.
And when he enters, you can discard up to 2 cards, draw that many cards. Okay, cycling, pretty good. And then whenever you cast a artifact or a lesson, put a 1/1 counter on Sokka.
Yep.
So this is one of the cards Dallas was alluding to earlier, where he does stuff if you lessen.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes
And
sense. Sokka does
also
learn a lot during
artifacts.
the journey.
Yes, he learns how
Sokka
to
is
stop.
kind of the character who has the most like literal personal growth to him.
Mhm.
Yep.
Like a lot of characters have go on like these like personal journeys, but Sokka kind of has a more direct like
I don't. Sokka has like a multi-stage character arc of like he goes through. Like Aang has multiple arcs, but not all of his arcs are character arcs, for lack of a better term. Like obviously, yes, he does have to grow and change to be the Avatar, but I feel like we said, it's less. He
Sokka
doesn't change his
100%.
whole personality, like to learn
I would say
earthbending.
I would say other than maybe Toph, Sokka has the most relatable character growth. Because like Zuko does grow a lot, but like I'm sorry, not all of our dads are Hitler. Like
I mean, there's
like-
applicability there that like you can understand like
there
toxic
is, but,
abusive
like,
family.
I feel
Sokka's
is
growth
very
arc is like.
irrelevant.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Sokka's arcs are like multi-step, where it's like, okay, I have to live up to my dad. He's a cool guy, and uphold our entire culture. Okay, sure, we're doing that,
Being a
but
misogynist.
also, yes, I have to understand that despite my culture's conservative mores, girls could do stuff, like my sister who blew up an iceberg that one time. Then also Sokka has to deal with like the character arc of like, I'm just a guy with a boomerang. He's doing a cool pose in this, but he says that I think during Combustion Man, where he's just like, guys, this guy's shooting explosions from his face. What the fuck am I doing here? And has to realize that like, no, just because you're the token non-powered guy doesn't mean that you can't contribute. And also, while
that doesn't mean you're
Sokka
useless.
starts as the dumb jock, I think part of his character growth is being like, no, Sokka, you're also actually secretly the most intelligent character on the team because everybody else here is fucking stupid. None of these children have gone to school except Zuko, but his school was the Fire Nation.
his
Like-
school was the Hitler school.
like Uncle Iroh tried, but that is also a huge part of Zuko's character arc is that he didn't fucking listen to his uncle enough. He should have paid better attention to Uncle Iroh's moral lessons. So like Sokka ends up the team's de facto tactician just because, and I think it works out. He's the guy on the team who has to use his brain the most because he doesn't have magical powers.
I mean,
Which
yeah,
honestly is a really good exemplify of this card. Sokka starts pretty weak, but as he grows, or as you just give him cool toys, yeah, he becomes fucking inswollenated.
Or just
Well, also-
cool toys exist in his vicinity.
Yeah. Well, and Sokka is like the number one guy on the crew who like sees the Fire Nation's like military technology and goes, "Oh shit, this is actually like a good idea. Can we use math somehow to like be better at this?" I think when like they're in the episode called The Drill, when they're like the Fire Nation built a giant dune ass drill to drill through the outer walls of Ba Sing Se. He's the guy who tells the crew like, "Okay, I can't break these girders, but this thing weighs like a fucking ton. If you can break these girders with your magical powers, this thing's gonna collapse under its own weight." Square cube law,
Without
kids.
having context of the third season, Sokka is easily, in my opinion, the best writing the show does in terms of character development.
This, by the way, is why people don't like to talk about the Netflix live-action series. We'll see if those second and third seasons get better. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, the live-action TV show kind of puts Sokka back in being the dumb jock guy. Like, obviously, that is one of his character arcs, but Kyoshi Islanders is pretty early. Like, Sokka learns his lesson about not doing a sexism very fast in the cartoon, and his character shit is usually way more complex. And like I said, he's not a dumb jock. It actually, not that I want to glaze a certain author too much, but it is something that is funny when talking about like people losing Ronald Weasley's characterization, because in the books, Ron is the dumb jock of the friends, but he's also not a complete idiot because he has the experience of the wizarding world. His two friends don't.
So I have a theory on that.
The movies also do just like give half of his good ideas to Hermione for some reason.
I have a theory on that because I don't actually think that's the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem with Ron's character in the movies, and I don't like the books that much, but they're fine. But the biggest problem is it turns Harry... It's the same thing that Lord of the Rings has a problem with. Oh, I'm going to get so many people hating me for that. They turn Harry into like a perfect good boy character who barely does anything wrong. Where in the books he's kind of an asshole a lot of the time. Similar to what they did with Aragorn in Lord of the Rings.
This is a medium...
Aragorn in the books of Lord of the Rings is an asshole for a lot of them.
I don't know if he's really an asshole, but he's a lot more of a stoic... standoffish guy, I think.
With Eowyn, he is definitely an asshole.
That's probably fair. I think Tolkien was going for a different vibe, but like they also gave Eowyn arguably way more screen time in the movies because I feel like she's just kind of like in a lot of book scenes.
A huge part in the books.
Well, I mean, she does.
She literally. I don't know.
The movies do different stuff with her most of the time. Her big climax in The Last Ride of the Rohirrim is still in there and is still important. But, like, it's been a while. I do need to reread the books again sometime. I do think in Two Towers it's mostly just that, like, she is
dressing Aragorn down is like, you're an arrogant dick and you can't tell us what to do because you chose not to be the king. You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my king.
Yes.
You left.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily, like, that's the thing, right? Like, Eowyn doesn't need to say that. I'm glad somebody does say it, but that could come from literally any character to remind him that he is kind of dipping out on his job. But, like, other than that, like, she spends most of the book, like, her actual doing thing phase of just kind of, like, doing the thing that would be expected of just, like, either hanging out with her uncle or, like, hanging out with the civilians in the back of Helm's Deep, keeping them cool. Which is not, like, bad. I'm just saying that, like, she is present in a lot of narrative of Two Towers, but does not do a lot. And I think the movies are mostly correct in that.
I feel
but
like
yeah,
I just feel like some books, like what we were
Vigo has
talking about
just, like-
earlier, some books have a problem with like, or some adaptations of books have a problem with letting certain characters be not perfect and kind of like.
Well, what I want to say is I think it's a
Dicks.
medium problem. The reason why you know as a reader that Harry is kind of a dick because he's still a teenage kid is you get access to Harry is like the only character whose inner monologue you get. So you get to see Harry's genuine but kind of ugly thoughts to himself, which are not always flattering to his friends, or his allies or his enemies, but he's also, going through a character arc of being, 11 to 17, so it's normal. But the movies don't do any of that inner dialogue stuff, so he seems much more nice. This is
Also,
to
the
bring us
movies
back
have
around
a bad
to.
problem with.
Well, go ahead.
I was saying the movies have a bad problem with tone. Did you put your
Also-
name in the goblet of fire? Dumbledore said calmly.
Holy shit, it's a mono blue card.
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? I thought it'd be more dramatic. It's adaptation. What I was going to say,
I'm sorry,
bring it
did I just
around
hear Miss Bear
to.
say that, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire as a mono blue claw?
No, I've
but
moved the stream
not
up
on
anyway.
stream. It's a mono blue
okay.
card.
What I was going to say was to bring that adaptation thing around to our fans who come to us from Fate, which is still a decent number of you, I think. This is a problem with the people who are only fans of the anime thinking that Emiyashiro is a dumbass. He is a dumbass, but he's a very different kind of dumbass because
He's
in
a
the
dumbass
actual
because he has no sense of self-worth at all.
in the visual novel, you get a lot of his inner monologue, which like is actually where he does a lot of thinking and action. And then just despite the fact that you can do inner monologue in anime, it's very easy to do. You just put an echo effect and you don't move his lips. They don't do
He's
a lot of that
dumb.
in the anime adaptation.
He's dumb, but he's dumb because he thinks he's worth nothing.
Yeah.
He's not dumb because he's dumb. He's dumb because he's like, oh, I don't matter at all.
He's dumb because he has survivor's guilt and a martyrdom complex.
Isn't
Yep.
it art?
And was raised by someone with a martyrdom complex.
This art is fucking sick, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I
it's
recognize
not.
this artist, Liv Wong. I've seen them on some other stuff. Okay, so
I'm
to
a
explain
bloodbender.
explain the joke. Literally somebody in chat I think was asking about this card earlier.
Okay.
No, we didn't get to it. So to explain the joke,
So
they changed how hybrid mana is ruled, if I understand correctly.
Oh,
they have
they're
not
considering
changed it yet, but they have discussed it.
So
broached the
they've
topic,
talked about it. Okay.
and a lot of people are having this like. I dislike the idea just because changing it like this far into being in a mechanic does kind of have a bizarre wide-reaching effect on people who want to just play that way. Like there will be people who just go, oh, the rules say that.
So okay, so hybrid mana is it's got a slash through it. I assume
You
the
can
way this
pay
works.
either one of those mana
Yes.
for its cost. Normally, this would mean that it's a Demir card. It's a blue-black card. What the new rules are trying to say is, oh, hybrid mana can just be one or the other, which means that not only as a commander is this like sure like you would still choose it as a blue-black commander, but it means you can play this in a mono blue or a mono black deck.
Okay. So yes, I can see how not just for this card specifically, but like in general, I think you're right, Vesper, that like, oh no, just changing it so that like you can just play every hybrid in a monocolor deck. You might be a little too late for that setup. You don't think that
I'm
might?
not worried about it for I'm not worried about it for this card because I feel like, or any Avatar card really, because I feel like because they already talked about it, they are designing these cards with that possibility in mind.
Yeah.
It's for all the old shit.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
no,
Like, you don't think that retroactively
else.
that might cause some problems?
And spoiler, hybrid mana has been a part of Magic as long as Planeswalkers have.
Yeah.
Oh, the card Planeswalker, not the concept Planeswalker.
Yeah, obviously. No, I got what you meant. So, like, yeah. So, it's been around a while, and it might break some stuff. And I obviously, with Standard, they're probably like, oh, well, all those cards are rotated out. That won't cause any problems.
Well, Standard, it doesn't matter, because there's no restrictions on what you can put into Standard.
Yeah. Obviously.
It
but
only matters for Commander.
It's something that will retroactively cause some problems in Commander, which is not necessarily good, because isn't Dallas, correct me if I'm wrong, because you probably know. Isn't Commander, like, the most popular way to play Magic right now?
objectively, I would say yes. but-
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know if like Arena
We don't know if that's
surpasses it at
literally
all.
true. That's fair. That's fair.
I would-
You could.
I would say the biggest problem of measuring how popular Commander is kind of feasibly impossible because that sure there's competitive Commander, but like especially and I mean even casual Magic, there will always be a forever quiet majority of people who just play Magic with friends and like their pod. Like they play Magic with a few friends and like.
Yeah.
They play
Yeah,
Commander.
it's one of those things that, as opposed to like them talking about like measuring Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis' popularity, right? Where they like can straight up say like, oh yeah, no, we got like 64 people signed up for side events, you know, or whatever, or this many people signed up for side events. You don't necessarily know how people are doing with Commander in the privacy of their own home. But I have heard before Commander referred to as the most popular way to play Magic. So I believe Dallas for sure when he says probably.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing where like changing the rules is probably like you're fucking some shit up for no good reason.
I just don't see the benefit to it. Is the other thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big.
Because if you're gonna try and tell me this is too complicated for people, those people shouldn't be playing Magic.
I mean, no, it's probably not too complicated. It has, again, we talked about this, right? The simple way is if it displays the mana color on it, it is those mana types. So this card has blue and black. Got it. It's blue or black.
It suddenly becomes
it's blue black.
Another like situation like Dallas I'm describing the shrine situation. It's like the shrine and saga creatures. Like you are just making a rule for the sake of making a rule because you feel like you fucked up somewhere along the way of trying to design this mechanic, but that just causes confusion for people coming into the game after the fact.
Hey, guess what? I mean, if you want to do that ongoing, Wizards. Hey, guess what? You have the power to do this. Just invent a different type of mana.
Yeah.
Or like or a different way to not necessarily a different color, but like a different way to demark the mana colors.
I mean, one time they did make purple mana.
Very early, I believe. It's a joke. I don't think people liked it.
Well,
but
no, there are. I don't know if there's purple mana, but there are definitely purple cards. And technically,
I think they had a symbol for it.
The way I remember it, it was the time jump thing where like they were like, oh well, like we'll add a 6 colors to the game of Magic by that point, or or something.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about oh god, what was this fucking called? It's a version of Magic that is played before Commander existed that is kind of like Commander, where you got a purple character card that you became, that did shit.
Okay, so it was like hero rules. Okay.
Yeah, but they did stuff like increase your life total and hand size.
That's neat.
It was wildly unbalanced.
I mean, obviously.
I can't remember what it's called.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure the purple stuff had a symbol. Because I think I've seen it when we have this discussion, like people have this discussion. But it's a thing that wasn't super cool. But like I said, you could just, you have this system with the slash.
That's what it was called.
You can literally just, like in typing anyway, backslash and forward slash are different things. Just draw the slash the other way, and then it's the new way. Boom. And you just get to say that it does that because you make up the rules. Anyway, Hama the Bloodbender, scary-ass lady, absolutely should be blue-black. Also, not just because I think her episode is called The Puppeteer. Like, it fucking... She's a scary lady, and I don't like her. So she costs you 2 of any mana, and then 3 of the hybrid symbols, which could be... Each symbol could be either blue or black.
My fucking god, this is the smallest, like, JPEG node of man, but here's a purple Magic card.
You have a card for ants? Oh my god, yeah, no.
Let's look at this low-res JPEG. Oh,
I'll show you the ones I saw. I was talking about.
So that's got a purple border, but it's not got a purple color. But this guy does.
Like the purple mana symbol vaguely looks like a black hole kind of thing.
open this up. But let's see. Hama the Bloodbender is a human warlock. Also, hold on. Where are you right now, chat? Guess what? Guess what, chat? You're the Fenori doppelganger now.
And guess what? Another blink card.
When Hama enters, your target opponent... she says when it enters. Your target opponent mills 3, exile up to 1 non-creature, non-land card to that player from that player's graveyard. As long as you control Hama, you may cast the card exiled by waterbending X, rather than paying its mana value, where X is its mana value. Yeah, she's a bloodbender. She's a puppeteer.
Yep. I don't know if she's very good, but she's very flavorful.
Yeah. Also, I mean, feels like she's very annoying. Middle 3,
Yeah,
give me one of your cards.
maybe.
I'm going to cast that card. And like you said, if you do the blink shit, you know, you can have her proc multiple times. Phase her out,
Well, so
bring her
no.
back.
So, this one you would not be able to. Because it says during your
Well, yeah.
turn, and because it says for as long as you control, it's only that single instance.
Well, yeah, what I mean is you would not... The playing the exiled, you can only do one at a time. But if you use her, steal your opponent's card, and then send her away and do it again, you mill again, banish a new card, can cast it. Like, probably not as fast as some of the other ones, but definitely, like, you know, like... I mean, you know, you're the one who said blink. Get her out, mill free. So I think I agree, like you said. I don't know if this is good or strong, but it does stuff. And definitely it's a thing people are thinking about. All right, blah, blah, blah.
I forgot to...
Okay.
Zuko! The sad boy.
But he gets to be more happy.
Man.
I mean, he's still kind of a sad boy.
A little bit, but he's better. He's got a girlfriend. His dad and
also a
sister are
sad
in
boy.
jail.
He mostly got over.
He has a hot goth girlfriend, okay? He's doing fine.
Isn't she like suicidal borderline?
Not by the
that's
time we get
overrated.
to that point in the show. I don't know if it, you know, it's a cartoon for kids. Like I said, the first one definitely is a cartoon for kids. She is like super depressed and bored, and like does join back up with Azula only because like it would be much more interesting than fucking hanging around with her parents who suck. They're very normie core.
To be fair, that is a lot of the characters in Avatar that just, God, our parents suck.
It's almost like there's a fucking thing about generational trauma in this story.
Except for Saga and Katara. It's just that fucking Deathlock meme. It's like, God, I know you guys all have no fathers. Not me. Fucking love my dad.
I mean, yeah, no, that is the water siblings. Like, their dad is great. It's just that they have Disney dead mom syndrome.
Yeah. They have trauma, but it's not that trauma.
Yeah. Aang technically gets that trauma by virtue of, like, his, you know, foster dad is dead and has been dead for, like, 100 years. But also, he was murdered. Damn it.
Or potentially killed himself.
Or, yeah, possibly. He gotta, you know, the show is not, like I said, that's not actually explicit in the text. That's just a thing they said that they thought that's what he would have done. And then they, like I said, made it more real in Korra later. But yeah, Zuko's got a terrible dad. Toph's parents suck. I think Ty Lee's family also sucks because doesn't she say that she's like one of like 15 fucking siblings or something?
7.
Which is why she ran away to join the circus?
7. But
7.
yeah.
But still, yeah, it's like she's just like Ty Lee has a case of terminal middle child syndrome. She's just in the middle of a pack of 7, so she fucking joined the circus. And then, you know, honestly, Ty Lee is a character who, like, we should psychoanalyze her more because I think she has a serious problem where she just kind of, like, chameleons into whatever group she's in. Like, she joins the circus, and then Azula blackmails her, and she's, you know, a bad guy with Azula, and then she decides to not be evil, and she breaks out with the rest of the Kyoshi warriors, and she just becomes a Kyoshi warrior.
Definitely has a bad case of easily to manipulate. Like,
And honestly, Korra does not actually talk about this, but I would not be shocked if the reason why chi blocking is so available to the Equalists is because Ty Lee totally rats that shit out to the Kyoshi Warriors.
that would make sense.
They do wear, or Amon anyway, like wears a white mask, so. Anyway, Fire Lord Zuko, he's less sad. It is funny, but not incorrect to give him a black here. Red, white, black.
It's technically not the happiest Zuko, but it's probably
I
the
think-
second happiest.
I do think this is Mardu, right? This tricolor.
Yes, this is Mardu.
Mardu still fits for him
Yeah, right.
because the idea of Mardu is also very token centric, so it kind of represents like the power of the Fire Nation and all this like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except this doesn't play anything like a normal Mardu card, which is kind of why I like it.
It's adjacent, but not
So
quite.
Firebending
that.
X, where
yes.
X is Zuko's power, whenever you cast a spell from exile, and whenever a permanent you control enters from exile, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. So, like, you can build this with, like, token synergies in mind, or what I would much prefer is build it as a weird, like, control / like, spell-focused deck that makes every time you cast a spell, Zuko makes himself bigger and bigger to get more mana from firebending.
Funny.
So you can do more crazy shit. It's just because that isn't really available in Mardu, so I think that's cool. I like doing weird shit in decks where it's like,
Seems neat.
this isn't.
It kind of just it kind of feels like you want to play more with like airbending hybrid stuff too, which I guess
Yeah, you can play like airbend stuff in it.
I guess makes sense why Aang is just fucking chilling in the background of this card.
Like, ha, I'm here too.
I mean, I think that is actually, because this is like from one of the final shots of the show, is like
Yeah.
Aang puts on his airbending master robes and basically coronates Zuko as the Fire Lord. He's like, hey, guys, I understand. We've just won a horrible generational war. I say this guy's okay. This guy's the Fire Lord now.
Like-
That's cool.
I mean, yeah, it kind of fits for the Avatar who kind of had to
Like,
depose the
Only
aspect of,
cartoon,
hey,
only cartoon logic will we get away with that, making
yeah,
the
look,
son of the previous genocidal king the next king. That would only work in cartoons.
I mean,
look,
well, that also would imply that the other two nations, because there's no Air Nation anymore, the other two nations have the governmental power to enforce sanctions upon the Fire Nation, which I kind of think they don't actually.
Maybe Earth
they
Kingdom
kind of
might.
just have
Water
to see
Kingdom
the
definitely
Avatar there
doesn't.
and go, well, I guess it's fine.
Look,
Like the
I'm
main
not
thing is more that
saying-
like, because like it is very realistic for Zuko. Like, I mean, I literally wrote the wanted on Takeda Shingen today. So like, Ozai favors his second child, and Zuko says, "Nah, Dad, I'm not cool with that." Is part of the conspiracy that overthrows his father and sister and gets declared Fire Lord. That's pretty normal.
Oh yeah, I guess when you put it from that perspective.
Like that's a pretty normal succession crisis. The main thing is just like I said is you know him actually saying the quote "Today the war is over" is like, yeah, no, we actually have to like. The reason why peace is made with the other nations is because Aang says, "Nah, this guy's cool. Don't worry about it, guys."
I am Kung Fu Jesus, and you will listen to me.
Literally true. And to be fair,
I mean,
Zuko does immediately try to make up for it. Like
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's the wrong choice. I'm just saying from a public perception, it's like,
yeah.
hey, wait a minute.
For public
Hold on.
perception, it is really funny.
It is very funny.
I
from
mean,
a
I
public
can't. The
perspective.
main thing is, I think because you know the other places stay that way, I can't fucking imagine like what the alternative would be, right? Because it's not like you can be like, all right, you don't have a ruler anymore. You have to be a non-monarchist republic now. Who's gonna say that?
The alternative
Earth
would
King?
be a 44 game where where the Earth Nation and the Earth Nation and Water tribes split up the land. They just won by killing the Fire
No,
Nation.
obviously Boomy needs to become the Fire Lord.
True.
That would be very funny. That would be very funny. I mean, the other thing would be if they do a fucking, you kill it, you bought it rule, even though he doesn't kill Ozai, and it's like, Aang, you have no country to call your own. You're actually the Fire Lord now. You defeated the last guy in 1v1 combat.
No, I didn't want this. I didn't want this.
And he's like, fuck. Shit, man.
God damn it.
Anyone got any spare iceberg?
Zuko's just teasing out like, nope, you're a problem now.
Yeah, Zuko's like, actually, I'm gonna follow in my uncle's footsteps. I'm gonna open a chain of tea shops. Fuck you. I'm out.
Oh, I have to put this art now.
There was a civilian in the Earth Kingdom with big titties. I'm gonna go woo her again. That was Jin, I think. She was actually like drawn hotter than most background characters. Makes sense. Zuko, we gotta buy in that Zuko's actually trying.
Anyway, speaking of Zuko, Zuko's Exile.
Yeah. Let's see. Did I copy that one? I did. Let's grab it.
I think I fucked up.
So
my
this is a
login streak
really
again.
interesting card.
An
I think I
instant
did too.
lesson. Yeah, it is login, by the way. I've stopped reminding people because 10 days passed, but it's login time. Zuko's Exile,
Bold of
a
you to
colorless
assume I have that
lesson.
yet.
A colorless lesson. Instant lesson. Exile a artifact, creature, or enchantment. A controller gets a clue token.
Yeah.
Thematically, this is very funny. Get banished to get a clue.
However, I'm more talking about this in sense of the implications.
Yes, game-wise, I'm sure this is very interesting.
This is a very interesting card. So obviously, in some colors, this card is booty cheeks. Like, if you are playing a deck that has white in the deck, this card is bad. This card is objectively terrible. Probably green, too. But it's the other three colors where it gets very interesting. Because, so, blue does not really have a lot of good ways to remove anything permanently.
Blue's best form of removal is like bouncing and spinning.
Or countering.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think most of Blue's removal is just, no, you didn't. You didn't do that.
Yeah.
That thing?
So
Didn't
this is a permanent way to remove stuff in a blue deck. So for red is really good at removing creatures and artifacts. But they can't really usually do shit about enchantments. So having this as enchantment removal, also potentially interesting. And finally, black is kind of the opposite of red. Whereas they have ways to remove. They are the best at removing creatures. They own removing creatures.
They have so many guys that they have so many just random ass pieces of removal spells. It's so funny.
And they have a few ways of dealing with enchantments. But there's pretty much no ways to deal with artifacts in black.
I mean, when you're the color that is associated with, among other things, killing things, and artifacts are usually by definition not alive, that's rough.
They're
It's
not
rough, buddy.
things to kill.
So you're associated with an evil virus that turns people into psychotic zombie robots.
Yeah, huh?
Yay, Phyrexians.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Artifacting. Blah, blah, blah.
That
But
is
yeah,
a way to describe Phyrexians that I guess that is right.
I mean, they are... They are zombie robots.
Fired.
Now, the next one is a 3-card cycle.
yeah, I realize now what the theme is.
Yeah. It's the shipping cards.
Yeah. Before I remove Zuko's Exile, is the create a clue token anything? Like, is there a benefit to a lot of decks and just get a free token?
Well, no, the opponent gets the token of whoever owns the thing
Okay.
you're getting
All
rid
right.
It's
Can I fit
it's
three of these?
Yeah.
it's a type of card you like blue tends to have like variations of the cards it kind of like tends to land in green of like, oh, I'm turning this guy is being killed and it's turning into a frog or a bear or something.
Or green. Yeah.
Like, you get
Most of the
something out
non
of it. Like look at yeah, I'm killing your card that wins you the game, but look, you get a little monkey. You get a little frog.
a lot of non-black removal has that. Black just is like, no, I kill your thing, and also sometimes I just punch you in the face.
Black just says, no, you're just dead. No, you're just dead.
So, Chad, I must temporarily free you from being the Finori doppelganger.
So I believe these are part of like an entire full
Only
art
temporarily, though.
set. I don't I've not seen the full thing.
There's
They're-
technically
they're-
there's a fourth one, which is Toph, who's just
Yeah.
hanging out. It's just Toph.
I mean, that's because Toph was the character who dodged the shipping in the show.
Yeah.
And then, funnily enough, canonically in Korra has two different baby daddies.
Nice.
But yeah,
That
no.
tracks.
Also, this is I talked before. Like, Fire Lord Zuko is from relatively late in the show. This is literally the final shot of the show. Basically, like, is everybody hanging out together and then ends with Aang and Katara going for the big kiss. So we got a wombo combo. Sokka's losing his ink painting, I think. And you got mine, Zuko.
yeah,
Zuko's
sort of.
serving tea.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I think so.
He's got a piece of parchment.
So these are all kind of ally-focused
Yeah.
commander cards in a way.
Yeah, the Mayan Zuko is really fun.
So yeah, let's do, I guess, left to right, because this is what Dallas linked them to. So Sokka and Suki is white, red, blue. Human warrior
Just
ally.
Sky.
When Sokka and Suki or another ally you control enters, attach an equipment to a creature you control. When equipment you control enters, you create a 1/1 white ally creature token. So this is
just like an
kind of
ally
the job
token
select stuff we saw.
Yeah.
Play equipment, when you play an equipment, create an ally token. Oh, you create an ally token, entered, equip equipment.
I would say this
Pretty
is
simple.
probably the best of the three, just because it lets you cheat equipment costs, which can be huge.
I mean, I really would want to see the Sokka and Suki Final Fantasy team up.
That probably works.
There's probably some stuff there.
But also there's always Colossus Hammer.
Just trying to
Colossus
always
Hammer,
play stuff.
I do not like Colossus. I like Colossus Hammer just because it is always like the oh well I should play Colossus Hammer my Tron. Like, I'm like, yeah, can you fucking play anything else, dude? It's like there's so many fun equipment cards to play. But you play Colossus Hammer because it's +10/+10. Yeah. 10.
Well, it's
Mayan
that's the thing.
Zuko.
It's like anytime you could cheat cost, it's just so useful.
Mayan Zuko is blue, black, red, human, noble ally, firebending 3, and also you can cast ally spells and artifact spells as if they were flash.
Yeah. Like this one's cool, but it's a little weird.
I don't know if I could make it a commander because I'm not sure, like, other than just ally and
It's kinda
artifact
boring.
good stuff, like, what would you actually do in that deck?
You would just do artifact good stuff and ally good stuff.
Yeah, like, it doesn't actually seem to be a theme. It seems like a card you would try and fit in an ally and artifact deck, but I don't know how you're going to do that with 3 colors.
Like I feel like this is the best of them technically, but it's also the most boring.
And then Aang and Katara is human avatar ally. Whenever Aang and Katara enter, create X 1/1 white ally tokens, or X is the number of tapped artifacts and creatures you control.
Yeah. Obviously, this
Oh,
one
pretty
wants
much.
you to synergize with like airbending and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think they're all supposed to synergize with like their individual stuff. Because like Suki is very. I didn't show any of her cards because they're kind of boring. But she's very ally focused. Like
Makes sense,
making
she's the
allies,
Kyoshu
giving ally
Leaders Warrior.
bonuses.
And then like Sokka, we talked about, has like some
Equipment
I would assume
stuff.
some versions of Sokka has like equipment, and then allies and other stuff as well.
Yeah. Then Aang is airbending. Katara kind of got shafted there.
Oh, no.
No, the tap.
Yeah, tapped
Yeah, no,
artifacts
I
and
see.
creatures, so it synergizes
It's
with
a
both.
combination.
And then
my
Zuko, obviously,
Zuko
like the
is-
firebending is like now you have something to do with that fucking fire mana.
Yeah. But also that does synergize with Mai, because we didn't show her cards, but she has a couple that like, well, one of them synergizes really well with firebending. I'll just show it.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume so.
Mai has Mai jaded it. She has 2 cards, but the other one doesn't really synergize. So
Let's see. She's got
I was
what?
just like-
Prowess. So whenever you cast a non-creature spell, she gets +1, and then exhaust 3. Put a double strike counter on Mai. You can activate each exhaust ability only once.
so that kind of fits with the flash stuff, because like it'll trigger her prowess and stuff. But like overall, I do think Mai and Zuko, despite having my favorite art of the 3, is the most boring.
Yeah.
Like
I said, it's pretty straight. I think they did a good job of doing the wombo combo, but it is they're both kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, calling Zuko boring is kind of funny because he is the complex character of the cast. I will be a little mean to Mai. Mai is one of the most boring characters in the show. Her trope is, hello, I'm depressed. I used to think Zuko was hot, and now I pretend I don't think Zuko is hot. Also, I throw things. That's my gimmick. I throw stuff.
He was kind of a non-character.
I get where they were going. Like, I appreciate what they were trying to do. I think it did, Zuko had a few love interests over the show, but I think they all, like, foiled him in really good ways. Mai was a good way to do that. And I think the idea of like, Azula goes, the Avatar has a gang of friends who help him out. I need a gang of friends who help me out. And then, assembles a girl power trio, except that because it's Azula, it's through the power of blackmail.
It's really funny.
Yeah, like, those are good parallels. As an individual character, Mai does not really stand up on her own because she is not written to do that. She's written to either be a foil to Zuko or to be part of a leg of foils, form a triangle with Azula. And like I said, her gimmick is the weakest. She throws shit. That's not to say you can't throw shit and be cool, but it's like, again, she throws knives, chat, in a
Sokka
children's
throws
show.
shit, he's cool.
Yeah, like it's the same problem whenever they try and put Bullseye in a like kid-friendly Marvel show. It doesn't work.
No. But like, and I mean, honestly, I think Sokka has a better kill count throwing his boomerang than Mai does, because he hits Combustion Man in the forehead and makes him blow himself up because he can't aim his fucking powers anymore.
What is with the combustion benders, like, killing themselves?
I mean, it's one of those things, right, where like this guy literally shoots explosions out of his third eye, his forehead. You can't like break his arms and legs or anything or tie him up. He can still, so long as he can breathe and focus, he can shoot lasers. What do? I don't know. He destroys himself. His indiscriminate AoE power does himself in.
From what I remember, isn't the Combustion Man like absolutely terrifying?
Oh yeah, no, he fucking like predator stalks the crew through an old firebending temple until they get their shit together. Like, that is, I think, the
Like, this
episode
is
where
his
they accept
card.
Zuko into the crew. Also, by the way, I mentioned earlier, Toph's daughters. They do score the kill on Combustion Lady.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, some people, like I said, some people I don't think like that arc, but I also like, I don't know, man. I understand when people say, like, oh, I don't need to know how these fictional characters functioned as parents and learned that they were not good at it. But also, like, the people in Avatar who are not good parents make perfect sense. Yeah, Aang's not a great dad. He doesn't know how to fucking do that.
He didn't really have a family.
His culture had a non-standard familial system. Of course he doesn't know how to be, like, a normal dad.
Yeah, his family had a non-familial system, and he didn't really get to learn it.
Yeah, no.
Toph would definitely be a shitty parent. That is
Yes,
not...
also, the other person who's a bad parent is Toph. She doesn't know how to relate to her daughters because she has a shitty relationship with her own parent, and she also, like, I'm not going to say you have to get married, chat, but, like, when your society is built around a two-parent system, the fact that Toph does not end up permanently attached to either of her, she's a single parent and also doesn't know how to do that, and also she's a workaholic cop. It's okay. She becomes a hermit after. So if you're like, oh man, Toph became a cop, lame. It's okay. She quits later.
Good.
But like, yeah, no. One of her daughters inherits the job of cop, and she is exactly as much of a fucking stick in the mud as you would expect. And then her other daughter runs an independent earthbending city-state where they're just like, oh no, we artistically metal bend. Look at this shit.
Artistically metal bend.
Let's not
Yeah, no,
also
she's
forget
like,
that
hey,
the
we learned metal
top
bending.
daughter
We
also-
turn this bit of metal into a lotus statue. Look at this shit.
There was also the what was it? I can't remember her name, but the cop daughter also had a love triangle before.
Yes, no,
Aang's son got married.
Suyin was part of a love triangle thing with fucking, oh my god, I can't remember. It's escaping me. Aang's son's name. He's played by J.K. Simmons. It's hurting my
When?
brain so bad. No. It's not it. That would be Sokka's son's name, obviously.
Something Zen. Tizen? No.
Tenzin. Yes, Tenzin.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, they're part of a love triangle, and he ends up marrying a non-airbending, Earth nomad person, and they have several children. Pema. Aang's other two kids are cool. His daughter Kaya is a waterbender, and the show telegraphs her as an old lesbian aunt pretty hard. Because she's just chilling, not being married. And his non-bending son Boomy is just a cool guy.
Boom.
Yeah, he names his non-bending son Boomy.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
And he's like, he does a couple of gorilla yells and stuff. He gets embarrassed a couple of times in the show, but he's a non ends up commanding the Republic, the Unified Republic forces as a military commander, doing shit like that.
Let's not also forget when airbending does come back. I think Boomy becomes an airbender.
Yes, yeah. When they do the great realignment, he's like, he's at a spiritual point. He figures it out. He gets to bond with his brother. Which is, I think I have to double check. I think Tenzin is the youngest child also, which is very funny. Also, it does explain a lot though when you're like, oh, Aang really favored his one airbending child. It's because I think they had a couple of tries and they didn't come out airbenders. So he's like really concerned that there's gonna be no more of them.
I think that's a fair fear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a good reaction.
But it's a good introspection of the character.
No. I've said this before. I get that some people are kind of like, I understand the kind of apprehension with sequel series where you're like, I don't really want to learn, blah blah blah's failure as a character. I think the Star Wars sequel series also has this. It's like, I don't need to know that Han Solo was a bad dad. Star Wars, I think, has it slightly worse also because in the original...
If you couldn't see Han Solo becoming a bad dad coming, you're a fucking idiot.
Oh no, I think that is there. But also, I think part of the problem is that, like I said, if you're a diehard and you were familiar with the Legends continuity, you'd already seen Han Solo go through that shit, and I think Legends is a little kinder to the legacy characters than maybe it should have been. Luke Skywalker is kind of just also Kung Fu Jesus, but
I hate Legends Luke Skywalker so much.
Well, here's the thing, Dallas. I feel it's almost kind of like comics, even though it's all one continuity. I like certain arcs of
That's
Legends
true.
Luke. Like, some versions are better than others. Sometimes are a little
parts where he was
too.
Kung Fu Jesus.
Some of them are a little too, Gary Stu can do no wrong, and it's kind of like, no, Luke Skywalker has flaws. He doesn't achieve a perfect state of Zen, becoming, saying he's a Jedi Master. But he also is a pretty cool guy. Who also does struggle.
He's a great Jedi for a decent bit of the Legends lore, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like in essence of like the it's weird.
I also want to say I think they do a decent job of him also having a complicated time being a dad because he has his son super late in life, and also like hey, guess what? Luke Skywalker also doesn't know how to be a dad. His dad was Darth Vader, and his uncle kind of sucked. His uncle was kind of a head in the sand kind of guy. Mara Jade, I think, is a great mother, but they killed her too soon. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Star Wars. I do want to pull up the art for Toph because it is very funny. We could show mine Combustion Man if we have to. We should throw up the Iroh just because it's also super cool. But
I wanted to talk about the Iroh, but
let me throw up.
We could also
Toph's
talk
art.
about Combustion Man Am I if you want.
I should show Combustion Man. Like I said, we already talked about what the My card does, and it's kind of just like, yeah. Anyway, this is Toph's part of that fourfold where she's just fucking chilling, juggling rocks with her mind. That's Toph, baby. And obviously, this is, she has the earthbending synergy. She gets Earthbend X and also land creature. By the way, wild statement to say, but I know we said that it is Elseplace, but land creatures you control have double strike. Also seems very plain, but mean as hell.
The X puts her into a defined kind of commander role because the idea is that like your commander's getting larger and larger the more she dies. So ideally you want her to have died or left the board a few times, and you put her reset her in the command zone so she costs 1 billion to cast. So you then earthbend for 1 billion.
Yeah. Like, don't know if that's good, but funny.
It's silly.
All right, but let's yoinky up Combustion Man and Iroh. Will Iroh be the last? Because we've been here for a while.
Oh yeah, Iroh will be the last one.
Okay.
I mean, did you want to talk about the wall of bossing, say?
Maybe we'll throw it on screen. Give it to me now while we got Combustion Man on screen. If you got it.
Yeah, let's put it on there with Combustion Man because it's very silly.
You can look at this card and in 2 seconds go, oh, okay, I see what they've done.
Yeah, so Combustion Man seems pretty normal. It's very funny that he's got a lot of life, kind of balancing, but he's a human assassin that just says you destroy a target permanent unless, he takes damage. He explodes stuff. That's, yeah.
It's not very good in Commander, but in Limited, this card's a house.
I mean, I think we talked about this. You said describe because you played a pretty decent amount of Limited with the FF set. You do occasionally need to pick up at least one big Bungulies in a Limited draft so that you can actually win some games.
This card was a fucking house in Limited.
Yeah, seems normal. Walls of Bossing Say is just absolutely a fucking joke card, but it's a great one. It's a 8-mana colorless wall legendary artifact creature. Has 0 attack, 30 life, defender, other permanents you control are indestructible. That's why we named the city Bossing Say. It means impenetrable city.
Look, you are not killing this in combat. You are Vandal blasting this. You are naturalizing this. This card is saying no. You must play removal to out me, fucker.
And that does work for the Walls of Bossing Say, because that's the thing. Even the fucking drill doesn't actually work. It doesn't get through the walls. Bossing Say falls because Azula fucking infiltrates, flips the secret police, and just has them open the fucking doors. Realest shit I ever saw.
What happens when you clone the Walls of Bossing Say?
Oh my god.
You can make clones of legendary permanents that aren't legendary.
Yeah, but those cards are few and far between. You can still
Well,
just exile.
I mean,
you can have. Oh,
also.
What do you mean? The Walls of Bossing Say can be your commander.
He's a legendary creature, isn't it? That's so dumb. Don't do that. Don't do that, chat. That's probably bad. That's probably a bad deck. Don't do that.
I mean, doing that means you'd be playing a colorless commander deck.
There are good colorless commanders. This is not one of them.
No. But what I was going to say was technically that's also not crazy to have like the ability to do the non-legendary dupes because technically that's the other thing. Bossing Say is a huge walled city. It's actually multi-tiered. The outer walls connect to a giant outer courtyard that's just farms. Like, Bossing Say is actually a great fantasy city because it's like, yeah, with the power of earthbending, you could make walls that are supernaturally tall and thick. What do you do with them? Oh yeah, we're just gonna put farms inside the fucking walls so you can't starve us out. Get wrecked. How will we logistically get to the front wall? We'll earthbend a tram line. We have earthbend trains. They literally have a fucking metro rail system, chat. That's one thing I will always go to bat for Avatar with. They were really on the ball about, hey, so we have a functional magic system in our world that some people are just born this way. What are we going to do with it? Logistics, baby. That's how the entire Fire Nation army runs.
Actually use this?
Yes, is that the Fire Nation like realizes that like, oh yeah, firebenders, we can just constantly generate heat to burn coal or boil steam or make hot air. That's mechanical power, baby.
You know, fire being an energy source, like just because it's fucking fire, guys. Like I don't like it just being a just a resource in and of itself, and they can just make it infinitely. They are just able to be pure like this pure Asian steampunk society.
It's one of those things where, like, this is, like, chat, if you don't already know, most of you probably get this gag, but if you don't, almost every form of electricity is secretly steam-powered. It's just finding different ways to make steam, because the steam turbine to generate electrical power is, like, one of the simplest work projects in the world. I've talked about this with our Rain campaign tabletop. The ancient Romans had a basic steam engine. They didn't have the concept of mechanical power to pair with it, but they had boilers that generate energy. It was just a toy to them. It wasn't until way later that somebody went, wait, steam boiler, wheel, power. And then Korra even continues the trend. Mako, the firebending brother, he works shifts at the power plant, lightning bending into capacitors, into batteries to power the city. That's how they power the city in Korra, is they have lightning benders just shoot lightning into big batteries.
Well, I mean, yeah, how else would you?
I mean, I assume they also know how steam turbines work, so they probably have non-bending ways of generating electricity, but also they're just like, yeah, fuck it, clock into like 6 hours into the factory. How many lightning bolts can you shoot, kid? We'll pay you until you fall over.
Yeah.
Look, legally we gotta keep you here for like 6 hours for a ship. But you're not gonna shoot off a few lightning bolts and just go get a snack, I guess. I don't fucking know, man.
I mean, they also had triads in Republic City, so I suspect there was some corruption, institutional corruption. I mean, actually, I know there was institutional corruption because Korra gets fucking busted for being a vigilante in episode 1, and Tenzin shows up and bails her out, and I think his only excuse is like, yeah, you can't, Lynn, you can't arrest the Avatar. You're just not allowed to do that.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to Law and Order, but literally the Avatar.
She's the Avatar. Put her in my custody. I'll take her to my weird island in the harbor, and you don't got to see her again, okay? And Lynn is thinking, I'm gonna have to see her again.
Can't do anything about it.
It's true. You're like, shit. Fuck, he's got me there. She does have the mandate of heaven. I can't do anything about this.
It's basically what's being the Avatar.
Whatever, get her out of my hair.
Really, but in the spiritual sense of the concept, it's like, no, yeah, by right, this person is like the living embodiment of not a god. It's just, yeah,
they're bounded with a great and powerful spirit, the ability to master all elements and harmonious our world.
So before we go to Iroh, I do have one more card I want to show because I forgot. Mai has a very much better card that
Okay,
I
okay.
probably should talk about.
Ooh, I like this art.
Yeah, and it's good Mai. Because you can tell it's good Mai because she's an ally. And the other one's a noble and not an ally.
All right, so yes. Very funny that
Like
my
this-
Scornful Striker is this one. Though I'm pretty sure this is her telling Azula to get fucked at Boiling Rock.
I'm very sure that's true.
I mean, that's
I don't
what
know
the quote
where,
is
but
from.
it's definitely her. It's her telling Azula to fuck yourself.
I mean, that's
I don't
her.
know where it
her
happened, but that
it
makes
doesn't.
sense.
It doesn't mention Azula's name in the quote, but that is that. Yeah, it's like literally Azula is going to like rocket propel herself up to catch Zuko on the cable car as they're escaping or whatever, and Mai throws some knives at her and is like, "You've miscalculated. Hey, guess what? Machiavelli was wrong. Love is stronger than fear." And then the only reason why Azula does not straight up kill Mai right away is because Ty Lee also face turns. Blocks
to
her
cut their
bending
promo,
with
you know?
chi strikes.
Like that face and promo is really important. You got to settle it in for the audience.
But no, this is a very good card.
I mean, it does.
it's
She's a 2/2 for 2 that has first strike, and then also whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, they lose 2.
This is like playable in standard. Good.
Seems like a pretty normal card.
I mean, yeah, just especially in standard where your life total is way lower. It demands it kind of demands like not immediate but like pretty succinct reaction to like a card
Yeah,
like
no,
this.
like in Commander, this card is not very good, but
But I
in
also
Standard,
do
this
like,
card
and
is
I do like that she has first strike, because I would assume your normal instinct is much like Yu-Gi-Oh! With a relatively small creature is to just be like, oh, well, there's an annoying creature on the board, I'll just run her over. I'll pick somebody to like try and like force, I'll do a forced fight removal if I'm playing the right color, or I'll try and figure out some kind of system where like my opponent has to block my big guy. But then it's like, but she's got first strike, so she might kill me. I might
Now
die.
let's finish up with
Is
the
this
Grand
what-
Lotus.
Big Iroh, Grand Lotus. By the way, Uncle Iroh was in charge of the Illuminati the entire time. Who could have guessed?
Well, they're not the Illuminati because they're like rebelling against the
I mean, that's true.
New World Order. They're like
They were a secret society.
they are the like secret rebellion
Yeah.
of
The
old people.
They're the second. They're the second rebellion that may not be as cool and flashy as the first rebellion, but like with the whole like Avatar Mandate of Heaven. But they're gonna get shit done because they're old people who fucking know what they're doing.
well, and I do believe
don't
that
they
when they're introduced, Iroh says that what the White
Oh,
Lotus
yeah,
Society,
see what
the
all
Secret
four of
Society,
them
actually
retake
does.
Ba Sing Se.
Yeah, no, the retaking of Ba Sing Se is fucking hella cool. But no, the way I believe it's when the White Lotus are introduced, the way they're explained is that they are a secret society who they used to be less secret, but because of the Fire Nation had to become more secret, they were originally supposed to be a support structure in all 4 nations to help out the Avatar. Because, like, when you've got this whole quest where you have to learn each element in order, it makes sense that the nations would build up a system where, like, you're ready to, like, figure out who's supposed to teach this guy when he shows up kind of stuff. So, you know, they're
Yeah.
part of an apparatus that had to go underground, and now they're like, and we've been waiting for the Avatar to show back up because we're going to kick the Fire Lord's teeth in.
It's gonna be so fucking cool, man.
And it is pretty cool. Because it's like, it's Uncle Iroh, it's the Waterbending Master, it's the runaway firebender
Boom.
who taught Aang in that episode with the fire that we talked about. It's Boomy.
Jong.
Yeah, Jong. And it's Sokka's sword teacher, sword master. So it is also,
and I
by the
think-
way, a team of 4 benders and one
think the
guy who just
waterbender
has a
is-
sword.
I think the waterbender is Paku.
Yes,
I
Master
believe.
Paku.
He also has
Who
a card.
is also has a mini arc where he overcomes his ingrained societal sexism.
And is the green one, or is the sword guy named? Let me see if I can.
get it.
If he's got his own card, you can
I'm
probably
not
find
sure.
him. Yeah.
I don't know if he has his own card. That's the thing. I can't
He
tell
might-
if this is him or not.
He might
It's
not.
this one
I
called-
think they only added him to this ensemble last minute because they were like, "Shit, we need like a fifth guy. Who's a fifth cool old person we know?"
Gran. They should have put Gran
Gran
in there.
That would have been pretty
Gran,
cool.
we didn't discuss her, but like to flashback way back, she is the other avatar card that is the one drop reduction
Yes.
in this set.
I mean, we're pretty
let me
sure
see
she's a
if
cool old lady. I can't remember. Is Gran a
Guru
waterbender?
Patik? No.
No, Guru
she's a lady.
Patik is the guru. He
Okay, then
teaches
I
Aang how
don't
to
think-
unlock his avatar state again. He teaches him about chakras, man.
I don't think they have a sword guy card then.
Master Pian Dao, I think.
Oh no, they do. They just have him as a young dude.
He is the youngest of this squad, but it makes sense that they would probably show his.
A panda's like a polearm, isn't it?
I don't remember if it corresponds. The word Dao is in Chinese one of several words for swords and bladed weapons. So I don't know. I will say, if not, Pian is very close to Jian, which is another type of sword.
Panda was a type of Chinese saber used during the late Ming Dynasty. Through the
Oh,
Qing
okay. So it is a type of sword.
sword.
Right.
He is just a man named Sword.
It's like a curved Dao, kind of.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Iroh Grand Lotus is
Honestly, it kind
Red,
of just
blue,
looks like
green.
a Shamash. It kind of looks like a Shamashir. I think it's probably used with a shield. Never mind. But yeah,
human noble ally, firebending 2. He also is a 5/5. Let's see. During your turn, each non-lesson instant sorcery card. Non-lesson instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. Flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. So you can cash a card from a graveyard that's got flashback and exile it. During your turn, each lesson card in your graveyard also has flashback, but it's only one.
it's pretty strong. There is a card with just the first part of this ability. During your turn, each obviously it doesn't specify non-lesson. It just says each instant and sorcery has flashback.
Yeah.
That is a CDH card. However, that is also two. She is also 2 mana less. So I don't know if Iroh is too expensive to be CADH playable, because he might be. But if he's not, he could be CDH playable. It's a very strong ability. Obviously the lesson reduction is cool, and you would want to play the good lesson cards, but the non-lesson card is also insane, because you can flashback things that make mana, you can do a bunch of shit.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is one of the stronger commanders. But yeah. No, I'm not sure if he is like... Oh, I just realized something.
Oh.
Sorry, I just thought of a card that makes Zuko broken as shit.
What up?
Yeah.
Underworld Breach. It lets you exile stuff from your graveyard, then cast it. Is that how it works?
Oh yeah. Each non-land card in your graveyard has escape. Escape cost is equal to the card's mana plus exile 3 of the
No,
cards.
no,
from
no,
your
no,
graveyard.
no, that doesn't work like that. That doesn't work like that. Never mind.
Man, it's supposed to be helpful.
I mean, it's just a broken, genuinely, it's one of the most powerful game changers, because I don't think I've ever seen that card resolve and the game not end. Like, there are other game changers where I've seen people play them, badly or casually. That card is one of the few that's like, no, this will end the game. Even accidentally, I've seen people, be like, oh, I'm just gonna get a few things. Oh, wait, no, this is an infinite combo. Okay, I win.
Oh.
Yeah. No. But
Yeah,
no,
you don't
that's
see someone
Avatar.
go, oh, this is a different combo. Okay, I won't do that then.
Seems fun. Somewhat expected. Avatar was shorter than Final Fantasy. Instead of 5-hour streams, you got 1 5-hour stream. Well, it's 4 hours and 44
Yippee.
minutes right now. But yeah, it was long. That's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
There were views. You guys were engaged. I saw you out there. I think I'm looking at the viewer graph right now. I think we were a little too checked out early. I'll make sure to start us on actual cards faster because there was a big spike of viewers and then that dipped for a little bit and started to come back because we faffed around without actually talking a while.
We got it. We have to get our early game vamp out.
Yeah. And I know sometimes that bothers Axe because he is only here for a little bit. So we don't actually talk about the cards ever. But, you know, it's also the beginning is the beginning, chat. I actually got started pretty early, too, at like 7 right out. But, yeah, maybe next week we can run the Fallout ones. Like, I see a longer episode, but that's okay.
That'll be... maybe...
Yeah, I think it's a smaller... So we'll see what we got going on. If it is not another MTG, like, crossover funny, it will be Altergeist. So we'll see what's up. Make sure to, you know, keep an eye on things. We're still trucking along with the patron poll for whatever that's going to be, so keep your eyes peeled for that. And tomorrow, we're going to be playing Final Fantasy 14 on stream. At least me will, and maybe Loth will. And I will definitely be doing that because the boys have been doing Final Fantasy 14 stuff, and I'm like, man, it's almost midnight.
I need to install and update 14 on this new computer.
Yeah. Well, you good luck with that. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll be seeing you guys next time.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.